kind of professionalism is this?
Yeah.
Czech. I thought they were like Czechoslovaks now.
Take
Can
your,
you still
take
just
your
call them
Czechs
Czechs?
and your Slovaks back to your Central European country.
God.
You damn,
Look at
This is
you damn Carpathian.
This is a microphone test.
Oh.
What the hell is it? Can I eat this? It looks like a type of food
Oh my god.
that we grew down in the bayou.
Everything looks like a type of food to you.
He's right. With the way it has the white bit
Oh.
on top, it does look somewhat like I. Do not eat the microphone, Nacho.
Just
It
because.
does look like a little bit like the cream of ice.
Just because they call it a dead cat doesn't mean that it's a dead cat.
Look, that y'all shoved me in this recording booth. For what reason? It's cramped as hell in here, and I have no room to move around. And all I got is this food-looking thing in front of me to eat. I stress eat, you know? It's not fun.
Mr. Hachu, the OSS is only the premier of operators for secret and benign operations, but we too need funding. Now read the script and drink your Dr. Pepper.
I'm not reading no damn script by no Dr. Pepper lover. I only drink Dr. Thunder.
That should be
Dr. Thunder.
Mr. Pibb.
Mr. Pibb.
Yeah,
No,
I
the
drink.
Iron
I
Brew, because
drink.
the OSS is in the UK.
Actually, yeah.
Oh God, I have to drink Iron Brew. Oh God.
Due to budget restraints of you losing way too much equipment on your missions, we've had to help with the national broadcast station and advertisements.
Look, it is not our fault that all of that radio equipment went missing. It was gone before we got there. In fact, we got new radio equipment from the Germans.
Speaking of, I gotta go over that on the debrief too. Ooh, I have a lot of notes to go over. Oh boy.
Let me
suppose I
save
can
this and I'll
read
come
this.
back to it.
Introducing this new, fantastic invention, the ballpoint pen. Tired of quills, tired of leaky ink. I can't do this.
Tord has to sell ballpoint pens.
How do you perform calligraphy with this? This doesn't make any sense.
Look, it doesn't have to make sense. We just have to read it, or we don't get a paycheck.
Wait, we're getting paid?
Very slowly.
Oh, nice. LSD came about in 1938.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll give you 3 guesses who made it.
Fucking Wilhelm. This shows up, guys. I have a new invention.
Well,
Oh,
I mean, he
no.
just straight up just give us amphetamines. And so, hey, amphetamines were invented by the Germans, so I figure it's on brand, so... Oh.
Let me double check the pay grade here. Yeah, okay, that is correct. I was right. Alright.
This week brought to you by Monotonous Talk, because only 3 people showed up so far. So,
We got 2 more showing up. They'll be here in a bit.
Damn evening workers.
Something
I'm off
like
at
that.
5. I shouldn't
Right.
say I'm off at 5. I got home at like 7. That's a damn lie.
Alrighty. Well, with a nice bit of a recap here, Wondrous Company, having ventured south on a emergency mission that brought up some pressing priority, tracking down the Schwabenland 2 and how it had gone missing in U-boat infested waters around the Falklands and
Hello,
the
my name is Wilhelm Schwartz.
There
there
you
it
go.
is, and the channel of
Perfect
the Antarctic. Perfect timing. Having ventured down and taken a nice boat ride, encountered some torpedoes, investigated and discovered the listening post, made your way along, and tracked down and found the Schwabenland, including all of its information and crew. Upon your way back, realizing you needed long-range comms and improvising in the field, you guys managed to raid the U-boat for its important information and what had been recovered from the Schwabenland prior to your guys' arrival. Unfortunately, unable to save any of the U-boat crew or properly...
That's not true. We saved one guy.
You did save one. Properly
His body.
Address and
He was
figure
just
it out.
shit-faced.
You guys did manage to bring back one crewman who was properly interrogated and brought in very nicely to be taken care of and debriefed himself. Remaining at the Falklands to follow shortly behind you guys to make his way to other avenues of hiding and secrecy and probably assisting him to disappear somewhere in Cincinnati very comfortably for his information. Returning from the Falklands, having dropped off your information and had a couple days to relax a bit, you guys opted to purchase a sheep, have a big old grill out with some of the troops and some of the sailors that you were with, and largely kind of reap some of the rewards and relaxation of what you had gone through. Taking a nice long flight back, it gave you guys plenty of idle time before arriving back in England and setting down on your airbase. More so the flight strip in the middle of Greenwich, and exiting out to a very familiar sight. Crewmen, officers, handfuls of scientists walking about. Every time you guys come back, there seems to be little trace amounts of more and more activity, organization, as the OSS's more magically inclined field division and various support companies for Wondrous Company are getting their feet under them more and more. To which you can see quite a bit of that organization in the various halls and areas have just only gotten better as time has gone on. But with it being a later evening, all of you were promptly sent directly to your barracks.
Yeah.
Perfect.
What was that?
Do not forget to talk to the armorer, Thorin.
About what?
About what we discussed.
It's been a long day or two, 3.
You get the notion that a lot of the things are shut down being later evening. A lot of the posts have been unmanned. So it'd probably be best saved for the morning. You see a lot of the lights starting to go out and some of the light discipline getting turned on.
Okay.
And you guys get the notion, a good long rest and sleep will be good. And then in the morning, reconvening, conducting any mail call that there would be, and then after some food, attending your full debriefing is probably in store. So for now, as you guys all head off to your rooms to get some much needed sleep and stretching out that you couldn't quite do on the plane ride, everybody's able to get
especially.
Everyone's able to get a full rest, fully replenish anything that hasn't been replenished, and any additional aids or things that you may have left behind you now have within your gear once again. Able to drop off other appropriate gear that you've acquired since then at the kind of armory drop-off, various information and paperwork being handled for you by orderlies as they slowly unload the plane and some of the other gear from it. While you guys are sleeping, I would like Torin to give me a charisma save to start off the session.
Okay.
I'm having a nightmare.
I'm finally off that damn plane. I I could have laid down in my own bed.
18.
Hey. So
Ooh,
as
very
everybody
nice.
is able to get fully comfortable, plop out in your beds, whether you have custom ordered silk sheets or you have a more Russian make blanket, or if you have essentially a very large snake friendly beanbag of a mattress, or if you
Damn
got
straight.
a more kind of
Cotton line.
Greco style suspended bed. Whatever it
I
is that
can't say that. We're being recorded.
whatever you guys are more comfortable with, you're able to fully relax and rest. And
Nice climbing the Nikos.
while you guys are sleeping and snoozing away, you are very much taken by the comfort and warmth of a nice bed once again, Torn. That you don't really notice or feel. You're able to just kind of brush off the little bit of tingle that you're kind of feeling crawl on the back of your neck. And
His Torrent sense is tingling.
oh god. As you're sleeping there, you kind of feel a little bit of a scratch. If you did have hair on your head, you'd feel like, oh, the follicles are kind of shifting. I'd want to scratch it, but you end up
Torrent's bald?
being able to. You end up being able
a
to kind
lizard.
of ignore it and continue sleeping through the night. A few hours later, as the sun is slowly, just barely starting to rise up, Thorn, whatever dream you were having, I don't know, what would your dream be? Would this be a dreamless, heavy sleep, or would your mind be active in some way, shape, or form?
It would probably be nightmares about blowing up like egg guys.
Alright. It's a sort of third person kind of watching yourself over the shoulder sort of dream, where you're watching yourself move about, slide down the snowbank.
Oh no, you're playing
and
a Ubisoft game.
remember some of the moments of the various firefights and moving through the ship.
Seeing Wilhelm blow a dude up in his face and fucking cover him in blood.
Bombs exploding a dude. It's kind of a replay, but it's that slight blurred memory where it's a little bit different in ways because you're seeing it in your mind from a slightly different angle than you actually did. And as you're running along, you're kind of doing a bit of a battle buddy movement with Nikos as you start dashing across the little flat of ice towards the harder packed snow in that final advance. And Nico slips, and you see him fall back as the edge of his spear embeds into the ice and causes a large crack that opens up as the ice falls in about manhole size in front of you. Before you can really slow or stop to it, you find yourself sliding in and falling, hitting your back and knocking the back of your head on the edge of the ice as you drop into this hole. You wake
My
up
bad.
a little bit later. Your eyes are kind of blurry. You can't see too much. There's like a weird kind of fractal blue glow to this room that you're in. Kind of like a potato-shaped cavern in the ice. You can see a little bit of light coming down the thick ice tunnel that you fell down directly above you. And you hear a little bit of a kind of like a kind of squelching, meaty sort of sound on the opposite side. I need you to give me a perception check.
That was a very well timed.
Fuck this.
Sounds kind of like I got a notification right as soon as you said that. I was like, huh, that's a weird noise to make. That's take
24.
As you're sitting there feeling very cold, the chill of the ice that you're sitting on is starting to set in, having fallen down this very almost anthole style chasm in this solid chunk of ice or glacial buildup. And you kind of look behind you and you can see your reflection, at least somewhat obscured in the ice behind you. And, God, at 24, perfect. You kind of look and you're like, is there a sort of aura on my head? Is there a And you kind of put your hands to either side of your head, trying to touch whatever it is in the reflection. And you realize you can't really touch it. And you have to rotate your head just a little bit. And you almost do that kind of thing where you spin in place twice, trying to look over your shoulder, as something is just outside of your view, staying behind your head at all times, almost like a halo. With that 24, you manage to get enough of a glimpse of it. It is, once again, that very dull gray sort of band. Kind of like a hollowed out ring, just kind of hovering there behind your head. Sort of ethereal, sort of see-through, but you can kind of see it in your peripheral as you keep trying to look over your shoulders, realizing that it is just locked in and staying just barely out of your view. And your attention is once again drawn to the other side, as you hear that kind of more of a meaty rip sound. As you look over, give me a insight, or not insight, investigation.
This is a bad dream, dude. Good
Or
lord.
is it a dream?
21. Looking over, your eyes give that little bit of a roundish glow around the edge of them as your pupils go razor thin and your darker vision starts to kick in a bit. And you can make out what looks like a slight mound. Looks kind of like of coats, maybe of gear. And with that 21, you're able to figure out it's a very chilled and iced over greatcoat of a Russian Cossack. And you can also see a greatcoat of what looks like kind of a bluish Prussian artilleryman's jacket. There's what's left of some, seems like, mass underneath these coats where whatever was in them has been rifled through and pulled apart. And you can start seeing around just a little bit of an edge of this kind of potato-shaped hole that you're in. It's about 20-25 feet across. You see kind of a hunched over form. Very thin, very spindly, almost kind of golem-like.
You fucker.
And kind of looking over, you hear a sort of ripping sound of more flesh as you can see this form is kind of hunched over and seems to be gnawing on some sort of meat, maybe flesh, something meaty of a very similar texture to when you were on the ship. And it's kind of gnawing at it for a moment, and you feel it pause. Kind of looks over slowly in your direction before snapping its head the rest of the direction. And you get the notion, past the very sharp teeth, the sort of ragged look, the cracked glasses, the slightly withered and malnourished horns on the back of this kobold's head. It's not looking like it's in great shape. I need you to roll me insight. The first couple words that kind of creep out of this kobold's mouth sounds like it's coming out of your mouth. I'm sorry. However, the next words he says, you are able to kind of look past it, and for some reason you hear a more educated sort of kind of regal voice, almost pompous. Sounds a bit more similar perhaps to Craven's with the discussion you had with him. And it goes from Torrin's voice saying, I'm sorry, to kind of warbling a little bit. I've been so hungry. I didn't have any other choice. They wanted me to do this. As you're able to focus on a little bit more, you realize that is the remainder of Wondrous Company having fallen down into this hole with you. And you get the full sight that this kobold has had to resort to keeping himself alive while trapped down here. As that ring kind of closes in a little bit closer on you, and you can feel a array of imagery and pictures, documents that you had looked at, faces and rank, overall information that you had gleaned during that operation is starting to buzz across your vision very rapidly, as if being reviewed through your own eyes. Anything you would like to do?
What do I got? Oh my god.
Make me a charisma save.
I don't know about you, but he sounds like one of my type of people.
I can't. I don't like this.
I'm in your dream too. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you sort of did. You try to cut the connection, and you're trying to break off this, what seems to be kind of plunge into your memory, while also supplanting something of its own, and you can't fully break it. The pictures you had looked at, the information that you had gathered, is still brushing across your vision as you're watching this kobold continue to try to rip at and eat what he can to keep himself alive in this little ice sort of prison that they have all fallen into. You're starting to recount the imagery of the aerial photography of the coastline. You're starting to remember some of the paperwork that you grabbed out of the U-boat. You're starting to recall the faces of various crew. It seems something is purposefully jogging your memory.
He's gonna keep punch the fake ice walls, them dream ice walls. Start punching shit.
Make me a charisma save with advantage.
60.
You turn and you punch the ice wall, and you have the intent to hit it as it causes a nice crack up it. You feel one of your nails go kind of limp, and one of your knuckles just gives way as you wake up with a sharp jolt and sort of a yelp, having absolutely just cold cocked the wall beside your bed and possibly broken a knuckle. But you can feel the memory is no longer going across your vision. The presence that was next to you is no longer there. In fact, most everything is overridden and now focused on potentially broken knuckle and slight dent in the wall as you fully wake up.
So does he not remember this happening?
Oh, you remember every bit of it.
Oh, okay. So Kobold immediately wakes up by punching the wall, and then it's just.
Whose wall does he punch?
I have a feeling it'd be Peter's.
You want me to roll a perception check?
Yes.
Apparently I have disadvantage turned on.
Oops, might want to turn that off. It's
You want
not
me to roll or
hard.
take the 14?
14's plenty enough. It's not hard to hear Kobold scrambling in the next room and a loud just thump on the wall.
Torin? Are you okay?
Yeah. Yeah. Stub my toe.
It very high up for a toe.
Shut up!
After a few minutes pass, I'm gonna knock on his door.
The sun's starting to rise up. Everybody's slowly starting to wake up across the compound in various areas. You got sun
him a
kind of
little-
creeping through some of the windows, and you're able to make your way down the hall one doorway to his door. Give a nice knock.
Forget did the knocking noise on the Discord soundboard.
Yeah. It's gonna
Damn you, surround sound.
take about 6 seconds to get an answer, but you'll get like a very quiet, just come in.
Yeah, I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna close the door behind me. I don't know. How does Torin look after that?
So he's sitting back against the wall, holding one fucking obviously very not happy hand, just fucking Vietnam stare at the other wall.
How bad is the hand?
Knuckles starting to go kind of purple.
Do you mind if I take a look at that?
No, I think I should keep it for now.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure about anything.
Did you have a bad dream?
One could say that in the grand scheme of bad dreams, I perhaps had one of the worst.
I'm assuming there's like a chair in his room.
He's probably
So
got
I'm
a
gonna-
desk with a little chair at it. Yeah.
Gonna have to brush like 6 hats off it, but
Pick him up, put him on the desk, and just kind of sit there for a few minutes.
Here, keep the RP going. I'll be away for a second.
The repeat.
Can he even fit in his chair?
it's
think
a
you
regular
could.
sized chair.
Yeah, it's a regular chair. Ish.
Look, he's not that small. Come on now.
It's not the fucking little text kindergarten plastic eggshell seat.
It's the green
Come on,
frog
that-
chair.
That would be really funny if all the furniture in Torrance room was like
Play
the
school
2/3
plastic
scale
chair.
everywhere else. No, like all the furniture, like even the lights were like 2/3 scale.
I imagine he's maybe got like
scale light bulbs.
a box or a cushion like on the seat to give him that little extra rise up to the desk, but it's a regular chair.
He's got a bar stool instead of a regular chair.
Regular chairs off to the side serving as a hat rack. But yeah, you're able to take a seat, kind of look over towards him. He's still, I'm assuming, holding his position on the bed.
Yeah, he ain't moving.
If he doesn't say anything for a while, I'm gonna ask him. Was it about the fighting?
No, I don't really want to say what it was about. It is, knowing my own head, it's probably a look into my own inner demons, which I am quickly coming to learn exist. And, I may be becoming a monster.
What makes you say that?
I don't know. It just, something doesn't feel right. Something's wrong.
How do you mean?
If I knew, I'd say it. I've been killing a lot of people lately. And that's something I never planned to do. This is something, I came here to read books. I came here to point at stuff and say smart things and read books. I was not informed of what would be happening here. It's just a lot to deal with.
Are we back in England? Just wondering.
Yes,
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
back in the barracks. Peter, if you'd give me a perception check with disadvantage.
Just told me to take off disadvantage.
It's a
How could you
toggle
do this to me?
switch.
Damn nice.
As you're looking at him, mostly focusing on his health and his hand, obviously, but watching his expression, you kind of see a little bit of that gleam where it almost looks like there was a, I guess to give a good visual, it as if he was like a PNG that was pasted there to sit against it. It was blended very well, except for around his horns and the top of his head seems just a little bit out of focus, for lack of a better description.
That's weird.
Can I roll Arcana on that?
You can.
Nice.
There is some form of scrying or viewing, or you get this sort of slight distorted, like out of focus effect. The more severe a kind of a mental connection or spell is. Usually you'll see this when you have more of a magical prowess over, say, things that are being controlled or being given orders. Whenever you're casting the message spell, for that instantaneous moment, you kind of have this visual back and forth between the two people conducting that conversation. There's essentially a third party keeping tabs either on or within Torn. If you want to roll history for me.
Nope.
You feel like you might have seen this before. You don't know if it's the same as when you guys were investigating the Wendigo sword or not.
How does this keep happening to me?
But you can definitely tell there's a third party using their magic to converse or maintain a sort of look on Torn.
Gesundheit.
Torin, in your nightmare, did you see everything that we have done these past 2 weeks?
That's a very oddly specific question. Yes. The pieces, bits and pieces, a slideshow, but yes.
Was it... This is going to seem very, how you say, crass to ask, but was it only the people you killed? Or was it other things?
It was other things.
He's like climbing up now, you know, like fucking knees drawing towards his chest. He does
I'm gonna
not
cast
wanna
Remove
answer.
Curse on him and see what happens.
Kind of reach your hand out, and as you cast this, Torn, for a moment, you feel a little bit of a tinge kind of towards the top of your horns and the back of your head. Almost like somebody's pulling like someone's pulling a beanie off your head, sort of feeling or sensation. Just kind of, yoink. And that sort of, that
Can I
sort of out of
retroactively?
focus.
Can I retroactively apply something to that as I do it?
Like another spell, or?
No. As I cast it, I want to look Torin in the eyes, and I want to say in Russian, "I know you're watching."
Okay. As you cast that while looking at him and saying that, Torn, yeah, you can literally see his horns kind of grow that tiny bit back into, like, focus that they should have. And Torn, you feel that sensation of the beanie kind of being pulled off your head by, like, the tip of it, as he seems to mutter something in Russian to you.
Oh, thank you.
I think somebody was reading your mind.
Well, that's not great.
I knew it.
Sucker!
Hachu being a peeping Tom with his, like, entire side of his body pressed against the wall listening.
You got a fucking head to the wall.
What are they talking about?
he's got the cup that he had drinking water in for the night up against the wall.
Ooh, they're having a deep emotional moment in there.
I think whatever you dreamt last night may not have been entirely of your own accord.
Could somebody reading my mind also implant thoughts? Because it would be really reassuring to know that those thoughts I had weren't my own.
It would not surprise me. But I would also expect it is easier to manipulate probably fears you have,
Yeah.
rather than desires.
So what was that? What was this spell thing and the assertive eye contact about?
When you awoke, I do not think it ended, and perhaps somebody was watching what you are seeing. I wanted them to know that I knew.
No. Thank you.
I have no idea if that worked though.
I mean, I saw the thing withdraw.
Or under the impression that it worked.
Yes.
Cool.
I don't know, can I roll Arcana to see?
Sure. Although if you have the detect magic spell, that might be even better.
I do not have Detect Magic, and I rolled like shit. So
So-
let's go see Hachu.
Going a little bit off your intuition and understanding of some of these magics, although most of yours more so limited to healing and blessing and divination.
Oh, it is very limited to healing and blessing.
Yeah.
And creating water and food.
The bit of magic understanding that you do have, you got the notion that it's gone again, that you were able to take it out like before.
Still, I think we should go ask Hachu. I think he probably knows more about this kind of thing than me.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'm not fond of serving as a non-consensual spy.
Very few people are, I am sure.
And then after we see Hachu, we have to go get breakfast.
Still, it is only sunrise now. I figure we have a few hours until they even start.
That is not what I wanted to hear right now.
So we're gonna go over to Hachu
Alright.
and
You guys are able to get dressed into your casual attire and make a nice little knock on Hachu's door, who's probably still nice and asleep.
Oh my god, I know what he's about to
No,
do.
Torin's just gonna barge in.
Your door
oh,
comes
no, barging yet.
Peter's gonna knock and then Torin's just gonna barge in like under him.
just Knock, 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 knock,
Hey,
knock.
I get the first two on the door, and then the door swings open.
Just swings open, doorknob hits the wall with like a decent amount of clunk. And you just got the two of them standing in the doorway looking at Hachu just coiled up around like a big old, like, donut.
A heater. He's got a heater in there.
He's got a heater in the middle of them.
Hachi, Peter thinks there's someone spying on me, and I need you to check.
Oh, okay. That's a. I mean, I know I was listening on y'all, but okay, I don't.
He did have as we knock on the door. The door opens. He's still got his ear to the cup on the wall.
Oh my god.
Lauren is going to ball one hand into a fist.
He's doing the Arthur meme. He's doing the Arthur meme.
That's the next piece of Torin artwork you need to get.
Oh my god.
I don't want information. I want money. Money.
And he gets the. He just goes like Dingleberg thing in Fairy Operation. Ah, shoot!
Dinglebird.
This is where I'd put all my priceless relics, if I could keep any.
If I could keep any. Dingleberg!
Jesus Christ.
Now come on down to Dale's Dimmadome.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I do believe someone was using some kind of, how you say, seeing spell to look into Torin's memories and perhaps more.
Just look at my head real quick.
He's gonna walk up and grab one of Hachi's hands and just slap it onto his forehead.
I don't have a prompt for it to demonstrate. Dang it. It's got mold on it. I can't. It's not gonna work. I didn't clean that.
God
Don't
damn,
worry about
dude. You need to clean
It's-
your fucking desk.
It's that damn German helmet over there. It's
Oh, yeah.
it's fucking crap on it.
How'd you even... Never
Because
mind.
it's been in a freaking like closet for the last like 4 years, and I haven't touched it. It gets humid in Louisiana, man. I'm supposed to tell you.
But yeah, if you have detect magic, or if you want to just try to go for a raw Arcana spell or Arcana use, up to you, Hachu.
I do not have the detect magic spell, so
All right, roll me Arcana then.
I will roll that Arcana once I pull up the correct tab. Lord of mercy, I need a second monitor.
Actually, anyone in our party might have detect magic except Torin.
Only half of you are magic, and of the half of you that are magic, it's all like
No, I
combat
can't.
support. Ooh, 10. Okay. You kind of grab his hand and put it on your forehead, and after a moment, kind of curls his fingers around your little mango head for a moment to focus on it. As far as your
Oh, I get like a esports player on a mouse.
as far as your flitting of your tongue goes and your eyes, how you got those kind of like two layers of eyelid, how the first layer will kind of peel over a little bit, and you're kind of trying to look and taste and feel any magic floating around. You don't see much of anything. You can feel magic, but you don't know if it's from him, if it's just yours, if it's just latent magic, if it's maybe coming from Peter. There's magic, but you don't really know specific. It could just be like magic being within the vicinity of you, so almost the same amount that you normally have when you try to do this anyway. So there's magic, but you're not really detecting anything in specific.
Well, I know this isn't going to be very helpful to you because I'm pretty sure you already understand this. But there was definitely a presence of magic there. I can't exactly ascertain its direction or what it is exactly.
You can take your hand off my face now.
I don't know. You're the one that grabbed it, so like I feel like we just stay here for a second. It'll be fine.
Awkward second one passes.
All right, now we're good.
Just giant snake mitt over his head. Just.
he sees the strangest game of what you call chicken I have ever seen.
Can I roll Arcana on myself?
Do you have any magical ability or use or prowess?
Not necessarily just a bookish understanding of Arcana.
Roll me Arcana, but with disadvantage then.
So what does Encyclopedia have to say about kobolds and magic?
16.
Whew,
That's what they got to say on it.
You're kind of going back to older knowledge that you've dug up and that you've found, and as most people being on top of things, especially findings about kobolds and their origins and whatnot, you do know most kobolds have a easy affinity for magic. They're one of the easier to tap into magic lesser creatures out there, most likely from their direct descendancy of dragons, being a very draconic ancestry. They're easily able to tap into magic. However, not really having any first-hand experience or actual application of it yourself, you know there's a lot of magical kobolds out there. You know there's a chance that there's some latent magic ability in you, should it be trained or worked upon, but you can't necessarily look at any side effects that you've had. However, you can draw back to having seen that sort of black and gray ring behind your head again in your vision that does kind of come to the forefront, like you saw it before twice. It seems you saw it for a third time. And yeah, kind of going off what Peter told you a little earlier, someone was using magic on you.
He's just gonna turn around and barge back out of the room.
But I kind of give a shrug to Hachu and then follow him out, closing the door behind us.
All right. Come again for our next session, Monday through Friday.
What day of the week is it today? I'm curious.
Probably a Monday. Hachu wanting to be a tarot card reader, has the whole setup and everything, never gets to use it because nobody goes to his room.
Why would you? I mean, it's a creepy snake man, and he doesn't talk much unless it's to like the closest people around him.
It's part of the appeal. Go to the weird snake man on the 3rd floor. He'll read your fortune.
You think he's gonna speak to him in like some kind of like Romanian or like gypsy voice, but he's like, "Well, you lay your cards out like this, and you see."
Kind of takes you out of it when you hear the voice, and then you look to the side, you realize he's just hung up black sheets, and like the ceiling fan is still on. You can see the little laser light projector in the corner, and you're like, "Oh, this is."
But like, what were you expecting? We're in a dorm room from some fancy dancy college.
The half-deployed smoke grenade in the corner that's like letting out a little bit of phosphorus smoke. The duct tape around the corner of the windows to seal out the light.
Look, I can't I gotta do it with what I gotta here, alright?
His tail waggling a piece of tin
get...
foil off to the side for atmosphere.
Look.
You guys should open a circus, though.
Well,
that would be a frolicking success.
Look, the quartermaster wouldn't sign off on proper drapery. So I gotta do with what I have, alright?
Does it have Louisiana tassels?
Hachu, I'm just gonna like.
It's even in LSU colors.
The funny thing is, I hate LSU. So.
I'm gonna put some tinfoil around your tail and put little rattles in it, just turn you into a rattlesnake.
Oh no.
You're gonna wake up one day with a maraca glued to the tip of his tail.
If you're ever in the U.S., that could work.
Hey, Holmes, I'm Mexican steak.
Hey, Holmes.
It's Modelo time.
Oh, put a giant
Hey,
poncho
Chris.
on him and a sombrero. Tape some maracas to his tail. You'll blend into the Coyote Confederation perfect. There it is. We'll pan on over as you. Oh, what's it?
I was just gonna say, can I add just like really quick synopsis of what went down last week?
Yeah. So, essentially, Wondrous Company, you guys, after investigating the Schwabenland, then made your way over back towards the plain to assumedly depart or continue searching for any other presence in the area. You guys came upon a, sort of like a dust devil for the snow, a winter spirit, a Antarctic, snow sprite of sorts. Commonly referred to as a Ningen, which is basically humanoid, because they look kind of humanoid. A evil snow sprite, a snow devil, was attacking a German patrol.
Yeah, I was there for that.
You guys completely dispatched it and recovered one of the crewmen who let you know where the U-boat was.
Yep.
You guys then decided to drop him off, go to the plane, and fly towards the direction where you spotted the U-boat in the lake. A frozen lake very deep inland. Assumedly it had gone under the continent and rose its way up, where it got isolated in the ice there. Missed a bunch of snow drifts, and it couldn't descend back down. Assumedly that's where they disembarked to send the patrols out to try to look for the Schwabenland. You guys landed, approached it, and moved to engage, realizing everything was dead. You went inside to investigate and found quite the hellscape. Something had gone down inside really bad-like. You guys fought a monster that emerged from it. You realize this monster was quite literally had a power over fear and projecting fear and causing terror. Dispatching and killing it, you guys came to realize it was a Schnellergeist, or a Snallygaster. A old medieval and pre-medieval Germanic kind of monster of the woods that, even with a lot of magic having resurfaced, none of these had ever been seen before, and they figured, oh, this is just one of those ones that are on paper that didn't actually exist. Not like some of these other creatures and monsters, but coming across that and realizing that it was in fact real, after killing it, you went back into the U-boat, recovered the remaining information that had been stolen or re-recovered from the Schwabenland by the U-boat crew. Combining all that information together, you guys then opted to sink the U-boat with a very properly placed pistol shot from Leroy, of all people, which detonated the U-boat, sank it beneath the ice, and destroyed all evidence of it altogether, including what you guys suspect to have been an egg that the Schnellergeist had laid. Unable to penetrate it, damage it, you even decided to shoot it with the deck gun of the U-boat, which did no effect to it whatsoever. So, Torn opted to basketball throw it into the U-boat before you sank it. Hopefully, destroying it and removing any evidence of this creature's existence. Taking all the information, hopping back on the plane, flying your way back to the ship, mounting back up, floating back to the Falklands, having recovered the radio off the U-boat, you were able to alert them where they met you halfway, and were able to escort you back in. You guys had a couple days of relaxation and just kind of chilling about on the Falklands naval base there, where you had purchased a sheep and had a big ol' spit cookout and hung out with some of the troops and the sailors. You guys got some beachside relaxation on the nice Falkland beaches before you floated your way back up. And this is now the first morning, having arrived back in England. You guys arrived late evening the day prior and went straight to bed. So now it is early morning around sunrise time. You guys understand, obviously, the debriefing will be in a little while. But until then, everybody's just kind of waking up. We got Hachu, Peter, and Torn kind of having their discussion, and Torn waking up from his dream. And we'll pan on over, actually, to the rooms on the opposite side of the hall. Nikos. What kind of sleeper is Nikos?
Probably decent, not, like, super heavy, but not like a light sleeper.
Yeah,
He sleeps like a wall. What do you say?
you'd hear a short bit of the kobold yelling a little bit catty corner from you down the hall, and it might stir you a little bit. And you hear a little bit of knocking.
Probably look at the clock, and then
it's like 5:30 in the morning.
probably fine. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah,
If they need me, they'll get me.
yeah. You'll head back to bed for a couple hours, pass back out nice and heavy like. Wilhelm, did you happen to get sleep that night, or what would you have been up to?
You said we got back really late.
Yeah, you guys got back pretty late.
I think that considering like the fear effects that we got from the Schnelligeist, regardless of how many days it's been, I still would want to come back and sleep in a legit bed. And usually I'm not a heavy sleeper, but considering like this journey and how far away it was and all this stuff and like all the mental strain that we essentially went through, to be back in a warmish place with a nice warm bed, I probably passed out.
Okay. Sleeping like just a log throughout.
Sleeping like I'm not in a war.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. You might stir just a little bit hearing some of the chatter or movement in the hall, but you'll be able to pretty well sleep through it as they're having their discussion, they're talking a bit. Eventually, everyone's able to wake up, start getting their gear on, and the two of you, almost at the same time, the little sort of in-wall ring bell chime system, like cable pulley system. The others on the other side of the hall already being awake. You two and Leroy still sleeping nicely. The sun's now coming through the edge of the drapes into the room. You get that nice little ding, 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 ding of that little come hither bell chiming on the wall as it's pulled on by the cable to kind of wake everybody up around 7 in the morning.
Fine.
Reveille, 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 reveille.
I know, right?
Enough civilian personnel here that there's no reveille or bugle, thank you, fully.
No sergeant kicking in our doors screaming at us about something. Don't know what. Just something.
Are
Yeah.
you awake?
Yeah. Somewhat.
You want to get breakfast?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll open my eyes then.
Uh,
By the way, I said when I was saying that IRL, I had my eyes closed.
The two of you are able to get into your casual attire, kind of like everybody else, just kind of your underdress and undershirts or regular work shirts, suspenders.
I'm pretty much wearing just like my normal stuff.
Yeah. Just your
Without
more
my
casual
jacket.
base attire. Hachu's just
Kobold is wearing
rolling all
that
natural.
collared shirt, except it's buttoned up wrong.
Oh, the buttons are slightly catty corner.
Yeah, it's got the buttons off.
Oh.
I'm gonna kind of elbow you and point it out to you.
No, I was gonna say, do I see it?
You'd probably notice it after a moment as you guys kind of convene in the hallway, start walking your way down.
He's gonna go to fix it and then wince and realize his hand is still broken.
All right,
tired too, huh?
I'm gonna heal that for you.
As you guys are walking,
I'm assuming I
Torrin
don't need to
wincing.
actually cast the spell to do it.
You can heal it with magic. You should have a magic pool, or you could just use one of your spells.
Be a magic pool.
I believe. Actually, no. We just gave you straight up cleric healing, so yeah, you'd have to use a spell slot.
Yeah. Well,
So, which kind of
You're gonna
healing
need
you
that
doing?
for combat later today.
you know what? You know what? We're close enough. I can actually cast Cure Wounds for the first time this campaign.
Hey, do it!
Let's go.
We're breaking ground.
Yeah, we're not under
There you
gunfire,
go.
being cursed by some evil unseen spirit.
Problem is,
Yeah.
it's
You
a
know, we're
touch
not getting
healing
blown
spell.
up.
Problem is, it's a touch healing spell, and like I'm never close enough to you guys to heal you with touch spells.
You need to be
Yeah,
a
watch
better
it now. You're a
combat
priest.
mag.
You gotta watch out for your.
Yeah, I'm weird. I run into combat as if I'm a frontline fighter, but use a friggin' cannon.
Artillerist, yeah.
See, the problem is that
Oh, okay, thanks.
the only the only level 1 healing spell I could take was Healing Word. Everything else was on touch.
Yep. So yeah, he just kind of puts a big old Russian mitt of a hand over your little bald fists, and you just hear that little bit of
I grab it, squeeze it. You hear your hand crunch, and then it's back together.
Yeah.
there's that slight,
Oh. Ow.
slight crunch in the knuckles better.
His
That
freaking
was
hands are glow
terrifying.
sticks.
For a second.
He's got glow sticks for hands. You gotta crack them to make them work.
So how did you all
as you
sleep?
pass through the shade, your whole hand's glowing green for a little bit, and you're just what the?
A little bit of blessed healing magic. But, yeah, you guys are able to walk your way down the hall, start making your way through some of the corridors.
You guys all sleep well?
Man, y'all are really loud sleepers, especially the short orange one.
No comment.
Also, watch for evil spirits, everybody. Current president's not included.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. You'll
Okay,
have
I'll
your
see
weird
if anyone
dreams.
else was affected with an Arcana roll, if I can.
Roll me Arcana.
And 4.
I feel like I should worry about evil spirits.
Well, in your case, you probably could just punch the evil spirit into submission, so I don't think it'll be a problem for you.
Hey,
Wait,
Hachu.
have a picture of friggin' just
Hey,
Oh, I
Hachu.
almost rolled a nat one on that
really
one.
punching an
Hachu,
evil
look.
Yeah,
Look, Hachu.
yeah.
Your shoe's untied.
I don't have shoes. I don't fall for that one.
That's the joke.
I just stare at him.
As you guys are making your way down the hallway, Peter, you're kind of looking over your shoulder over the rest of them. You're probably more towards the far side of the group. As you look over them, you're trying to kind of tap into that magic you did before. Roll me a perception roll at disadvantage, please.
Sorry, hit the wrong button.
Oh god, Scorching Ray when he sneezes.
No, I'm trying to make a note that my Scorching Ray, like a couple of my spells are always prepared.
Yeah. Ooh.
I'm just gonna put like an AP after them so I know.
You kind of look over everybody, trying to kind of use that same magic that you were able to notice before. You kind of have to squint for a moment, because the top of Nikos' head is always kind of out of focus, considering it's very ethereal, flowing kind of water and magic. So it's kind of hard to look at it and tell if it's supposed to be like that or if it's always been like that, and you pretty well decide it's always been like that. We look over the others, easy to tell if it's on Hachu, easy to tell if it's on Torn, they're good to go. However, you do kind of peek over, and on the back of the very blonde Prussian prim and proper head on Wilhelm, you kind of get the notion that you're seeing a little bit of that blur, but you can't quite tell as you guys are walking.
Did either of you guys have dreams about our past expeditions?
No, not particularly. Why?
I don't remember my dreams really. I generally try not to because they're not generally good.
Nah, join the club.
But last night I slept well. No dreams.
I'm gonna kind of bring the party to a little bit of a halt and say, not to get a little too personal, Torin, but last night somebody was using seeing magic to see inside Torin's mind, I believe.
Come on, man. I'm trying to get to breakfast here.
And I'm worried it may have impacted the rest of us somehow. What do you think, Hachu? You are more attuned to magics than I am.
Well, I made a 17 on the roll, so what do I see from everybody else?
Roll me perception at disadvantage, Hachu.
Okay.
Now that everybody's still and you are kind of looking down on everybody's head from your stature.
Oh.
You're not really sure what to look for. You're not even really sure what it was he saw and was looking for, but you kind of look over everyone and try to like look at yourself in a reflection for a moment. Look at Peter, look over the others. You don't really see or glean anything that looks like it would be out of the ordinary or some sort of effect. You are a little distracted by Nikos' hair, but
Your shoes untied.
Oh?
No,
Just out of an abundance of
Just
caution,
stare.
I think.
I just stare at him again.
Just out of an abundance of caution, I think at this point I'm gonna cast Remove Curse on the two of them as well. And that'll burn
which
up
two?
the Nikos and Wilhelm.
Ooh. Wilhelm, I need a charisma save.
Okay, sorry. Let me get back to main page. Charisma save.
Charisma save.
Yay, one of my favorites. Oh, actually, it wasn't bad.
You see him raise his hand up and kind of focus on you guys. You see him put a spell in either of his hands and kind of cast it outwards as a little bit of that green energy goes over both you and Nikos. And you get this sensation of like a wool beanie being pulled off your head. Your hair doesn't move, nothing reacts, but it's that feeling of like somebody pinching the tip of a beanie and just pulling it off the back of your head. And you are able to kind of get that feeling and sensation for a moment, but you're not sure what it was.
Yeah,
Do
that-
I see it
very
getting
weird.
removed like I saw it getting removed on Torin?
You do not.
Well, I didn't feel anything, so I think I'm clean.
I felt something weird.
Lauren, what did it feel like when I casted it on you?
Felt like some jackass was yanking a beanie off my head.
What is this beanie?
Duke, sorry.
Duke?
Duke.
I think it is some kind of hat that the hip young kids in Boston wear.
Oh god, now I'm just picturing hipster Torin.
Hipster Torn with the beanbag style beanie.
Oh god. It reminds me of that picture I have.
Playing hacky
Does
sack.
it go over his horns or through it, or do his
His
horns
horns
go
stick
through it?
out through the sides of it to be all niche.
Oh, that's so edgy.
No, the beanie has fake horns that are like made out of the beanie stuff on it.
Oh my god.
Okay, let's go back to the roleplay.
Yeah, the beanie. It felt like a hat being taken off my head. Is that normal?
I think that means that somebody was spying on you too.
Why didn't he get night terrors?
Perhaps you are just more sensitive to such things.
Yeah,
Or
perhaps
perhaps they
I want
didn't
breakfast.
get a chance to actually, you know, invade my mind fully yet. I don't know.
Perhaps that is it. Perhaps it is. Perhaps, since you are in the trenches, you are used to sleeping with very annoying things and terrible things going on. So a little night terror does not impact you so much.
I can see that.
With this in mind, we should probably consider all of our past exploits as completely exposed. We will have to bring it up during our debrief. Until then, I would like to go get some food that has hopefully not been in a can.
That sounds lovely.
I mean, it is kind of still ration season, isn't it?
No, that hasn't happened yet.
Oh, that's right.
Bacon boiled in lard.
Well, technically,
Some
isn't
of-
it Great Depression?
Some of those blins you Anglos make, the thick ones, I think they're called flipjacks. That would be good with some syrup. Or the ones that have the little pockets in them to hold the syrup.
What's the syrup that comes
could go
from
for some scones.
America, Torin? What's the syrup that comes from America called?
Syrup.
No, but there's a certain kind.
Comes from the tree.
Yes, it comes from a tree.
Maple.
Yes, maple.
There's,
I want maple.
there's syrup that isn't maple.
There's syrup that isn't maple?
You can make syrup out of many things.
Why?
When I was young, my babushka made it out of radishes once. It was not very good, but she wanted to see if she could do it.
Okay, I don't know if I'm still gonna be hungry after this, so let's just go now.
The borscht turned to jello.
Stop. Yes.
It's
Rabbit, shut up,
separated.
please.
We accidentally invented jello in Soviet Russia. You see, when the borscht separated into 3 different fats, we realized one was still flavored and it became jello. Oh god. Yeah, you guys make your way on out and cross over the courtyard along the path. You see some of the others waking up, some of the crewmen starting to go to their stations or replace the overnight crew. Some of the scientists are waking up and starting to make their way to their posts from their various barracks rooms and whatnot. It's like living on a militarized college campus. It's kind of odd, but kind of cool in a weird mixed way of seeing military alongside like education and scientists and whatnot. You guys make your way over to the Great
I've
Hall.
been to the Naval War College. I know exactly. I've also been to A&M. I know exactly what that's like.
Oh yeah, it's a fun time. You guys make your way, and it's a very welcome sight once again. Not that the sheep roast wasn't great, and not that some of the ration food wasn't made edible through various ways, but stepping into a great hall that could field about 200 people with like 20 some odd actual chefs all making large amounts of good food from actual non-rationed materials. It's a very nice welcome sight. Entire basin trays of just scrambled eggs, whole racks of sausage and fucking little maple links, pancakes being made and flipped and handed out. Like, they're definitely upping their, realizing they have a lot more civilian personnel to feed alongside, especially more upper class scientists and historians and contractors, and also dealing with a lot of various agents and representatives and contacts from all different corners of the world. They're kind of giving you guys here at the OSS a little more than just the like military officers sort of brunch and treatment. It seems like OSS is stepping it up to be like, hey, we're almost like a government entity. We're gonna keep the good shit going.
Is it
State
self-serve
Department
or
as opposed to DOD.
is it self-serve or is it walk down the line and get ladled shit?
It's tray walk down the line, but you can kind of point and grab some of the things yourself, and other stuff is handed out.
Okay.
Is there the fruit bar section with the grapes that look way too actual grape to be, like, normal?
There's a fruit bar section, I'm sure.
Do they have a parfait building section?
Oh god, that would be
So-
hilarious. But no, the parfait and yogurt machine is always broken.
They have the omelet guy.
There's always an omelet guy.
Oh, I was gonna ask if they have an omelet station.
There's always
I
an
really-
omelet guy, and more than likely, it's probably that Navy chef who, for the 16-week school, 14 weeks is how to make the most bomb Navy and Marine Corps omelet.
So Torin is going to grab 2 trays, and he is going to point
Make
at
me
everything
hungry.
along his way down the line. Everything.
One of everything.
He's hey, the chef can cook 60-second rice in 59 seconds. Just so you know that.
Fuck you.
And if anyone tries to short him, he's going to try to pass an intimidation check.
Roll me intimidation.
Oh.
You're gonna
Wow.
accept your 11 tater tots, even though you want 13. You're only gonna get 11.
Why does it have to be an odd number, you cretin?
As we're going down the line, I'm gonna say, you cannot put gravy into your pockets.
I know that.
Look. If you're gonna short me, at least short me an even number. You give me an uneven number. What kind of?
I'm just saying. It's just one more down the line, it raging at this guy for his 11.
This giant snake is leaning over, angry about the odd number. So you see him look at you, shrug a little bit, reach over, grabs an extra piece of breakfast ham triangle, and just slaps it down on your plate. So now you got 3 pieces of ham.
Oh, fuck.
3 pieces. See, this is why they revolted back then 100 years ago, 200 years ago.
Alright, moving
'Cause you're
along,
shorting the damn-
scarehead, you're holding the line.
I'll hold all the
So,
line down.
that
What?
sleight
You
of
red
hand-
coat?
Was to steal some more of that ham.
Get the nat 20 on it. Are you getting serious?
Kobold, you have 5 triangles of breakfast ham.
Oh, Hachu's distracting him. He's just like, zoop, zoop, zoop.
Like, you know where they make them about quarter
I
inch
like to
thick, the little
imagine, I can
triangles
see
of
all this
breakfast ham?
happening, and I'm just smirking the whole time because I got the proper number of tater tots and the proper number of ham pieces.
Just watching the whole time as he grabs these and scoots down the line. You got a couple British officers behind you, Hachu, just kind of like mad dogging you a little bit.
Bad. You keep standing there looking at me like you've never seen a snake person before. Damn,
Typical
no lip
Yanks.
having.
All right, friggin' Eminem. Y'all acting like you ain't seen a snake person before.
Extra gravy, please.
Kind of looks down the line at the Yankee, primarily Yankee and Russian OSS guys, and kind of looks to the other that was doing the tots and stuff and the ham wedges, and kind of looks to him. They kind of exchange a look, and he just gives them sort of a, just give it to him sort of head shake, and he'll give you 2 ladles of gravy.
It's borderline too much gravy.
It's almost too
Perfect.
much. It's starting to pour into the other trays of the metal, or other cups of the metal tray that you got.
Perfect, thank you.
Oh my god. Hachu, do you continue giving the Americans a bad name, or?
Americans, I am a snake person. I don't know nothing about that.
They see you as a Yank.
Yeah, you should be offended by that because you're from Dixie.
You call me a Yankee? I'm a. How dare you, sir? I am from the South of the South. And you call me a Yankee?
You have a bunch of very unimpressed looks at you as they're just wanting to get down the line and get food.
You acting like you do something here. I see you shuffle paperwork.
Extra bacon, please.
I just whispered that.
Roll me persuasion, you gremlin.
I just did. It was 4.
You're not getting extra
I-
bacon, you're getting 2 slices.
Alright, fine. I'll go down the line, you queen worshiping.
King. They have a king right now, not a queen.
I don't know. Does Hashi know that off the top of his head?
No, probably
Yeah.
not.
I mean,
Southern
probably, because
educated.
everything says for king and country everywhere.
True.
So
He can read.
Look, I can tell your majesty this. I am not a Yankee. Tell him that right now. Call him up. What you have a phone here. As I'm just like shuffling down the line.
They're starting to turn and kind of ignore you as they're just happy to start moving down the line to get their food too. Give me
a good enough distraction? I hope you got all the food you wanted.
Not yet. Watch this.
Oh no.
he's gonna go up to Wilhelm and say,
Can I borrow your helmet and your glasses, please? Your goggles?
No.
Commission some artwork. We got another one to draw. What you got?
Come on, I'll cut you in on more bacon.
Come on, do it. It'd be really funny.
No. I don't have my helmet on me. I don't wear it outside when I'm not in my stuff.
Shit.
I just like to assume he wore it everywhere.
Go find an MP or something like that.
As you guys are starting to bunch up near the end, kind of looking around for your table that you want to occupy, the others are getting their food and reaching the end of the curve as they're starting to walk past you, and you're making a little bit of a traffic jam.
God damn.
I'm gonna try and gently clear everyone away from the end.
You're able to kind of motion and gesture everyone. Eventually, you guys find the end of one of the tables towards the middle that you're all able to kind of congregate and sit at if you choose to.
All right, clear the path before I start talking to your dead relatives for fun. I can do it. Don't test me. I will do it.
Hachu, roll me perception.
This is breakfast. Everyone's just fucking tired.
Oh, I still had that turned off.
Turn that off and roll it.
Sorry about him. He gets cranky in the mornings.
Oh my god. Hey! Hachu, as you're saying this, obviously towering over most of the people with your kind of snake-like form, as you're saying this just in general and almost like a cone shape, you're able to look back to
It's an area of effect intimidation.
some of the ladle workers and line workers, some of the chefs bringing basins back and forth as they're replenishing it, and doing what they need to because they're feeding almost 1,000 personnel overall. And you do catch eye for a moment, more specifically the eyes. They're angry, they're rather perturbed, it seems very tired and done with your shit. In the normal human-sized doorway is stooping over and leaning a head and shoulders out with a big ol' kind of cow-like mitt grabbing the top of the door sill to prop themselves as they lean out. There is a rather substantially sized minotaur looking at you very angrily, and judging by the fact that there's a red stripe on their sleeve, probably notes that they are the senior of the mess crew.
Oh, no.
Senior of the mess crew. Well, look, I won't talk to your dead relative. I'm sure they're fine.
Hachu, just lower your head a bit.
Come on.
They just shove me away. Look. I'm invitated here by the. Just start losing my words.
I'm gonna walk away and leave him to his fate.
I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
I'm sorry, he has a very bad concussion. He hit his head very hard last night.
Concussion? You're the one who woke up talking to people.
I'm immediately gonna clamp my hand over your mouth as you say that shit.
He's just like a complete fucking idiot.
I have night terrors. That is different.
I'm gonna look at you, and I'm gonna tell you to shut up. We do not talk about this right now.
Look, all I'm saying is that talking in your sleep is unnatural. That's all I'm saying.
you know how many people do that? On average, it's a very high number.
Yeah, actually, according to like a lot of German scientists, that is a normal thing to talk in your sleep. I've done sleep studies.
You guys are all able to sit down properly and start getting to your food. You got your trays before you, and you're able to start eating at it. The
I'm still
Minotaur
talking
is
after
just
sitting down.
eyeballing you for a minute before it eventually stoops back into the back
Telling us in great detail about your sleep study.
back of the kitchen area. You're gonna kind of lecture them on the sleep study?
Yeah.
Alright.
The last thing I'd say as I'm sitting down is essentially like it's like actually it's been proven that those who do talk in their sleep have a very active mind and usually have trouble shutting it off.
I just gave these Brits my active mind. So what?
This is only a rumor I heard, but I remember hearing that the Tsar's secret police, the name of which in real life escapes me at the moment, when they selected people for that, they had them sleep alone in a room for 2 months to make sure they did not talk in their sleep, so they would not spill any secrets.
Who? I'm curious now.
I want to say the Cheka, but
You're thinking
that's
of
the- that's-
the Okrana,
not the Cheka.
I think.
yes, thank you.
Torn is licking the gravy off his first finished tray.
Oh god. The would-be
How does someone so
MVP.
small eat so much?
Yes.
It really is impressive.
Oh, see, all my talking did some good. He's stuffed. Look at that.
Is that accounted for when we are given our deployment rations?
No.
Well, it's not like he's gonna care that much. He's just gonna.
Hang on,
Oh.
is Torrent like unironically is Torrent like fat?
No, he's
No.
skinny as fuck.
You've seen the
Is
picture.
he fat for a
He's-
kobold?
Man, that's a hell of metabolism on that boy.
He's probably a bit fuller than a regular kobold. Because they're all fucking bones and skin. So.
Yeah. Your typical kobold is very thin, very high metabolism, high intake. He's got like your typical. I don't know how to describe it. He's got a little more mass to him, a little more build, slightly wider shoulders.
He's built less like an anorexic girl and more like a twink.
Yeah.
That's not the description I would have given myself, but okay.
Okay.
He's a full height kobold. I mean, he's perpetually stuck in like middle schooler height.
He's built like Michael J. Fox, is what you're telling me.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not like he's based on a character that Michael Jackson voice acted or anything like that.
Milo Thatch.
Wait, Michael J. Oh wow, that was him.
Yeah, that one.
Did that just dawn on you?
He switched to a lot of voice acting roles once Parkinson started acting up.
Which makes sense, you know.
You know what's
You can't
funny
write-
is
Still alive?
He can't sign his
Yeah,
own
he
checks
is.
anymore.
what's funny is Milo didn't even remotely come across our mind when Torn was being made. It wasn't until about 3 weeks after when we finalized that we realized, you know who he reminds me of someone.
He has small glasses, not big ones.
Yeah, he's got much smaller guys. He's got the big old dorky glasses.
Well, in my defense, I haven't seen Atlantis in about like 10 years, so.
Yeah, you missed
Watched
the
it
watch party.
not too long. Oh yeah, you weren't.
I
there.
was there for that's the last time I saw that was the first time
Oh,
I've seen
yeah.
it in like 15 years, 15 years.
Oh man. But yeah, you guys are able to spend the next while listening to Wilhelm or various idle conversation as you guys are able to eat some food. Torin, do you try to go for seconds?
Yeah, he's gonna borrow someone's hat and go back for seconds.
Roll me
And
deception.
I left mine back in my room.
He's gonna borrow some random
Take my
guy's hat.
jacket.
I need
Oh my god, he puts
deception.
on Nikos' jacket and some random guy's hat.
Oh my god.
That's a, oi, bro, that's my.
Yeah, roll me deception.
Oh god.
Oh.
So it turns out the one and only orange kobold on base, Whether he's wearing a Scottish Grenadier's hat or not, and a trench coat of heavy red leather or not, it's not hard to tell that you are the same person.
I really hope the Scottish Grenadier whose hat you stole finds this absolutely hilarious.
I'm here to get more bacon.
They enjoy it. They're kind of chuckling at it. Unfortunately, with that 5, you do not get another full tray. You do get humored and get 2 more ham wedges.
What's this, mate? I'm a glutton man here. I've got to eat.
Roll me perception, Torn.
You wee get out of my sight before.
Everybody else, roll me perception. Oh, jeez.
Damn.
Eagles, Wilhelm, Peter, there's Hachu.
There, see?
Oh no, what everyone else is doing. I'm too busy laughing at Torin right now.
You
see,
guys are...
And y'all wanted me to rush around. Look at him. No.
Peter and Wilhelm are having a conversation among yourselves, probably about research or something, or about like the various royal guard of Prussia and Imperial Russia. Nikos and Hachu, though, you guys...
About breakfast in the trenches.
Breakfast in the trenches. Nikos and Hachu, you guys look over to kind of get tabs on like, how's Torn doing with trying to get seconds?
His coat's dragging on the floor.
He's dragging your coat, wearing it kind of like a large, like heavy trench coat. He's got the Scottish Grenadier's hat on, and it's a little too big for his head. And you can overhear the accent that he's trying to take and what he's trying to do. And he clearly doesn't see the 2, now 3, now 4 dwarves kind of slowly encircling behind him, all wearing Scottish kilts and grenadiers jackets.
Oh, I've got half a more.
Torrin, you feel a very heavy hand on one of your shoulders.
Well, excuse me, sir. Hello.
Well, you just turned French halfway through that.
Nice morning, isn't it, matey?
Just gives a very nice, warm, dwarven smile. These guys have deep, recessed eyes. They've been in a deep tunnel somewhere for a minute. And they're just kind of looking at you with this sort of jolly, like, give us the hat sort of look.
It's not mine. It belongs to that guy over there.
The guy who you said thought this was funny.
He's giggling and laughing at it. They're not.
But you have a good day. I'm gonna go back to my table.
You too, lad.
Accepting defeat and like 3 extra ham wedges, he returns the hat and he goes his coat.
Yeah, the hat, you go running off in the coat, pass off the coat to him, but you got your 3 little ham wedges.
Damn it. I missed the buffet table.
Oh, God.
Well, you got some ham at least.
We've got so many fucking problems the last how much in game time has this actually been?
It's been like 4 hours maybe since you guys all woke up.
Perhaps next time you should try a mustache.
That's a good idea. No,
Very distinguished,
no, it's
yes.
not. Kobolds can't grow mustaches.
Well,
No.
I personally
Exactly,
think
they
that
will
would
not be
pretty
able
funny.
to tell you are kobold.
You're gonna put you on some real silly glasses too? I think it'd be a perfect disguise for you.
Maybe I can put some a powder, a pomade. It's not pomade. I can't remember the word I'm looking for, but something on your skin to, make you not look so orange.
Perhaps
almost
a
said
more
mango.
human nose with that mustache and the glasses.
Now I feel like
Yeah, I think that might work.
neutralized.
He's all in good fun.
As you guys finish up your breakfast and drop the trays off, you get the general idea. Yeah, it's probably time to go to Auditorium 2 and conduct the debrief that was supposed to happen at some point this morning. You get the idea that Leroy is going to be busy over in the shipping and receiving section, seeing to something there, trusting you guys to relay the needed information and whatnot. As you'll all make your way through to the more administrative building, full of a lot of the lecture halls and classrooms that have been turned into their various offices. And you all get your seats towards the front of the lecture hall and get cozy. And of course you have fucking... Oh god, why is his name blanking on me? Oh god, no, hang on. Why do I not remember?
Commander, dude?
Swinton, there we go. God,
Oh,
it's
yes.
been a minute since I've had to think about him. Major General Swinton is standing there, and he seems to have kind of a sort of smile on his face as he sees all of you guys make your way in and sit down. He seems a lot more relaxed than he did any previous time before. Just kind of leaning over the sort of pedestal and looking to all of you. Yeah, good morning, lads.
Before you say anything, you should know that we have been compromised.
Really? That's how we're gonna lead? We're not even gonna say
Do
hello
you have,
first?
do you have a better way to lead?
Yeah.
We could've
Hello,
saved it
good
for
morning.
the end.
How are you doing?
Well, you're just gonna tell him your name's Wilhelm Schultz again. You're
Hello,
in...
I'm Wilhelm Schwartz.
Now he's
See,
gonna
he just
frown
did it.
at
See?
everything
See?
we say.
I feel like we should tell him the important news first.
I see
It is
you're
rather...
all bonding
Maybe I-
very well. What's this compromise?
Someone was doing some kind of spell to look through some of our memories last night. And perhaps look through our eyes today. I did my best to remove it, but I can't truly guarantee anything.
Was
As I'm not
this-
sure what kind of magic it was.
Was this within your rooms in the barracks?
Yes.
Ah,
That shouldn't be possible. We designed a spell to prevent scrying and magical effects like that.
Well, it isn't working.
Huh. Well, thank you for bringing it to my attention. We'll look into it. That's actually quite concerning. And
Also,
you see
your
him...
chef's overcooked the bacon.
The bacon.
Yeah, the bacon.
Oh, well, that's a shame. Those of you who wish to, roll me insight.
What, on the bacon?
No.
That's a... Okay.
I thought you might enjoy the bacon.
Yeah, bacon's good.
Man,
Damn.
that +7's saving my ass today.
And we just need if Wilhelm, if you'd like to roll or
Sorry.
not, or
Doing like 3 things at once.
tis all good.
I'm trying to fix my spells, and I've done them
Oh.
mostly. So I can actually just click the button and it actually rolls the damage.
How dare you have children?
Nico's.
not anything to do with my
It's
children.
nothing with that.
Oh. You said
Uh,
3
rolling
things, so I
is-
assume the third thing was your children.
oh.
He's rolling as kids. That's kind of... I don't know why you'd do that, but I mean,
Roll him up in
okay.
the bed mat,
Get
stuff him
rotated.
behind the couch to take a nap.
Bro, you got rolled him like sushi. You got...
Nikos, Peter, and Hachu, you 3 notice. Torn and Wilhelm don't quite notice it. There's a little bit of a kind of questioning look in the back of his eyes, and you can tell he's silent for a few moments longer than he probably normally would be, as he seems to be thinking about something a bit heavily after you had announced that to him. But he's kind of blankly tracing over some of the documents in front of him.
I'll reload it.
Well, thank you for bringing that to my attention. We will, we'll definitely look into that. I hope that is not the case, but considering previous encounters, perhaps it is.
Could it be? I just wanted to spitball this because I think we brought this to your attention last time. Could it possibly be the other group from the not OSS that we noticed in Italy?
The SOE? No,
Yes.
no. They would not have any ability to breach that spell.
Are you sure? And are we sure they're not? Are they an intelligence gathering agency?
They are, but majority of their magic that they have under their, would we say, arsenal is provided by us.
Okay.
There
Do
is
they provide
one
any to us?
They do not, other than the practical and hands-on magic of some of their field agents. There is one person, while I think about this, who would know how to breach his own spell of his own making. It was a creation of mine and Mr. Levencroft Sr.'s, and Jack Percy. He was the architect behind the spell. It works kind of like a protective dome against messaging magic and things of the sort. He would be the only one who would know how to breach said spell.
Well, that is.
Is it fully encompassing, or is it actually a dome?
It's fully encompassing, at least I believe it was. Then again, might I ask, how did you discover you were being watched?
But I turned to Torin.
I've been having some pretty concerning dreams as of late.
Were they involving anyone in specific?
Just the Italian, museum.
Craven.
Yeah. Yes.
You see his face turn to a sort of heavier scowl as he kind of looks down at the papers for a moment and pushes a couple over the others. He is becoming more and more of a blight to our efforts, it would seem. Very well. We'll see what we can look into. Until then, do keep some of your thoughts tighter and perhaps a more narrow gaze on each other for the next while. Craven seems to be putting his claws where they shouldn't, as usual.
Well, that's very craven of him.
Yeah, hence the name. It was a nickname Levencroft Sr. gave him. That
Oh, wait,
seems
that's
to
not
have
his actual
stuck.
name?
Excuse me.
Were you not aware?
No, I was not.
Perhaps I should leave this to Levencroft to catch you up on, but this may come as a slight surprise. During the years before the Great War, Mr. Levencroft, his wife, Mr. Ambrose, and myself, one very low-level enlisted and officers in the Historical Preservation Society of Her Majesty, we came across a couple friends, one of them being Jack Percy, and the other being a kobold who eventually came to be known as Craven. As we made our way up the ranks, and as our private endeavors grew, some of us grew a bit further apart. I do still, as you know, keep some levity in contact with Mr. Levencroft Sr., but Craven has deemed to follow more independent ventures. We've not had much contact with him for a while, but I would dare to say Mr. Levencroft Sr. and Jack Percy did once call him friend. Which is why it was slightly concerning when you said you had an encounter with him in Italy.
Yeah.
Is he not Italian?
He's not, actually. We, met him during a short voyage in Canada. In the far frontiers.
Also, is he Canadian, eh?
He's not. We're actually not really sure, and it's something we never really pried.
He's Koboldian, isn't he?
We believe he is actually dragon descendant, but we're not entirely sure, nor was he. He never really knew where he was from. He was a part of a small band of kobolds, and we befriended them and utilized them for that particular voyage way back when. And he chose to stick around while the others returned to where we had found him. He never seemed to be of a, should I say, wrongdoing or perhaps evil, even if some of his alleged political contacts might insinuate that. He's very self-driven. He likes to gain much for himself, which is why our paths eventually diverted many years ago. Mr. Levencroft Sr., of course, having much more love for the finding and the actual prospecting, whereas he found more love in the profiteering and reselling of what we would find. Yeah, perhaps he's the one looking to find as much information as he can.
They
Perhaps.
better fucking not be.
Well, I'd sure hope not. I'll see if I can get a consultation with some of my old director friends and perhaps get a meeting going in time. I do understand that Mr. Levencroft Sr. has not been in the best of health for the last many years, and it's probably due another visit. However, that aside, this does give me more to contemplate and perhaps put some more efforts towards, including our magical and scrying security on the compound and abroad. However, we are here for the debriefing of the Arctic Expedition and the Schwabenland 2. So, obviously, I have entire filing cabinets of information recovered, which is quite good. Would you like me to start and go over what has been found and deciphered so far, or would you like to give me a summary of your events?
So I'm gonna start.
I hate the cold.
I believe a quick summary would be that something compelled the Schwabenland to ground itself deep inside Antarctica, where the crew was then killed by a creature they brought aboard from Germany for some strange reason. This creature killed the crew and then escaped, and then attacked a submarine that had been sent to escort the Schwabenland, and killed most of its crew.
And you proceeded to secure said information before coming across one of the U-boats that... Why do you believe they were there?
I'm gonna turn to Wilhelm to double check that I understood his translation correctly, and I'm gonna say, it was our understanding from our rather brief interrogation of the one survivor of the U-boat that they had been sent there to escort the Schwabenland.
Yes.
He's bilingual.
One of these days I will teach you Russian. You must know a proper language.
I'm speaking English right now, that is good.
English is a proper language. Well,
Only the
Damn
Americans.
straight it is.
No language that has those things where you have two letters make a different sound in either letter is a proper language.
Look,
You see
don't
in
even have
Russian,
an
every
alphabet.
letter
Look
in
here.
you see in Russian, every letter in our alphabet makes its own unique sound, and we do not have these combination sound letters.
I do agree with that. What's the whole deal with C? You have it make a K sound, or you have it make an S sound. Why does C even exist?
It's a more phonetically versatile language.
perhaps
We
I
should
should
probably
employ
get back
most
to our
of you in
briefing.
the
It's pretty good.
linguistics division. However,
Yeah, when I'm retired.
your suspicions and findings are correct. As soon as you arrived, much of this information was sent straight to the top floor for deciphering and choreographing. You are actually exactly correct, and much of our worries seems were very founded. A total of 6 U-boats in 2 3-ship wolf packs were escorting and sinking anything that came in the way of this expedition. It would seem somewhere along the line, the Schwabenland went out of its planned path, and the U-boats scrambling to find it, with the understanding that it was to be unseen due to its precious cargo, opted to assault many of the islands to find any of our rumored listening and observation posts, where they did come across Deception Island. They did in fact destroy that post and all information, thus allowing the Schwabenland to move through there. However, it seems they were escorting a ghost ship. They were using ghost ship quite often in some of these records and transmission backlogs. When they couldn't find the ship, they opted to send 3 back, while the other 3 would remain in the area looking for it. When they finally found it had run aground using some of its alleged magical armor plating, it ran very far inland, thus not allowing them to pursue. One brave crew, U-Boat 110, decided to try to find a channel underneath, which the last transmissions outbound was that they had found that said channel. It is at that time that they have gone completely radio silent and transmission silent, where we now have no further record of the other 5 U-boats, or perhaps where they had gone, or what they had ventured to do. However, from these records acquired, the U-boat crew dismounted, being stuck in what seems to be a small lake, and proceeded their way to find the Schwabenland 2. They did in fact find it, along with all of its crew and the precious cargo that they had orders to scuttle, missing. The precious cargo, referred to as the Ghost. In much of this information and documents, it would seem the Schwabenland had 2 objectives. Its primary objective was to, of course, map out and give cartographer purpose to the coastline and the ice shelf and take many water samples and snow samples to further investigate the area that it seems they have a growing want for. To what effect or end we're unsure, but their attention to this area keeps growing. However, it seems they had a more pressing objective. The investigation, perhaps, may have been even a cover-up or umbrella. They were to dump, and the words were very straightforward. These words issued out by, once again, a name coming across our desk that we find more and more pressing. Walter Niehaus and a Hans Frank, 2 very high-ranking members of the German government, and rumored leads or co-leads of the study for German antiquity, Although some of our agents have reported them to be known as the Thule Society. And you see him hold up one of the papers that has that very rounded swastika symbol that you had seen earlier. Much more dots are connecting, and it would seem, while we have our own secret investigative corps and groups, the Germans and Germanic peoples are doing quite the same. The Thule Society seems very similarly structured to ourselves, from what we have gathered, and seem to be at the forefront of magical and arcane discoveries and research, including, but not limited to, the dumping of mythological creatures that they reportedly, according to these documents that you had found, eliminated all but one. Not having the heart to kill it, but not wanting it to be a threat for a long time, Hans Frank made an executive decision to hijack part of this voyage for them to dump it in the Antarctic, and perhaps find it later, seeing if it had flourished or if it had died. It would seem you came across that very creature. So, essentially, there's a good luck and a good job in that same statement in eliminating a ancient monster that shouldn't have existed to begin with, and the Germans seem just as quick to want to be rid of as I'm sure you all did when you encountered it. That said, the Schwabenland 2 and all of its crew are fully accounted for. All of its information and scientific discoveries have been fully noted down and will aid us quite heavily in the future in our own expeditions. In fact, we are planning one in about 6 years from now, or so we should hope, with a icebreaker of our own to follow a similar path, and perhaps find even more information now that we know more of the terrain and what to expect in the area, including the snow devils, which were only mostly rumored to be in the area. However, the exuberant amount of information, the direct involvement of the Thule Society and many rumored names, and the thwarting of a ancient monster, all around, you exceeded the expectations and desires of this voyage tenfold, including finding the silent listening post, as well as many other various informations and items. However, we now need to leave it to the politicians to decide how to look to the use of military sciences in civilian ventures, as the continuation of this research and deliberation is now out of our hands and now falls to the International Archaeology Society, which we can probably suspect a return of information from in 10 years. And you can kind of see the sarcasm on his face with that. But overall, good job. Including the, you'll be rather happy to hear about this. In many of those folders, we found microfilm. As of right now, we assume, however many we don't know are usable or destroyed or lost to the elemental damage, almost 11,000 aerial photos had been taken.
That's a lot of photos.
Quite a few. Unfortunately,
Any of them of particular interest?
so far, most of them being of the ice shelf and the countryside and the various terrain and deformations, which will help indefinitely in mapping out the area and its various terrains and different elevations and bodies and locations of lakes and key mountains and peaks. Other than that, it won't provide too much. except for a handful of photos so far that we have dug through that show various compositions and movement patterns of the snow devils, or at least the nickname we are giving them for now. Perhaps more understanding of them will be had from a lot of this, and it will greatly help our future expeditions. That also said, the captain of the voyage, Professor Alfred Richter, will unfortunately be stricken from many records and put into a very silent shelf until we can fully uncover where his allegiances lied and much of his personal endeavors. Hopefully in time he will be found to just be caught in the middle of larger political schemes, but we cannot rule out his involvement being very personal and of his own. That said, we also uncovered quite a bit of, albeit limited, information on U-boat habits, their movements, formations, and even a very limited insight into their attack patterns, thanks to the crewmen that you recovered.
Man,
So,
I wish I'd gotten that gyroscope.
there is a small part that does wish that the U-boat had not been scuttled, but it was the proper decision to make in the time that you were given. Especially considering this report of a egg having been found of indestructible proportion.
Hopefully it was not indestructible given that they torpedoed and probably set off other torpedoes.
You should lose that page and lose those coordinates.
We plan on being a little limited with the information we give to our next expedition without threatening the safety or jeopardy. Much of this won't be leaving OSS hands for quite a while. And we now have some additional names to dig into deeper within the German hierarchy. Overall, you brought us a lot of information, a pretty wide wealth of various corners and pictures and much needed information. However, that's all we have from the OSS's end and from my end. Do you have any additional questions, any concerns, any other points of importance that you feel we should look into, or perhaps parts of this that over the next coming weeks we should try to focus on, perhaps?
Torin's gonna look around.
You look like you have something to say, sir.
I just can't think of anything.
It's not a bad thing.
For
We
me,
will
it is.
be scouring over all of the information, so eventually everything will be scoured. But with how broad much of it is, we are simply going at it in the order that it has been handed to us. So some things may take a little longer to find than others, but we are putting as many men on it as possible. In other news, a side docket came across my desk requesting more personnel for the Southern Hemisphere Command and Deciphering Division, with which you may find pleasant news. We are relinquishing 20 more from the Canadian Frontier Division to assist the Falklands and Southern Hemisphere headquarters. We're hoping this will be a little bit of levity for them, and in due time we do look to expand our Southern Hemisphere personnel and numbers and efforts. In addition, other information that has crossed my desk, let's see, particularly pertaining to Wondrous Company. Yes. Wild Bill, Major General Donovan, has pressed for more U.S. involvement in the greater coalition of OSS operations, so we can expect a larger array of United States support and funding and personnel in due time. However, this also comes with a myriad of whimsy and fantastical, should I say, cryptology and cryptid-based Americana magics, some of which you may find yourself more akin to, Torn, that is requesting the OSS's attention abroad, including what seems to be calls of aid from both the Canadian Dominion, the Coyote Confederation, and even some hells of assistance from the Southern Knights of the Cross, including a myriad of other various items across America to add to our already growing list of international endeavors.
Leave America for 2 weeks. Look what happens.
Well, a lot of it was actually due to Wondrous Company's success. The various missions that you have conducted, finally getting back to Wild Bill's desk, he seemed rather impressed and pressed for more U.S. involvement. Even though I must question that, because he was the one who originally came up with this entire idea, but who knows how the American mind works.
I have to say, based off my short encounter with him, he is the most sane, insane person I have ever met.
You've met him?
He came and spoke to me in San Francisco.
Ah,
To my understanding, he approached each of you individually, except for you, Torn, where it would seem he approached Levencroft Jr., who opted to send you in Levencroft Sr.'s stead. Something I've still not received an answer on as to why, but considering your use and value within our efforts, I don't feel inclined to pry into in any due time.
yes, well, feel free to pry. I'm wondering myself.
Well, it seems to have worked out well. You have proven quite capable.
Yeah.
I have no problem with you being here at all. My good friend. I actually would call you friend. Yes.
Thank you. That means a lot. It really does.
And hey, I'll get you all the food you want from the cafeteria.
How? The people in there are
I can't use that word yet. It's not.
Redacted by YouTube terms and service.
Redacted. The only thing gonna be redacted is this mother.
They're food communists in there.
Communist for a thing by now, obviously.
Is the food not to your liking, Torn?
No, they just
I
don't
think it
bring
is the
enough.
portions.
Amount isn't enough for him.
The servers that run that food bar don't know how to count. That's what it is.
As OSS, we are actually being granted quite the, as you would probably call it, Mr. Hachu, a smorgasbord of food and looseness with our budget and such.
Yeah, look, I understand that. I do appreciate it at all, but they could at least count in even numbers.
So this is more a personal grievance than a actual quality grievance.
The bacon was a little overcooked.
I remember wanting bacon when I was at the Sinai. Waited 6 whole months for a burnt piece.
I'm sorry.
Look, I'm just saying, I think you could have asked for more. I'm going to be after waiting 6 months and all you got was a burnt piece.
I figure it would be hard to get bacon in the Muslim lens.
What?
He understands.
That's a good point.
Did
And
they
we
not
cooked
eat
it
bacon?
ourselves. They do
No, they
not.
Now,
Man,
try
that's-
living on lard for half of a campaign. That sucks.
I'm sure
I was
Mr.
at the
Wilhelm
FL.
and Mr. Peter here can definitely contribute to the normal military rations
That does
and
sound rather
quality.
unpleasant.
Kobold
I
sitting
don't
here looking
remember-
uncomfortable because he's never gone a day hungry in his life.
I don't remember not eating mud with most of my food.
Yeah, same.
Good lord.
What do you mean, Sam? Didn't you miss out on the war?
No, I was agreeing with Torin as looking uncomfortable
okay.
that like
Yeah, he's like
being pampered.
thinking back to his 3-round extravagant meals a day.
Poached
Like,
eggs
oh.
in a nice little cup.
Hey,
Sitting
Matt,
on the beach.
Peter, do you like my
Ian.
images?
Hashu being fed like nice seafood, like nicely cooked seafood.
Living
like,
off
most
fresh
of the
catch
time.
seafood
sure
and
any of them-
boar.
White capture it.
Cabernet and perfectly cooked steak every evening.
He kind of looks
Yeah,
to you
but
and
at
he's
least
given
Hachu
a-
was like poor Louisiana. You know, someone poor in Louisiana does eat fabulously well compared
Oh,
to the
yeah.
rest
Oh,
of the
yeah,
world.
yeah.
But like, it's still.
It's the only thing we got going for the states.
And I'll be damned if I won't say it comes near, pretty near to making it worth
The
it.
fact that the poor man's gumbo still has 20 ingredients and it's full compared to the Russian equivalent of gumbo being beets and water.
Yeah, that's pretty sad.
Hachu,
I mean,
Hachu.
Did it get 90% of Russia? You can't actually grow things on. So, yes,
Hachu-
my German friend.
What type of snake are you modeled after? Just curious.
Good question. I matched it to the suit I was going to go with.
We
So,
had,
one.
we had a name for the type of snake. It was
I think it's a
Yan.
Yuan-Ti, I think.
No,
Yanti
the-
is a snake person.
He's
No,
a
he's one of those black king snakes you see down south. I can't remember what they're actually called.
the
Texas
black
king
and red
snake or
king
something.
snakes. It's a we actually had the name of it at one point.
Yeah, we did. I remember talking about this.
Oh shit. I forget the
at
name,
it right now.
but yeah, it was a certain type of Louisiana red and black king snake of some sort. Like specifically very red bellied. And like super jet black scales.
There's the common snakes. The speckled king snake?
Texas coral snake.
Something like that. But he kind of looks to all of you as he kind of chuckles a little bit. Anyways, food aside, and I will see if perhaps we can get you to the officers' dining every once or often to satiate your higher needs. Being Wondrous Company in the Field Division, I understand wanting a bit more. Speaking of, pay has finally come through, and I believe all of you will be rather glad to receive. As he pulls out a couple envelopes, we'll walk over and we'll pass one to each of you. Everybody gains $200.
Huh.
Torin, roll me perception, however.
Yeah, dollars, just
Oh,
like
you
God
motherfucker.
intended. What the fuck is
It's
that?
just I know you.
16?
You only
What
receive
the
100,
hell is-
Torin.
Excuse me. Mine seems a little bit light.
Oh, that was at the request of your contractor. Mr. Levencroft Jr. stated that half of your funds would be needed for the museum.
Dang, man, he went above your head and sent your money somewhere else.
I mean,
Not even in the country, and you still have to pay taxes.
I
Damn.
mean, that's a good cause, I suppose. I suppose.
No, you could be upset about it. That's your money.
Good sirs,
Rough.
I do believe that Hachu himself is what we here in the South refer
Is
to
what
as
we
a...
wait.
humbly
Mississippi
declare,
ringneck
I-
snake. If you would care to see the attached picture,
Where'd you post that?
I
Dad,
posted it in character art. Good sir.
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
there they are.
my fellow game master, I humbly declare that this is my grandpapa.
Grandpa Bob.
Actually, there's a few options. There is a few options here. We also have, though it is definitely on the small side, the western worm snake.
Hey yo, that snake looks dope.
That's
Yo.
what we were looking at.
I
Yeah,
think that's it.
that's
Yeah.
what we were
And
looking at.
the North American racer.
No, it was the
Man, I think
really
that's kinda
red and
racist,
black
I'm
one.
gonna be honest.
It was the red and black one. Like
Are
the
you
very
Are
red
you
and black.
calling him a racer because he's black? Because they run fast? Is that why you?
Oh my god.
Look, I'm not just saying. I'm just saying. It lines up.
Oh, we
Hey, remember,
also
we're being recorded right now.
Yeah.
Hey,
we
I didn't
also
say
have-
anything
Careful.
that was derogatory. All right.
we also have ourselves the mud snake.
I did see that one.
He's some sort of red and black
And the
snake. I
western
forget
mud
exactly which, but it's
I feel
one
like
of the
mud
very
snake
red
fits.
ones. Yeah.
Just like the coloration looks right, and then also the name mud snake.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, maybe that
What
was
is the
it.
Western mud snake?
Both the western and the regular mud snake are indigenous to southern Louisiana. However, I do believe that the regular mud snake has more intense colors
Yeah.
upon its belly.
The Lord intended for me to have these colors. By God, I'll wear them.
But as he walks back over to the podium, having given all of you your money, make sure you add 200 to your gold count. And as
Well, minus
always,
him.
whenever you guys need to spend money, it sort of just kind of magically translates to whatever the local currency is. So feel
we got
free to
magic
add
money.
200 to it. Except for Thor,
Oh,
who
so
gets 100.
So we don't have to do conversion rates.
Yeah, because
on,
converting between
on
Deutschmarks
different
and
currencies.
pounds and dollars and pesos would be fucking hell.
Let's go.
Dang, my Spice and Wolf is ruined. I watched it for no reason.
My economics class, no.
My medieval economics class,
Calculating
you
for
failed
inflation for everything.
me. No.
Oh god. But he goes back behind the podium and kind of leans forward again. Other than pay and everything having now been received, I believe that is all we need to fully brief on at the moment. Is there anything else anyone would like to bring up? Or...
Who would I speak to acquire a small camera? After our previous, after this expedition, I believe such a thing would prove useful in future situations such as this.
I do believe Mr. Leroy and the acquisitions in the shipping and receiving department would be just the people to speak to. I believe he would be able to acquire you a camera worthy of field use. Perhaps one that can take a hit or two and not require 5 minutes of setting up.
It would be very useful.
We're also looking to any aerial cameras and perhaps see if one can be requisitioned for your OSS use. Anything else you would like to look into?
This anti-scrying spell that you put down, do you have, like, notes on that or anything?
Unfortunately...
Because you might want to consult...
The only
You might want to
person...
consult...
Oh, go ahead.
You might want to consult with Picatrix, the magic book, on how to upgrade it. He might be capable of that.
You know, that may actually be a worthwhile You see him go down and start making some notes on that. We'll look into that. We'll speak with him. I'm sure he would like to be involved in some way with anything other than the idle discussions that we are granting him for now.
I was going to say, word of advice, you do have to humor him if you want to get anything out of him.
We've found him much more willing to work with us and maintain a various course and track of mindset. It has come at the promise of future encounters with various members of Wondrous Company.
He asked for me specifically, didn't he?
Not so much you, more so Torin and Father Peter.
More but the short one in the corner over there.
Oh, goodness.
He's become rather fond of you and looks forward to getting to speak to you again, however understands that lengths of time are something that comes normally with the territory. Also, Thorn, I believe you'll be happy to find that the library is being continually worked on while you were in their absence. However, it is not fully organized quite yet.
Oh, great.
Perhaps
help
that's
you with
something
that.
Wondrous Company may feel so inclined to aid with.
I suppose I can knock a bit at that today. I've got plans this evening, though.
Of course. Also, with the amount of evenings and time, we are in a bit of a lull and lower period, and do not have nearly the amount of logistical transport that we would like to have available. So, Wondrous Company, you will have the next 48 hours, the next 2 days to yourselves. Rest, relax, research, acquisition, and do as you see fit, as long as you don't get into too much trouble. And in 2 days from now, we will reconvene here.
Quickly look side to side.
We will reconvene here, pending all of you still have all of your limbs, where Wondrous Company will have full decision as to what mission you would like to embark upon next, or what task piques your fancy, as nothing seems to be rearing its head or drawing any special attention. So, everything on the mission board will be fully available when we should gather here again to decide where to send you. In addition, over the next 2 days, we also have 2 notes here that I was informed to mention to you. Wondrous Company and your various support groups being more diverse in magical creatures and made up of various creatures and beings of different descendancy. I am being informed that
I'm gonna poke Wilhelm when he says that, and I'm going to whisper in his ear. He means you!
What was that?
You! He said the Wondrous Company is made up of magical creatures. He meant you. You Germans and your weirdness.
Ah ha ha, you're so funny. Ah ha. There's a reason.
I know your letters look like magical script to me, so I don't understand what you're talking about.
That's true.
He kind of
Really?
chuckles.
Fairy language.
Kind of chuckles a little bit as he pulls out another small clipboard. It's got a very short list on it. Should you feel inclined, as you also did when you got roughed up by SOE operatives, it would seem in shipping later today, if I'm reading this correctly, Hiskos Division out of Alexandria, Egypt, came across a rather large creature and have subdued it, and it is being shipped back here for further research and to be looked into. Perhaps you might be willing to look into this and perhaps help where you can, or just be present during the receiving. To my understanding, a mountain griffin was caught, attempting to make off with one of our 2-ton trucks full of food. Perhaps you may find it interesting to swing by and visit it. I know I will be later today once it arrives for our animal handling section to begin research on, humanely, of course.
I didn't know griffins knew how to drive.
You see the smile kind of on his face, like, really?
I mean, driving isn't the hard part for it. I figured it would be reaching the pedals.
It's working the clutch.
Right. In addition, Father Peter, this may actually come as a bit of remorseful happiness. A large contingent of persons and personnel having escaped from, I believe it is referred to as Murmansk now, have made their way through Finland and Denmark and have arrived on our coast. They are being received, and it seems some have offered to aid various bases by bringing entertainment. To my understanding, it is a traveling band of Russian bards from the Urals.
Do they do that squat dance thing?
I am not quite sure, but I am told they are all bardically trained. Perhaps this
Have you
will be
done any-
worth seeing.
Have you done any investigation of them?
We
It
have.
is not-
They are actually aiding us in delivering what information they have on the region. In exchange for allowing them to play at some bases and eventually be on their way under OSS secret protection. I believe they call themselves the Uralski Kuranti? I do not believe I pronounced that correctly.
That's okay. Nobody knows how to say that meta language.
But
Said the man who sounds angry every time he speaks.
I am angry every time I speak.
most European languages sound angry when they speak, at least so we have found. However, aside from the arrival of a griffin and the following evening the arrival for entertainment and some merrymaking, the Russian bards, the rest of the remainder days will be to you and yourselves to do wish as you please. Relax, rest, research, and the morning of day 3 we will reconvene here, where we will decide as a unit where Wondrous Company will be deployed to next, based upon our large and newly expanded bulletin of missions and endeavors. Dismissed. And he'll kind of tap all the paperwork, collect it all, and make his way off to the side and head out the little side door.
Side note, unrelated to this conversation, apparently Murmansk was founded as Murmansk in 1915.
Yeah. It used to be Romanov on Merman until it was appropriately renamed Murmansk or Murmansk.
Man, it was not called Romanov a merman. There's no. Yo, they got Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy up in there. Yeah,
But
you
yeah,
can't
he's-
tell me they're not there.
The city used to be called the Romanov on Merman, or just
Yeah, and
Romanov.
it was founded as that in 1915, and then in 1917 they changed it to Murmansk.
the Merman River and Romanov. It was known as the city Romanov on Merman, and then they called it Murmansk.
That's a silly name.
Man, what a bizarre
Romanov,
town
Merman.
name.
Oh no, Torn got taller and hotter.
God, what is this?
I have an AI generator that.
Eddie
haven't
grew
used-
ears. What's going on?
Those aren't yours. Those are his horns.
Those
Is
are
that- yeah.
ears.
Okay, Torrent shows up. I'm gonna break his kneecap.
They gave him ears. Why does he have ears?
I'm gonna tear him to shreds.
Fucking postman's outfit? Is that what that is? It looks like it.
It looks like a postman
they're gonna
from,
send
Red
him
Dead
north
2.
where he's gonna meet a decrepit post office, and he's gonna meet Father Peter,
No,
who becomes
no.
Father Christmas.
No, you can't give him the Klaus arc.
You're gonna get the Klaus arc with special guest star Father Peter as Santa.
Peter, do you like your pictures?
I see a bunch of German officers, and I see some very silly AI stuff, but it kind of works. I mean, the big old hat and the pin, and
One of
I
those
guess
looks
the
like
top right
Carlton
one is
Lassiter
probably the
with a beard.
closest, I think.
they got the
Top right,
beard
yeah.
correct. The beard and mustache, yeah.
Looks too young, and the
I
hat's
know.
very what the fuck.
But I also did it. These are them in 1917.
Oh.
In that case, he looks too old.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess that makes sense.
He's a young, spry man just because Wilhelm is old and decrepit.
Bro, that bottom left one is just DiCaprio with a mustache.
Yeah, the top left one is just freaking Carlton Lassiter. So with the beard.
Wearing what looks like you would expect. That looks like the Victorian interpretation of a free French fighter from World War II.
God, yeah.
So I like the bottom right one for me. It actually fits really well.
Yeah.
God, these are
And a
strange.
monster what it spawned out for me.
I'm really trying to do hot shoe, and I'm having a lot of issues.
You gotta find one of the furry ones.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Wait.
It's
Wait,
the only
wait.
way. It's the only way you're getting it.
You gotta find the
You-
fur
you-
one. You also gotta cut
Yeah.
out his, for it to reference, you gotta cut him out from the group shot. Just so he's, like, extra hot for no reason.
Well, if you give me a
Wait.
image,
Anyways, it's good to know that our second mission was slightly more of a success than the first one.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, understatement of the year there.
Yeah.
We actually completed our objective.
No running escape from the hordes of undead and Italian army.
Yeah, not the actual Italian army trying to kill us the whole time or whatever
Perhaps tonight after we have
Evil
finished.
Torin was doing in there, but
Perhaps tonight after we have finished our all of our business, we can go to this show that these so-called bards are putting on.
Sure.
I would be
and then
interested.
afterwards we could possibly get a drink at one of the pubs around.
I would be very interested.
Getting drinks.
That
at
also
the
If
sounds like a
everything-
great idea.
If it is one of the shows like I experienced back in Russia, then we will not need to go to the pub to get the drinks.
As long as there's drinks and food.
Are they gonna have brandy, or do we have to drink vodka the whole time?
I sincerely hope it is vodka.
With that said, we now enter day 1 of Item and Doodad. You will have the option for a optional interaction, and you will have a action. Like before, this could be going to research something, this could be a sort of encounter, this could be stating that you want to practice something in particular, or try to research, or hard focus on something. So everybody gets a action.
Before we separate, I'd like to linger back and talk to Torin.
Okay.
And I would like
Oh, no.
I would like to remind him that he should speak to the armorer about the missing grenade.
You're not going to give this up, are you?
It has caused that man much grief.
Fine. I'll go do it.
I'll go with you if you want.
No, it's okay. I can do it alone.
Okay.
Alright. We'll start at the top of the list. So, ooh. I will also
Damn,
say
he just died. He just fucking
live.
died.
This whole time
good
I've
there?
been choking on a fucking pretzel, which is why I didn't get that out earlier.
Ah.
Fuck.
I will say also it is 8:40. We'll have about 20 minutes, so we might be able to get just one or two things done. Would you guys like to go over for today since we started a little later? Or are we wanting to make sure we can start and do Arma at normal time? And would we like to just end session today at normal time and pick up next week? Or what is the overall consensus?
I'm down to keep going. We started.
I'm down for going over.
Nah. Yeah, I'm fine with going over.
Yeah, good, because I haven't made anything.
I was gonna say I don't
Alright.
believe Arma's gonna be happening, so yeah, we'll go over them. I'm fine with
Alright.
that.
Part 2 gets saved.
Unless you
Yeah.
guys all wanted to do a DRO or something, I'm fine with going over. We gotta come up with a mod list so we can do a DRO or do an Arma match as our characters.
Right.
Oh, that's gonna be a pain in the ass. I don't know how that's gonna work for me, but okay.
It's alright, just get shot first thing immediately every
Just,
time.
I'll just shot and go down immediately and be out for the whole round.
Just, we'll transition on over to this, and we will begin our oh god, excuse me. Day 1 festivities. We have everybody has the option for a interaction and a main action or event. So we'll start from the top and work our way down. Hachu. You have a action that you can spend your day on, and you have the option for an interaction with any person, be it a NPC, another player, something in between. So what would you like to do with your first day? And as always, you do always have the option to pass or just say that it is a lounge day.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna assume there's no bodies for me to talk to.
None were mentioned.
Take a stroll to the local morgue.
Go to a
Just-
cemetery and just bother someone.
go on a nice side quest working for Scotland Yard.
That would be that'd be a fun little short series you do on the side of this one, where between the main ops he assists Scotland Yard.
I mean, based upon everything you guys choose to do or go, like, some
got
will
it.
have good, some will
Lord
have bad.
Lord Elmaroy, eat your heart out.
Wait, what years were Sherlock Holmes technically in his stuff?
He's like 70 years old right now.
Yeah.
So he's still
Yeah.
alive, you're saying?
I think Doyle stopped writing in like the 1890s.
Yeah, 'cause
Yeah,
turns
Sherlock
out he
Holmes-
kind of hated Sherlock Holmes.
Some of his last adventures were like at the end of World War One, so around 1914, 1916.
Okay.
Yeah,
He's
they
long
made a
retired
movie
now.
where it was like after they made a movie where he was like 80
World
something,
War One.
and it was like at the end of right after World War II. And it's actually pretty good.
So he does still exist somewhere in this world. I maybe haven't decided where, but he is someone.
Yeah,
He's this fucking dementia and like schizophrenic old man.
Oh
They're
no,
just
I
like
wouldn't do him dirty like that.
not schizophrenic. Like
Everyone else thinks he's schizophrenic.
yeah, everybody thinks he's schizophrenic, but he. Oh god.
What would you
Anyways,
like to
how's that library looking?
Ah,
It's gonna need help.
it's gonna need some help. Last time you guys left it. Although what has happened to it since then, you're not sure.
Oh no.
It's been organized.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me.
Oh yeah, the intern sorted all of the books by color.
loads gun with malicious intent. He better fucking not have.
Torin racks a trench shotgun.
Like, look, usually I'm against just, straight up murder in cold blood, but I feel like this is warranted. Get him, Merp.
Oh yeah,
Get him,
yeah.
Mango.
The intern sorted every page by size.
Oh,
By the number of text on each page.
Oh, hello! I'm so glad you came back. I've been helping in the library.
it's tricks when he did the.
Oh god. So you want to make your way to the library and check that out, Hachu?
Yeah.
Alright.
I'll grab the mango along with me.
Would you guys like to co-op your day one to be this, or?
Yeah, probably.
Remember.
Yeah, Torin has to go to the quartermaster first.
That could be your interaction if you'd like.
Yeah, it's his interaction for the day, yeah.
Alright.
I was also going to go to the library too. So
Can I take him with you? Alright. So we'll get 3 of you
Yeah.
going to the library for day one. After the briefing, you guys head on out. Find yourselves in the courtyard, kind of standing by, looking out across, and you can see the front entrance to the grand library area in the building. It's very nice. It's got those giant double doors in the front. The windows seem rather dim from the inside, where they should be usually a little more illuminated. And you go making your way across the various paths, and you get yourselves to the door. How do the 3 of you approach? How do you...
Just kick in the door.
Torin's gonna cross.
I take a deep breath before I open the door.
Cross himself like
Well-
Peter does all the time.
Yeah, he's gonna remember what Peter did, cross himself, and then lead the way to the door.
Nico's pushing it with Torn just a little bit between him and the door, walking underneath your arms. Give me strength, Nikos.
Not again.
Strength. Okay.
Yeah, Torn, you're able to just walk nice and casually between him and the door as it fries on open. And excuse me. You guys go stepping inside, the 3 of you. It is very nice. It's very clean. It's just as organized as you guys have left it, having been 3/5 of the way done. It seems
So it's not a real library yet.
no real new progress has been made, though. A lot of the books are sitting exactly where they were before, albeit in slightly more organized piles and stacks now, not so much rolling mounds in the back corners, but seems like not really much has evolved or changed since the last time the 3 of you helped with it.
Oh, thank God there's no palm trees.
I forgot about
Altars
the
are-
trees.
Yeah.
I would like the 3 of you to give me a perception roll, please.
There's just a coffin of books in the middle of the room.
I was like, oh, hell. Oh, what the hell is this?
Obelisk of books. Or eldritch statues of men made out of books.
Hachu doesn't quite notice it at first. However, Torn and Nikos, both of you probably looking like dad and son in a family photo, and like the way you're standing in the doorway, just kind of look forward, and you see the forearm and hand very limply outstretched underneath one of these sort of stacks of books.
Oh, God, I knew this was gonna happen.
It's a dead body. Hachu, you can talk to him.
Well, y'all, should we
go
poke
up and
him or like?
grab the hand. Does it feel cold?
Is it cold? Don't
Make
tell it's
me
cold.
a charisma save, Nikos.
Ooh, charisma save. All right. Ooh, shit.
For the first
The wall
time,
is
not
frightened.
fighting the Schnellergeist, not fighting undead, not fighting anything. For the first time, Nikos' hair goes up and he almost lets out a squeal as this hand lurches up and grabs his forearm desperately.
Oh,
Oh, he's alive.
Oh.
God.
Oh, hey, Damn, I was hoping to talk to one of them.
Okay.
Oh, hang on, we gotta get him out.
Yeah, I'll try and tug him out.
Roll me
Ah.
strength.
I really like the idea that Hachu only
Ah.
became a necromancer out of just massive awkwardness.
Nobody talks to me, so I'll talk to the dead people.
Will you be my friend? Yes, dies again.
Oh man.
Damn, I guess I gotta keep going until they're nice.
Nikos
Will you
is
be my
pulling
friend?
on the
Yeah.
exposed arm and trying to tug,
Man,
but
he's
isn't really able to
really
free him
stuck.
out of there.
Here, clear some of the bucks off of them. Clear some of the bucks off of them.
Yeah.
Roll
Kobold is
me-
going to walk right past and just start sorting things.
Alright. Tor just steps over the assumedly his feet and continues walking over. Hachu, give me sleight of hand. And we'll see if your book shuffling will help Nikos in his next strength check. Ah, he didn't make it worse.
Average.
Nikos, roll me another strength, but we get to add 2 to it.
That's
Okay,
better.
You scoot just enough books off that you're able to pry them out of his. Some of the books fly off to the side, and he lets out a loud gasp. There is sorted
there
paper
we go.
cuts along the corner of his mouth and his cheek, and you can see where he's resorted to seemingly eating one of the books from his, like, cocoon that he was in.
Oh God! See, this is actually what Torin was envisioning in that nightmare.
You okay there?
It fell on me.
Are you right, sir? Are you all right? Are you choking? Are you choking?
No.
Oh God, not that freaking clip.
The pillar fell on me. I couldn't move them.
Now that you're
Maybe
done
we
just
shouldn't
doing
stack them so high.
I'm going to continue laying here for a minute.
Understandable.
I've made some worthwhile progress since you've been gone. And he raises his other hand up kind of limply and points above his head. Roll me insight. The three
I
of you.
swear to God, if the ceiling fan is made of books.
Ooh.
Ooh, okay. Torn's not really paying too much attention. Nico's got a 21. Hachu.
I don't think Torin likes.
I
this
saw
guy very much
it
anymore.
land at 20 and flip over. That motherfucking dice.
Since the last time you guys were here, he has made a whopping 11 books of progress before this assumedly fell on him.
Well, you know, that's still 11 more books, so slight progress is still progress. And give him a pat on the arm and go over to a pile.
Yeah, you just lay right there. We'll help you out.
As soon as this is done, I'll be able to leave. I haven't seen my room for a week.
This dude needs some vacation time. Like seriously.
So who has it worse, the armorer or this guy?
You know, hey, buddy, next time, how about you?
I think
kill
this
20
guy.
men?
This guy's
and I
fucking
sit
mind
alone
broken.
I will think about that. And
You know who is broken though? Is that intelligence guy back in that one room.
Oh, yeah.
He's at least getting some help.
he kind of scoots himself back and props himself up against some books, like to his back. He's just kind of gonna rest there for a while. I'd like the three of you to give me an intelligence and a sleight of hand. See how much progress you guys make. Alright,
That's good
15,
sleight of
21.
hand.
I'm gonna let y'all down.
Oh,
I know it.
man.
Oh, here we go. The
I
one
didn't think that
time
was
his
possible.
brain leaves his head.
I crit fail every time I come into this library.
This library doesn't like you.
Okay, that wasn't terrible. And sleight of hand.
Torin literally walked out in rage last time he was in this
Yeah.
library.
So, organization-wise, with the sleight of hand, you guys are able to place the books really nicely, really properly. Hachu and Nikos, you guys are getting an idea of the Dewey Decimal and the organizational pattern, and you're able to start slotting them in and putting them up, especially with a lot of the books having not moved from their staging ground that they were in last time. You're able to get into the groove of it. Torin, something about these books. Somehow the transition between N and M in this organizational system is just racking
He's
your
just
brain.
standing there furiously with an eye twitching, putting one book on the shelf and then taking it off again and then putting it right back and then taking it off again.
Something about the N and M and trying to
It's the
find
book
where
the
the
guy
gap
was eating.
is just really having a rough time. You can't figure out, like, yeah, this is an N, but where does M start? But N and M, M and N, M and M and M and M and M. You're just kind of brain farting.
No, that's my headcanon. That's what's happening. He is just moving the same book over and over again. Just on the shelf, off the shelf, on the shelf, off the shelf.
Yeah, and it's the reason is it's the book that the guy was eating, so you can't like tell whether or not it's an M or an N.
No, he was just
And this
eating
has
pages
just
out of
completely
it.
broken him.
He was just eating
Nah,
pages
he was
out of it.
no. He was gnawing on the.
Oh god, you don't eat the
spine.
brim. No, don't eat the
You know,
spine.
he was book with no brim. No. Like he didn't get all the way through it, but he was like gnawing on the spine. So Torin's looking at the spine like, and he'll put it somewhere, turn around, and then turn like 360 degrees around, pull it off, and go somewhere else.
He's just already given up on this library as soon as he entered, so it's just scoot, scoot,
This was the thing he was supposed to do, and he's the worst at it.
The next couple hours will go by, and you guys will end up making progress, and for a while you can see Torin there looking sort of just like a distant stare at his one empty shelf as he's scooting that book left and right on the shelf slowly. And you just kind of work past him and around him and are able to stack above and underneath him and continue on. And after a while, the both of you are able to look back, and Torin's still just in that spot, seeming to have, like, brain turn off for the
He's
moment.
standing there, ripping one page after the other out of it now. And just throwing it on the ground.
Man, I never thought I would see you to face a book.
Man, what did that book say to you?
Don't ask.
Okay.
Torin, give me perception.
It called you a tangerine, didn't it?
Hey, look on the bright side. At least there are no palm trees.
Actually, a book on palm trees.
No, actually. This is a documentation, half diary, half diagrams, half blueprints and explanations of the early evolution and development of the Lee Enfield.
No.
There's more of them.
Roll me investigation.
You're a son of a bitch, you know that?
You see one of the pages in the corner of your eye as you're about halfway through ripping out some of it. You're just kind of doing that slow, like, tear along the spine. And you look down and you see issue 1 of 3.
Blanket?
He's gonna spend the next 20 minutes taping pages back into it.
Oh no. Is it a frantic or is it a defeated, like,
It's
okay.
defeated, like, slumped shoulders, just tape. Tape.
If they're in bed, then
The scotch taping it back together.
because they're in that room too.
Roll me another intelligence. It could be worse. A couple of the pages might be upside down, but at least the number order is correct. As you tape them back in there. For the most part, nice. There's a couple paragraphs where you might not see the first couple letters because of where the tear is, but you're able to replenish it back pretty much to a
Someone's
usable
gonna be
status.
studying Lee Enfield and find a chewed up book with the pages taped in upside down.
Like, what the fuck happened to this?
It's gonna be one of our backup characters in 20 sessions.
Oh god. Mr.
I'm
Lee
sorry,
Enfield
my rifle.
himself.
My rifle
What the
keeps
fuck
spinning.
is this?
I checked out a book on how to reassemble it, and I couldn't read it right.
These pages were bitten!
Oh
It's the
god.
only copy in the whole of the United Kingdom, and the pages! Someone ate it, man!
As you replenish this
It was
book,
Richard Hammond. Just saying.
the other two of you are able to approach him. The old man since then has gotten up and gone to go get food and has come back and seems to be just crashed out and sleeping on one of the chairs, half-finished tea sitting next to him. But, quite a few hours have gone by. You guys have made some good progress. Thankfully, the two of you are able to compensate for the Nat 1. The library is now 4/5 completed.
Hey.
Oh.
However, with those actions out of the way, Hachu, do you have any conversations you would like to have?
I'd like to go to the arbor and requisition a revolver.
Oh, okay. That would be more of an action than a conversation.
That would be more of an action? Okay.
That would be more of an action. That might be for day 2.
In that case, I'll save that for day 2.
Alright, make note of that. Any conversations, or you think day 1 is pretty good?
Nothing. Ugh, God.
Good lordy.
I can't. I don't think so. I don't think I got anything else.
Alright. Nikos, having done your action for the day, do you have any conversations you'd like to have?
I had one planned, but it was with Leroy, so he's not here. Can't do that.
He's not here today.
So- Yeah. Rip, so then, no.
You can hold that for next time, probably.
Yeah, I know, I was planning on it.
Father Troikov, you got an action and a conversation.
For my conversation, I want to spend it on asking Leroy if he can get a hold of that kind of camera. I don't know if you want me to hold that, or if you want to just say I did that.
We'll hold that for the next day when Leroy's here.
Okay.
Since we're doing the same for Nikos.
Apart from that, and I know it's going to be difficult, and everyone is probably going to be really annoyed, but I want to go into the library and see if I can find any books in relation to the whole scrying thing.
You come in, you find the others two diligently working while Kobolds is just tearing a book apart.
Yeah, you come in towards the start
I like
of
to think
the
I could-
mental breakdown where he starts slowly tearing pages. Roll me a investigation and a intelligence. Peter.
That's probably not enough.
Your int is impeccable. As far as figuring out this organizational system that they are
Impeccable.
using, you are a little baffled. You're like, this is, it seems alphabetical, but deeper and more confusing somehow. You try to get a garner of where it is. You try to find the S section, and you realize they're just starting to organize it. So you go to the big pile that is an S, and you're sorting your way through and trying to find scrying or various information that might be relating to that. You only come across one book in the time that you got while you're like trying to sort through it. And what you come to find is a lot of magical books and manuals aren't necessarily just straightforward labeled. They might have a name that has absolutely nothing or at all to do with it. So you're almost kind of having to go book by what seems magical. You don't find anything as far as scrying goes. You do find a couple manuals on script.
Yeah, if you're gonna be in here, you gotta keep it down.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess I'll probably leave whenever they leave.
You'll hang out for the rest of the day with them.
Well, I mean, I figure I'm spending the whole day looking through these pile of books for anything useful.
For the most part, yeah. They haven't gotten to the S's quite yet until the end of the day. Alright. Yeah, unfortunately, while looking through, you realize the title's kind of deceptive. Things aren't just straight up labeled scrying. But trying to look for the right kind of book or information on it, you can't really find it at the time, at least not from what you are able to look through throughout the day. A lot of scrolls and other manuscripts, too, that you try to peek at, but it seems like a pretty tall order to find it until everything's fully organized. Yeah, you said you'll
I
spend
figured
the
it would
rest of the day just kind of hanging out with them?
Yeah.
Alright. Torin! We got your action. Do you have a conversation you'd like to have during the day?
That's the armorer.
Alright. A little bit later in the evening, right before most of the stations are shutting down and things are going into night mode, you got the really dim gas lamps and some of the lights set up, the little yellowish and orange ones, hanging from those lower, like, wall side lights and lamps. And he's getting ready. You can, as you approach, you see him kind of leaning forward, and he's got the front gate sort of shutter halfway closed.
He's gonna approach it.
Hello.
Oh, you. Hey, you got back from your journey, your mission. Go well?
Yeah, it went very well.
Yeah, good, yeah.
So I came to see how you were doing, and
Peachy, why?
ask about what's in that crate back over there.
He's gonna point at one of the mini crates back there.
Anyone in particular, or just a random crate?
Just a random crate.
You see him look back.
And when he looks back,
Oh my god. I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it was gonna happen.
Torin is gonna slip one of those gammon bombs out and like, can I do like a sleight of hand to like slip it inside, like on the floor somewhere?
You want to like... Okay, so you got the desk, you got the little port window that the weapons and stuff are handed out of. However, between each of these grates, there's a little gap. Are you like wanting to hockey puck kick this on the floor into there, or like roll it in, or?
Like kind of roll it, like kind of half kick, half roll it in, like under a desk or like in a just
Okay.
roll it in.
There's kind of like a security gate across the front. It can be done. All right. Fucking. Let's see. Roll
That was a weird
me
echo.
stealth and sleight of hand.
I'm sorry, Peter.
Oh no.
Mediocre.
It's not exactly quiet as he looks over slowly, and the sound of granules inside a beanbag hitting the top of your foot in the ground, and then the scooting of claws and a bare foot on the tile, and a across the floor, and then a loud as the explosive cap hits the edge of one of the bars, and it snags up and makes like a hacky sack sound getting stuck in between the bottommost horizontal rail and the floor. And you just see him kind of slowly tilt his head down towards it.
Oh, sorry, I dropped that. He's gonna pick it up.
Head slowly turns to where you were standing, but you go under his vision over to it, and his head tilts slowly back over, just looking at you with very heavy, tired eyes.
So, I meant to give this back, but I dropped it on accident. But here, I took this about a week ago. Well, not this one exactly. The one I took, I used to blow up a bunch of Italian police. But I'm just gonna return this, and you can pretend that it never disappeared.
Didn't you check out a crate of these before your last mission?
Yes, I did.
And why are you returning this one?
Well, you see, I stole the first one, and then I blew it up. So I figured I'd return one of these new ones, and then you say I blew it up on this mission, and then you can fill in that you don't have any missing inventory.
Roll me persuasion with advantage.
He's too tired to deal with this shit.
The good news is he only needed a 3.
Oh my god.
His mental math ability is not at all present anymore, so you're explaining circles around him to the point that he's actually starting to look tired and confused. And he'll eventually just raise up one hand with a finger up, just, I'll just take that, and we'll call it good, I guess. Do you want my job? You seem to be a lot better at this accounting. I didn't even know this was missing.
No, that's okay. I have other things to do, unfortunately.
Well, not just that you're saying.
If you ever have free time, I wouldn't mind a little help, but thanks. I probably could have gotten a whole lot of trouble for this.
Yeah, that's. I'm glad to help out.
A heavy, kind of tired, and slightly, like Cosmoline weapon oiled hand will, like, pat you twice on the shoulder, and then, like, not disrespectfully, but very tired, like, not really knowing what to do, just kind of, like, pats the side of your face once with his palm, and just, that's it. Good job. Where do I even store this? Okay, yeah, it goes over there. And he starts heavy stepping his way over, and you see him open up the crate.
Kobold steals a pen off his desk while he's doing that.
Oh, that's just rude.
As you reach over and take a pen off of his desk, you see him looking into one of the crates, and he's going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks at the one in his hand, looks back into the crate, counts out 6 again. I wasn't
Alright, Torrin
missing
feels
one,
bad. He
was
puts
I?
the pen back.
I was missing? Where was I missing the... Maybe it's from one of the deeper boxes. Okay. And you'll close the lid on the top box, set it aside, open up the second lid, count out 6, close it, latch it, zero out the lock, stack it, open up the third one, regrettably count out 6 again,
We're just gonna
close
slowly
it,
start backing away.
lock it, sets that aside, realizes there's not a 4th box, looks back at the only 3 crates he has that all have 6 each. You could see him physically second guess, did I count 6 in each? Takes the third one, places it back on the floor, starts to open it again, fucks up the rotary code, zeroes it out, slowly starts it again.
Torrin's leaving.
He's gonna spend the next while figuring out where bomb number 13 goes in an inventory that only accounts for 12 bombs.
God.
Wouldn't it be bomb number 19 because they each had 6 and you have 3 crates?
I think he's not there enough to realize that.
He's
literally
trying.
felt so bad. He put the pen back.
It wasn't even a good pen.
That's progress.
But that is progress. He didn't steal the pen off his desk. But you also gave him one more than his inventory accounts for, so now he's got.
Which is weird, because
figure
when we
out where it
left, he
goes.
said he was one short.
As a good supply clerk, he made sure the missing one was accounted for and wasn't actually missing and wound up somewhere else at some point in time. Having been a week, he has no memory of one having got missing.
Oh, God.
So now he has one extra, which if you've ever been in any sort of weapons accounting, having one extra of something is even worse than being short one.
So I say again, who has it worse, the library guy or this guy?
Uh,
But leaving the pen there and having returned the gammon bomb, you make your way out. And you realize all the other lights and various stations are turning off as that building's going dormant, except for the two dim yellow lights at the entrance and just inside the entrance to the armory.
Wow. I mean, that's it, I think.
Alrighty. He did a good deed, yay.
Only because he was forced to, because his sleight of hand failed.
God.
hey, God works in mysterious ways. Oh, that was pretty clear to me. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, totally. I'm waiting to see what he wastes his inspiration point on.
Hey, I've seen both
Hey.
Blues Brothers. I know how that works out.
You expect me to waste it?
I feel like you're gonna use it like trying to sneak another gammon bomb or something. It's gonna be great. But yeah, you make your way on out, and eventually after dinner you retire for the evening, and you're gonna get you some sleeps. Wilhelm, we get to you. You have hello, Wilhelm Schwartz. You have an action and an interaction for the day.
Okay, I'm pretty sure my action is going to be going back to the lab.
Okay.
Back to the lab again.
Just
Yep, there goes Wilhelm.
Back
assist
to
in
the lab
general?
again. Dramatic music.
Dun, dun, dun,
God,
dun.
God, he's coming. He's coming. Hide the chemicals.
A little bit of that.
Sorry, Wilhelm. We don't have anything in here today. It's like,
Hey, last time I
know
was here,
where-
we became friends.
As you go inside, I want you to roll me a, what would be the nicest way to say entering nice? Like, roll me stealth.
I gotta find my mouse. Oh,
It's in
it
your
went,
hand.
no, it went offline. I have two mice,
Ah,
because I'm using two computers. Technically 3 screens with 2 computers.
that sounds horrible.
stealth. You're able to walk in rather nicely without making a commotion or a heavy sound or anything, realizing that chemicals and stuff are being had here, so it's
I actually
worthwhile
try-
to be careful.
I now make the effort whenever I walk in to walk in quietly and go up to people quietly and be like, excuse me, is there anything that anybody needs help with while we're in here?
Be like, walk up to people quietly and be like, hello, I am Wilhelm Schwartz. Is there anything I can help you with?
As you walk in, you're trying to be a little bit quieter and a little more nice with your entrance to not startle anyone in case they're in the middle of something. And you're kind of glad that you did, because as soon as you step in, everybody is kind of half circled around one table in particular.
Yeah,
I
I
can
try to-
see. Oh,
I was gonna say I just try to sneak up and join the crowd without making too much of a fuss or people noticing that I'm just kind of joining the crowd. Just kind of like somebody who walked in and like is actually part of the team and stuff like that. Just kind of like joining in, being like, "Oh, what's going on over here?"
good. With that 14, you were able to kind of Assassin's Creed that as you make your way up and kind of peek over one person's shoulder to look over. And you can see 2 people are standing there. One's holding 2 fluids and pouring them out of the beakers into a singular one. And there's a third person with a dropper, little droplet, and they're holding it over the top, and they're waiting for just the right moment, it seems like, to drop the next a single drop of whatever it is in that vial into the mix that the other one is making. And everybody's really still and really quiet as they're doing this.
I whisper to the person like right next to me and go, "What are the chemicals?"
They kind of jerk their head for a half moment, having not noticed you, but then pause. They're, supposedly it's a congealing agent?
Like a quick congealing agent for wounds?
I wouldn't say wounds, but it's supposed to be a filler for structural damage.
Ah, okay.
I
I think wounds would be more important, but that works too.
well,
Especially
I
with
mean,
bombing.
We know how to congeal blood quickly. It's not that hard, but they're trying to make a quick remedy and fix for buildings or ships, maybe. They called it quikrete. I don't actually quite know, but it. And you see the second person let the single droplet go into the mix as the very ends of the other two mixes are finally pouring in. I would like you to roll me. Oh God, excuse me. Constitution save, please.
Nice.
Yep.
Everybody dives to the ground. Everybody yells and jolts and is impacted by hundreds of teeny tiny fragments, not in a lethal sense, but are just peppered in fragments of rapidly expanding and hardening concrete that explodes outwards in all directions, peppering the walls and the posters and hitting everybody as they all drop. However, you stand there perfectly still, having seen many a different threshold of explosives and ordnance and anti-personnel, as a few bits just bounce off your jacket and everything else just magically somehow doesn't hit you. Almost like there's a silhouette around you. As this beaker and all the concrete in it expands rapidly the size of a cinder block, it just explodes outwards, knocking everybody over with a yell, some of the glasses breaking, some of the shards falling to the ground, and everybody kind of panicked for a few moments as you're just standing there, calm as a cucumber.
I look at them.
fluttering in the breeze.
I look at them and I'm just like, why are you using glass beakers for quick concrete?
we were hoping the small amount would just form within the beaker.
Does it act volatilely to metals?
That's a good question. We haven't tested that yet.
Because it almost would be better with the expansion properties to almost do it in a bucket or something like that.
You know, next mix we'll have to use a bucket. It'd be a good idea.
Either that or it could be metal or it could be wood. Wood bucket's not the most stable, but it has less radioactivity with chemicals generally. Some not, obviously. Acids would not be a good mix with wood. But that's really interesting. Now, is this the end state that you guys desired, or is this not exactly the right mixture?
The mixture's correct, however, we can't really narrow down the expansion, or at least the variable of how much expansion will yield from the amount that we're using.
And I see
He points over, and you see a small pile of anything from softball size clump of quickly formed concrete around a small little vial like they were using, to something about the size of 4 cinder blocks amalgamated around the top of a beaker.
Where are your calculations? Do you mind if I look at them real quick?
We haven't quite been taking paper notes today. It's been more a trial and error by hand.
Okay, this is what we're gonna do. I want you to tell me. I whip out a notepad from a shirt pocket. I'm like, I want you to tell me the precise measurements you've done for your past tests real quick. If you can remember them. We'll go test by test. the softball side, and I basically just run through all the ones he does, pointing to each of them and having them basically spout out exactly what was the like mixture in cc's or milliliters, wherever.
After the first 3, you realize they're giving you the same mixture each time, and then when you ask the 4th one, they just kind of, with a little bit of a smirk and a shrug, point to the chalkboard, which has that exact same formula and mixture that they've been reciting to you each time. Like we said, the variable of expansion is uncontrollable. We just can't calculate how much expansion we'll get.
What about the timing of the last droplet, the catalyst?
The exact same every time.
That's very interesting.
We're not sure what a good control element might be that won't stop the concrete from forming into a dense concrete form, but also control the amount of expansion. We are yet to figure out if it's related to the oxygen density or perhaps the material. We haven't tried, as you said, metal or wood containers, but perhaps we could try that next. If not that, then we could begin testing in a vacuum environment. Yeah, a vacuum environment might work pretty well.
I think the vacuum environment would definitely be a a much better control state. But then again, you're also going to want to, well, I guess that's to get the right formula with the right expansion, but then you're going to have to consider that calculation in when you're actually utilizing this in the field or in structural.
We are quite aware, and that's where we're just trying to see if there's a eventual constant to the variable of expansion. So far, it's not been any bigger than that, but it's also been as small as that, pointing between the force in their block's worth and then the singular, like, softball size worth. But
Very interesting.
we'll try with some other materials over the next couple days, and then we'll see if we can't get the vacuum environment. Perhaps oxygen is the, what would you say, the density setting variable? Perhaps it is, it could be. And they go over to each other and start writing down notes off to the side. You see a lot of the others start kind of dispersing, going back to their various stations, checking different things here and there. Some of them are mostly just doing cleanup, as there's a bunch of bits of concrete everywhere.
I'll help with the cleanup a little bit. And while we're cleaning up, I'm going to look at some of the guys who I'm helping and be like, who technically is in charge of this R&D department?
They kind of look to each other, the two at the desk that you ask, and then kind of look outwards for a moment. You know, we're not actually sure. We've been given pretty free reign with what we choose to do. It's almost group-led, you could say.
Okay, so it's more of a think tank rather than... But there's got to be a higher person who essentially hires you and puts you in this room and pays you.
I believe...
Who do you guys answer to? Hire...
that's a good... Is it the third office up top? It might actually be the third office. I've never seen anyone in there. Well, the blinds have always been closed. Yeah, that's a good point. Upstairs, there's a set of offices. Used to be classrooms. There's one that doesn't have a title or rank on it, but it's assumedly occupied. A scientist was in there at one point. Perhaps he's in charge, since most of our findings are stored one story above us.
Well, thank you, and if there's nothing else for cleaning's sake, I'm gonna go see what I can find out in that office.
That sounds good.
I venture to the office and make an obnoxious, like, knock on the door, kind of like the whole dun 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 dun.
Is he gonna say the line?
What's the line?
Say the line, Kobasa.
I'm not in the office yet.
So you go up, you give a couple knocks. You don't hear anything. It's got the little window
You're giving
that
a couple
runs
of yourself?
full length besides the door, and it's got the
sorry, that's a
little.
dumb joke.
I got it. It's got the wooden blinds down on the inside, and it seems very dim. You hear a small little shuffle inside.
I just check the doorknob to see if it's locked.
It's loose.
Okay. I open the door carefully, but not like I'm trying to go in there to steal something, more like I'm trying to be considerate of who's in there. So I open it and I kind of peek my head in and I go, "Hello?"
There is a immediate impact of food and food rot smell that hits you in the face. And there is just stacks of beakers on all sides. And various crates and food items, a lot of breads, a whole lot of bread. Some of it more brick-like than bread anymore. And sitting in the middle is a somewhat frazzled looking English officer, or used to be English officer. His blouse kind of hanging lower off his shoulders. His cap is off, so his hair is kind of grayed and a little disheveled. And he's got his back towards you, and he's just sitting there semi-crisscross, leaning over something that he seems to be working on.
I make my way into the room, kind of come alongside him before I say anything to see if he notices me. After about 10 seconds of just standing there, if he doesn't notice me, I'm going to be like, "Hello? I am Wilhelm Schwartz."
As you
Say
get
the line, Bart.
as you get Schwartz out, actually make me a dex save. You're not able to recoil back fully, however, you're also not deep-throated by the red-colored baguette that is shoved into your mouth as the face turns and looks at you with very high-zoom glasses on. And these giant eyeballs are just kind of looking at you through the glasses. Does it taste red?
Yes. Very red.
You notice he's chewing on something as he raises a bit of very bright red, looks like a bread chunk up to his mouth and starts chewing on it and eating it.
Does the red enhance the taste?
I think so.
Okay. Like I said, I am Wilhelm Schwartz. I am actually wondering if you are in charge of the research and development section downstairs?
Oh, yes, I am.
Well, I noticed a couple of things they're doing. One of them is trying to make a quick reacting concrete for structural reinforcement and repair. And I know that right now their experiments are very unpredictable. So at some point, I think they're going to need a vacuum room. But aside from that,
Yes, they can get whatever they need. They're scientists.
so am I, so to speak.
Ah, good. Then try this. And he takes another piece of bread from somewhere that is another very dark shade of red, and will try to shove it into your mouth.
I'm actually quite full. I ate not too long ago. If I eat any more bread, I would turn into an Irishman.
Ah! Yeah, make a funny joke. I'm Major Allura. What is your name?
I am Wilhelm Schwartz. I think I've said that before, but that's okay.
I wasn't listening.
Oh, okay. Well, now that you're listening, hello. I am Wilhelm Schwartz.
I am not listening at the moment. Do you think I should mix the methyl 4 to a 2 mix of sulfenol, or should it be a 3 mix of sulfenol to a 4 methyl?
Oh, no, wrong button. Wrong button. I'll just take 2 off that. Or 3 off of that. Oh, that's a 7.
That's a 7.
I'm actually not quite knowledgeable on those chemicals specifically.
I want to make food happier. I want to make food fun and friendly, and I'm trying to make. I call this one Red 6. The 5 previous versions have not worked, but I believe this one will make food very bright red and colorful and pleasing to the eye. Like this
Somebody
one.
stop that man right
And he
now.
takes another chunk of bright red bread and tosses it in his mouth and is chewing on it. The disodium salt mix of 3-hydroxy to 4-methyl, I believe it's a strong enough mix, but the calcium override seems excessive. I can't limit the calcium.
Is there any other side effects such as discoloration of gums, teeth, and excrement?
Side effects?
Yes, you have been documenting side effects, right?
The Red 2 made me utilize the latrine quite often, but Red 6, I believe, is perfectly stable.
But what are the colors of your stools?
Red?
Yes, see, that should be a problem. That means you're not actually digesting the stuff you're putting in the bread, and therefore it's just passing through you.
But I solved that problem after Red 1.
Obviously not if your stools are still coming out red.
Well, that's because I ate quite a bit of Red 1.
Oh, that's valid. How long? Okay. So, are you a nutritionist by trade?
Oh,
That's why you're...
no. Radiation
Mad
research.
That actually makes a lot more sense. Is this meant to be a counter-radioactive...
No, I
substance?
just want to make bread fun. Bread is tan and
Wilhelm, grab your
brown
gun.
and oats. It's very boring. It doesn't go anywhere. It's just bread. But if you can make it red, white, and blue, if you can make it the colors of your nation, it'd be very fun and very exciting for people. And
I
so
think the
far, this
French-
disodium mix that I've made, I call it Red 6, and it seems to have the least side effects.
I just want to let you know, I think the French have already perfected coloring foods. You should probably get a French...
Not as bright as my food.
Okay, that's probably true. And I guess, yes, compared to the normal British cuisine, that is definitely more appealing. But I'm gonna digress on this whole conversation. Do you mind if I help the people downstairs? And is there any projects you want to have done specifically besides your bread?
Leave me to my research. Obviously, they had to do whatever they need to do. I told
And
the gentleman in the room next to mine, if any papers come that need me to sign it, just sign.
Okay, so what you're saying is I should probably go talk to him?
If he's still in there.
You have a great day, and good luck with your bread coloring experiments.
I will.
I'm literally just gonna double time it, not running, but double timing it out of there before I get more bread shoved in my mouth.
Yeah.
And go to the room next door.
Bro's had too much Red 3.
The one
We
banned
need to
in
stop him.
1990.
So I'm gonna go knock on the room next door to his.
You go over and you knock on the door, and it creaks open just a little bit. There is a massive amount of stacks of paperwork, just pillars high, and a bunch of overflowing filing cabinets scattered about in the room. And the door opens just a little bit and hits the edge of a small desk.
I try to poke my head in and look at the desk.
Sitting there is two little receptacle bins. One says document here, and the other one says document outgoing, and there's a pen next to it.
I look around the room. Do I see anybody in there?
There's no one in there, but there is an open spot for somebody to stand there behind the desk.
I'm going to try to shimmy my way in. Is there a filing cabinet or a chair I can just randomly sit on?
You can sit on the edge of this desk, or you can sit on the floor in between any of the filing cabinets or pillars of paper.
I'm going to lean against one of the filing cabinets opposite the desk
Alright.
and just wait for the next eccentric person to come in.
How many hours do you have, or are you willing to wait?
2.
Alright, well that's enough, thankfully. I was hoping you'd say something like 10. You stand by for about an hour. About an hour, 10 minutes. About an hour, 15. You hear the occasional giggle or sound from the next room over. And then the door in front of you opens up a little ways. And you don't see quite the full amount of a person, but you do see an arm reach in and idly touch around inside the receiving in bin. Realize there's no papers there and start to retract back out and start to close the door behind it.
Excuse me.
It pauses and tenses for a moment and then retracts its arm faster and slams the door.
I calmly walk over, open the door, and look out to see if anybody's walking away.
Give me perception.
That's better.
You see the edge of what seems to be a very large pair of green ears kind of arced back on a about 3 foot tall creature in what seems to be kind of a brown officer style uniform, dashing down the hall and taking a sharp turn.
Chasing.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. I'm following him.
Roll me athletics.
Oh god, can I do acrobatics instead?
You're not cartwheeling down the hallway, you're running.
That's valid. Oh,
Oh,
okay.
jeez. Okay.
I am on a mission.
Yeah, you're reliving Trench Runner. It'll eventually become a famous game.
My name is Wilhelm Johns.
You are bolting down this hallway past a couple other offices. You take a sharp right turn and you can see where it's a big balcony hall. You're running across, looking down to the right, you see some of the grand floor in the middle and some officers walking to and fro. And as you're running, you see the very edge coattails of them taking another sharp right. As you catch up on it very quickly, hook your hand and swing on the corner of the pillar, jutting around, and you are rapidly on top of just about a foot or two behind, running behind what is now very clearly a about 3.5 foot tall goblin in a British officer's uniform. Looks like a very low rank, maybe like an ensign or something, is looking back at you, terrified.
Can I grab the back of his coat?
Make me a sleight of hand. Oh yeah. You grab him and both of his feet kind of kick outwards as you raise him up and rotate him around. And the goblin is just kind of curled and hanging there, squeamishing just a little bit as you're looking at him.
Hello.
Ah,
I am Wilhelm Schwartz. I have
Oh.
been waiting in that office for 2 hours, almost. I have talked to an
sorry.
eccentric guy about red bread.
he told me to sign any paper that comes in. That's all I've been doing.
Perfect. I just need you to answer any questions.
Okay.
Can I put you down without you running away?
I can't promise that.
Can you give me like 5 minutes?
Sure.
Okay. I put him down. Okay. Just trying to get some information. First off, is that guy in charge of all the researchers, the floor below him?
Yes?
That is a terrible, terrible boss. Number 2, Are you in charge of anybody, or are you just a paper pusher?
Any papers that come in, he told me to handle and sign, so I've just been signing his name on any papers that came in.
Okay.
I think most of it was just budget.
Okay. What is your actual job?
I'm a custodian and a quarterly.
An officer is a custodian? Damn, OSF's down bad on the Manning.
I feel like we should get you a little bit more responsibility, given
No.
that you.
No.
No?
This job's been amazing.
You like just being an orderly and a custodian?
Better than being a minor.
I could see that. I could see that.
My name's Tavish. I'm a ensign in the 7th Auxiliary Engineer Corps.
What is your trade?
So, McTavish?
Demolitions, transport.
What?
Demolitions
What?
transport, you say?
We transport the explosives to the destination in the tunnels that have been dug, and then we detonate the explosives and yeah.
I feel like you and I could actually become good friends.
Are
I
you gonna use
was-
me as fodder.
No, God no. I was a artillerist in the Great War for the Prussians, or the Prussian artillery regiment.
So far, we goblins haven't really been trusted around ordnance and heavy weapons.
Do you want to learn some?
I don't think I'm allowed to.
Do you want to get a drink?
I don't want to jeopardize my position here. I relax all day. I eat food, and I check for papers. And whenever a new paper comes in, I sign it and pass it on. I've just been doing this for the last month, and I don't want to jeopardize this job.
Okay, I respect that. Have you looked at the papers at all?
I can't read.
You can't read?
No.
Do you want to get a drink?
If I'm not seen, I won't say no, I guess.
I mean, it doesn't have to be while you're at work. I don't know if you're in quarters here or if you have a family in town or something of that nature.
Just shakes his head no to both of those.
Where do you live?
Wherever the major lives.
Which major?
Points to the somewhat crazier Major Allura's office.
Oh.
I was assigned to him a month ago. He told me never bother him and just handle the papers, so I've been doing that.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I think that room that you get the papers from needs a little bit of clearing out, maybe some cleaning up, maybe some organizing. As an orderly, you should probably get on that at the very least. And what was the name again? Ensign McTavish?
Sure, we'll go with that.
You have a goblin name that just nobody can pronounce, so you go by McTavish? Are you not actually part of the British Royal?
No,
No.
I am. I'm an officer. I was transferred here, and yeah. Henry. Ensign Henry.
Ensign Henry, okay. Well, Ensign Henry, I'm going to see if I can at the very least, get you quarters, seeing as you've been here for a month and don't seem to have those yet.
Kind of nods his head a little bit to the side towards the office that he was making his way towards.
Is that where you sleep, in that office?
Yes.
That's your quarters?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want an actual room with, like, a bed?
This is pretty comfy.
Have you actually ever slept in a bed?
This is the first time.
So you do have a bed.
Kind of motions his head and ear over like he's trying to motion, like, allow me to open the door?
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yes. I did chase you down.
Turns and walks his way over, looks over his shoulder at you very hesitantly, and then reaches up, opens the door, and pushes it open.
What do I see?
It was a about 15 by 30 foot classroom that has been turned into a very nice, large, if you could picture somebody acquiring a room, labeling it as extra storage, and basically just feng shuiing every bit of it. There's a nice desk, there's a bunch of spare helmets on the wall, there's some candles, there's a dining table, there's an actual, like, full queen-size bed. He's slowly acquired and whittled his way into all the nice equipment and amenities to end up in this room that has a label on it, spare storage.
I look into the room and just go, forget I said anything. My quarters are shit.
I not say that. I'm guessing Wonder Company, Wonder Bread, Wonder whatever.
Wondrous. Please do not say bread in front of me right now. I cannot handle anything.
Wondrous Company. You guys get amazing pay. Then again, you're hardly ever here.
That is true. You don't need a good bed if you're hardly ever going to sleep in it. It's better than sleeping in a trench, I suppose. I'm first off, let me apologize for assuming. I'm assuming you've gotten that your life, where people have assumed things about you based on your species.
It's a usually safe assumption.
Hey,
Okay,
real quick, guys. I'm gonna have to bow out here because I have to wake up in the morning. So.
Alright, man.
All right. We can pick up with day 2 whenever.
Yeah,
So.
we'll catch you next week.
All right. See y'all later.
Later.
Bye.
See you,
Bye.
James.
See ya.
Okay, well, that is, whether it's a safe assumption or not, I still apologize for it. If you still want that drink, I'll buy. At least out of the kindness of my heart for assuming.
I might find you at some point and take you up on that, but for now, I think I'm good.
Okay. Like I said, I'm Wilhelm Schwartz. I'm in whatever building that our lodgings are in.
The real reason we're called Wondrous Company is because we're in the Wondrous building.
Is it really? And if you could just keep an eye on those requisitions, I'm just curious, specifically from the R&D department, what they're working on.
I don't know, I just signed the papers.
And oh, you can't read. That's right. Well, if you want any lessons in writing and reading, I at least can do that for you.
I might take you up on that in time.
Figure as an orderly, reading wouldn't be a bad thing to do.
Probably.
And that way the spare storage can actually be spelled correctly.
You see him kind of looking at it closer. If it is misspelled, it's not my fault. I took it off another door.
I was joking with you, and you passed. You enjoy yourself.
Okay, you too.
Bye, Ensign Henry.
It takes him a couple moments to like recognize that and oh yeah.
I have a feeling that's not your real name. I start wandering off.
Welcome to Secret of R&D Budget.
I just in the last bit of this, I'm just going back up to the R&D room, or I guess down. We might be a floor above it.
Yeah.
And then I'm just gonna pop in quietly, go up to a couple different tables, see if they need help with anything.
Did you know this place is run by a man obsessed with the color red?
I don't say that at all. I just
Fear the red.
Whatever you do, don't go up there.
I'm just gonna say, if you find bread that is red, don't eat. They're probably gonna look like me, like I'm insane. I'm gonna be like, I feel insane for having to say that.
Your mouth is all covered in red 6.
Oh god.
Is he okay?
And so that's pretty much my day. For my interaction, I guess I'll just meet these guys maybe for dinner and just go over the preposterousness of my day, including Major
Allura.
Allura. I was gonna just say Major Red. Major Allura, who is literally insane.
That could be
The
the
Red Baker.
tumors.
Yeah, it could be. He did, yeah, he was what? Radioactivity?
Well, originally.
Yeah.
Man, this place is really interesting, huh?
The science building is a bunch
teleported
of
bread.
weird. I teleported more bread.
I kind of want to go on another
Eisenhower,
mission.
I have made trench bread that is no longer radioactive.
I want to go on another mission and get out of here, even though we just got back.
Not gonna be looking at cupcakes the same.
I will never eat red velvet again.
Oh no.
What do you say we go on a mission to a local tavern? Never
Oh,
been to one.
that.
Weren't we going
Yeah.
to go to the Russian Bards thing?
Oh,
Or was that tomorrow?
yeah, I guess that's
The
thing.
Russian bards are showing up tomorrow. However, this evening, aside from going out for a drink, you guys do have a large animal shipment arriving.
Oh, that's right.
That sounds like a bad idea to me.
We might as well help out, though.
What if we?
Anybody good with animals?
What if we go to the
Not
tavern,
particularly, no.
Only horses.
and then after the tavern, then we go to the thing?
I feel like being drunk and trying to deal with an animal that could probably slash our throats. is
Didn't
probably
they
not
say
good.
there is a
Hip hop?
bird lion
Griffin?
thing?
Didn't they
With
say
wings.
griffin? Griffin, right?
And I thought it was hippogriff.
They're different.
Oh, hippogriff. I don't know, but if I see this hippogriff, I feel like we should give it a name. I vote Buckbeak.
I don't know why I'm upset with what you just said, but I didn't like it.
That sounds like a good name.
Oh,
Would you
I
guys
heard they're
like
very
to
proud creatures.
go see the shipping or receiving section, or you guys want to hit up the bar?
I don't know, I don't think any of us are particularly good with animals. I think we might just cause more issues than help.
Yeah, that's I don't know. Let me.
Griffins
I mean,
are
we don't have to
around
take-
in the morning. Bars aren't.
I mean, alcohol is. We can always just go and get something for our rooms.
That's sad.
Not if we're together. Then it's like a dorm party.
I missed that part of college.
Those are
You
fun.
missed that part of college. I went to a seminary.
So you've
Well, surely they had a lot of wine, right?
Lots of wine or vodka.
Yes, but it was not for that.
Oh.
But yeah, I'm down with the tavern. I feel like after today, I need a bottle or 6.
Yeah, trip to the pub sounds nice.
I'm thinking a shot for every person I've killed.
So you want a bottle or 6?
Right. He starts counting on his hands.
Oh wait, maybe not.
I only have 3 fingers. I can
think
only
that-
count to 6.
I think that is a bad idea. That would probably give most of us alcohol poisoning at this point.
What's alcohol poisoning? Can't you heal that? You're a cleric.
Duh.
Cast sobriety.
Does protection from poison cure alcohol poisoning?
Technically.
Does it prevent you from even getting drunk?
Technically.
So you do it afterward.
I
Fucking
gotta be
everyone's all
sober enough
fucking-
to do it.
Hungover and shit, like laying on the couch. It's like, Peter, do the thing.
Peter, the funny thing is, I also have protection from poison.
That is good because I only have 3 spell slots for it. I was gonna say one of us needs to make a sacrifice.
The fucking hangover spell.
Oh my god. You cannot reduce this spell to the hangover spell.
That is so great. Every time we're
Truly
back,
the
I'm just gonna
soldier
make sure.
party.
Okay, should we ask somebody what's a good pub around? I feel like I want to ask that Minotaur.
Being a old campus, and especially you and Leroy having gone out drinking before, you know there is a particular strip of about 5 pubs.
great.
One of which is actually on the grounds of the campus. The other 4 are just across the street, having been built semi-recently.
Oh yeah, we'll do across the campus. I want to get off this place.
Alright. So the 4 of you, are you guys going very casual? Are you dressing up? Are you just as you are? What's the overall
It's a
vibe?
pub. It's gotta be the, whatever, right? It's not like they're not gonna have a dress code, are they?
Not really.
Kobold's going in the whole vest. and
I
he
take that
just-
back. We should go further
Hell
into
yeah.
town and find a bar that does have a dress code.
Kobold's gonna wear the full outfit. Minus
Father,
the guns, of
Tweed
course.
vest, a nice coat and everything.
Father Choikov,
Huh?
do you even drink?
Just not to excess.
Okay, so it's just a vow of moderation rather than a vow of not obstinance. That's the wrong
Abstinence?
word.
I have
Of
met some
obstinance.
monks who you would think have taken such a vow. But no, there is nothing in the teaching of the church fathers to say you should not drink alcohol.
Okay.
Just do not, how you Americans say, get shit-faced.
I'm not American.
Shut up. Look, man, I gotta do certain things to keep the accent going.
I get you.
To know,
Could literally just substitute the word American for German.
Yeah, but Germans don't say get shit-faced.
That's
They
valid.
probably say alcohol drinking facing or some shit like that.
This is not going anywhere right now. Let's head out.
to note though, Kobold is absolutely bringing his Astra 300 in an inner pocket because
Tell me you're bringing
Fuck
a top
yeah.
hat.
he doesn't have a top hat yet. All he has is a bunch of stolen German military caps.
And
I
some
figured
British
he would
ones
just
and a
have a
Scottish
top-
one.
I figured he would just have a top hat,
Oh,
like in
I
his
wanna find
possession
someone.
in general.
He left that back in Boston.
Hmm.
I'm gonna see if I can find somebody from the janitorial staff and see if they have a snap brim that I can take from them.
You'd be able to find one around here somewhere that you can snag up. It wouldn't be too hard to do that.
I'm gonna requisition myself a snap brim.
There you go.
Yes, buddy.
I guess if we're bringing weapons out, I'm not going anywhere without my sword.
Well, Torrent's he's doing the thing where it's not holstered, it's in an inside pocket.
Yeah, I know, but my sword is part of my fit.
Fair.
Take your
Fair.
sword with you.
Oh, yeah, 'cause
I
it's all
don't-
official looking and shit.
I don't think they're gonna look at you.
It's
in any
gilded.
weird
My
way.
sword is gilded.
Yeah.
Oh
It's
yeah, it's part of
fine.
you.
I'm
It's
leaving my
literally
sword, but I'm
blessed.
bringing my pistols.
Okay, you'll be able to have your pistols underneath. Nikos, you can call your stuff to you whenever you want.
I'm-
So
No,
Yeah, I'm
Nikos is
leaving my
holding
weapon.
his shield and his spear. He's gonna hit it on like the chandelier as he walks in.
oh god,
I don't have an ancient staff.
just walking in with it. Haha.
Oops, sorry guys, sorry. Ah shit, I'll buy you a new beer, I promise.
Oh, God.
starts getting super drunk and throwing it at the dartboard and then calling it back for drinks.
No.
Bullseye!
No.
You're right, Nikos. Now we have to rebuild the wall.
Oh,
There was a
God.
wall there.
Guys are about to destroy some poor pub. Alright, let's
What?
see
No,
if I
it's
can
not gonna
find-
be like the strip club scene from Armageddon. No.
Oh god. Let's see if I can find here.
I dig it. I dig the
This'll
the
do.
tavern music.
This'll work. Just in case, I'll start making this in the background. Yeah, the four of you guys, you make your way across the street. You go walking down. There's a handful of officers and a couple enlisted scattered here and there. And you find your way into one of the smaller pubs. This one's very nautical themed. Seems to have a lot of Northern Irish and Scottish naval kind of pastimes and
Says
maritime.
Harlan Wolf over like on top of the
Oh,
bar as
shit.
we walk in.
That'd be great. There's like old steamboats and like Great War era placards and like paintings of old ships and stuff on the wall. It almost feels like a Great War like naval museum if it wasn't for all the chairs and kind of scattered tables about. You got the nice kind of oval style bar in the middle. Not too many people. You're looking at maybe 9 or 10 in a place that can host maybe 40. As the four of you come walking your way in.
They have a lifeboat from the Titanic hung from the ceiling. That's so cool.
This is actually a really awesome place. And this is a German saying this about an English pub.
I think it's
That's
Irish.
impressive.
You know, I don't get. How come the Germans call them
I
U-boats
don't
and not
remember
me-boats?
that lifeboat.
What?
Were you-
What?
No comment. Just continues on.
Just continues walking along all casual, like, leaving the three of you like, wait, what?
No, Nikos, you cannot just leave us with it.
Were
How
you
does
the
this-
iceberg?
How does this whole pub thing work?
No, I wasn't the iceberg. But I was on it, yeah.
We're on the iceberg?
I feel like our characters.
Yes,
are
I was
all
on a
over-
just happened to be on the a random iceberg. No, I was on the Titanic. Ah,
Were you rich?
Wait, was the band real?
yeah, the band was real. And yes, I come from a prestigious family back in Greece.
What are you doing here? You don't obviously don't need the money.
Working.
Well, see, his
I was
before
a.
we got to America.
I have a degree in archaeology when I was approached by a Wild Bill and recruited into this.
Wild Bill, that makes sense. He got all of us.
Uh huh.
It is weird to
Yep.
think about, though. We have essentially a priest, a alchemist, an archaeologist, and a historian. And we've been fighting shit like crazy.
There's a bar joke in here somewhere.
There's a
And
bar
we just
joke
walked
here.
into a bar.
And we have a snake. What's the snake specialty? I guess it's magic and arcana and stuff like that. And Leroy's special team seems to just be money.
Necromancy?
It's arcana in general, but yeah, definitely heavy in the necromancy.
I think Leroy's specialty is
Raid?
acquisition.
Ah. That
One of
makes
you-
sense.
One of you guys is gonna have to tell me what to get. I don't have much experience beyond dinner wine.
Well, I have a great idea for you then. I walk up to the bar. Excuse me, barkeep?
Yeah, what can I get for you?
I need 3 bottles of at least 12 years age single malt.
Celebrating?
Sure, we'll say that.
And do you have any vodka? Just any.
Oh, okay. And a bottle of vodka for my Cossack friend.
Are you paying for it? Your paycheck was double mine.
Yes, I'll pay for it.
Thanks.
Damn.
Fucking freeloader.
Fucking wow.
What's that gonna cost me?
Let's see. Grabs a bottle of you get the notion it's not Russian vodka, it's more like Polish vodka. But
Hey,
sets
still
that
good.
up top, and then we'll pull out 3 other bottles for you. Stage them all next to each other. You know, I usually don't sell it by the bottle. We'll say $12.
Wait, why doesn't he normally sell it by the bottle?
How about I give you 15 and we'll call it good.
That sounds like a plan.
Wait, is it normally not sold by the bottle? I don't understand.
No, it's not. It's not like wine. It's normally you get drink it. Anyway, I grab the bottles, go over and also, can I get like, obviously like 5 glasses?
5, there's only 4 of us.
There's technically a giant snake here that we're not going to talk about, but he's here.
Oh, I figured he was just staying behind while we went to the bar.
Oh, I guess that makes sense.
He's probably
hanging out
staying
with
behind
Leroy.
or hanging out, yeah.
He and Leroy are talking.
There's no way he'd be quiet during this.
Oh yeah, he'd be
Yeah.
a rebel.
Ah, he found the bar set.
Round table to the right. Yeah, we don't have $1,000. I'm sorry, buddy.
Wait, did you just say $12,000?
Way to break his heart.
Wow, yeah,
I
way to
earned
break his
7.
heart.
If it's $0, I'll definitely take it.
I need 10,000 V-Bucks, Dad. I don't have 10,000 V-Bucks.
So,
You don't understand. I need to be Keanu Reeves.
I literally place the vodka bottle right in front of Peter, and then I pour 3
Spasibo.
glasses of the single malt for me, Nikos, and Torin.
Before Torin has any of the single malt, I'm gonna pour out the glass that I was given with vodka and then put it in front of Torin. I'm gonna say, take this first. It's going to be worse than that.
Wait, what did you do? Sorry.
I just put down a shot of vodka in front of you.
I mean, it's clear. It doesn't look like it would be worse. But,
All
Have you ever heard of
Roll
grain alcohol?
survival.
Have you ever heard of grain alcohol back in the States?
yes.
This is kind of like grain alcohol. Kind of.
So they use it to run rudimentary automobiles.
I have seen it done.
Yeah.
Is that
Or
safe?
rockets. I'm pretty sure that's what you guys did was rocket. Oh, rockets don't exist yet. Shit.
Rockets do exist.
Not. I mean, like Sputnik wasn't until like. I guess that's satellites more than rockets.
And no, they didn't use it to run the rockets. They used it to cool electronics.
Oh, okay.
And
and then people would drink the. They used it to cool the radars in Russian like AWACS aircraft, and then people would drink the shit right out of the plane.
That's awesome.
Oh,
And
I
probably
remember
dangerous.
that, yeah. He's gonna pick it up and be like,
So, this will run an internal combustion engine.
Not particularly well, but it can. And this stuff, probably not at all. But some of it will.
This might be too weak, actually. It's not probably high grade.
he'll shoot it back.
Make me a con save.
Instantly shit-faced.
Gets high by inhaling the fumes.
You're able to get past some of the smell. It's already stinging a bit, but when you shoot it back, it gets about halfway down your throat before it hitches, and you're just kind of in that perpetual, like, alcohol in the back of the throat choke until you finally force it down. Your eyes are kind of red and teary.
Hey!
Yes, it definitely hits better than wine. Now, I'm gonna teach you about scotch. This is a sipping drink. You do not chug it. You do not take shots of it. If you do that, I hit you over the head with the bottle.
That would be a waste of the bottle.
I'll drink it first.
You would be amazed how strong these bottles actually are.
He does
Not
have
like in
pointy
the
head.
movies.
He does have, horns on his head, so it might deflect some of it, cause it to shatter.
Oh, it would break it. Yeah, you're right. Right.
Just get it right in between the horns.
Alright, so.
Go
Scott!
to the side.
Well, anyways, Prost. I take a good sip of it.
He'll follow suit.
You must.
Try to match the amount sipped.
This one's a lot easier to get down. It doesn't require nearly the save, but it still hits with a little bit more of that tinge than the dining wine that you've been used to.
It's not bad. It's not great. It's a lot.
Another sip.
I've been told it's a little bit of a acquired taste.
Another sip.
Oh god.
Oh,
Make
God.
me a con save now.
I see the kobold drinking multiple sips, and I do the same.
Oh.
The third sip, you kind of cough
gonna-
and sputter a bit, and in kind of tensing, because kobold nasal and mouth doesn't quite have the divide ability that humans do, you kind of do that snort and get some of it up in your
Oh, no.
nose.
Oh, not just in his nose, in his snout.
Oh.
I didn't do that.
You should probably take smaller sips or slower sips. I got 3 bottles, so you don't have to worry about it running out anytime soon. Okay, I'm sorry. I got you guys 2 bottles.
Oh.
Poor kobold.
I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on him.
Oh my god.
Or no, should I cast Spare the Dying instead?
Spare the dying would probably not help, but it would be funny.
I don't think we're far enough into the night for Spare the Dying yet.
I'm good. I'm sorry.
Oops.
You went on my nose.
Okay, so I'm going to keep drinking. And in about like a minute and a half, I've already finished my first glass.
Necromancy? Gasp.
Oh no. Give me a,
Con save?
yeah, give me a con save. This one shouldn't be hard for you to pass. It's a little hard. You're going a little hard into it, but you're able to take a nice heavy breath and...
Pour myself another glass.
I'm gonna take my vodka glass back and let me see if I can get this pronunciation right. Bodium Zarove, and then knock it back.
Zarove.
Was that English, or are you speaking like Infernal right now?
Is Torin trying to shoot? Throw
Here
back
I
as
am,
well?
trying to toast to your health, and you must make fun of me.
I don't understand your language. I should by now.
The intent enough should have been clear.
Well, we should all toast to something from here.
I look at Torin, like, actually, like, sincerely. To new beginnings and getting over the past. And I take another sip.
I like that.
Cheers.
To new beginnings.
Cheers.
Over the past. Cheers.
Wait, what
Everyone
did I
throws-
just drink this time?
Oh god, yeah, what did you pour into his glass this one?
I pretty much, like, the other two bottles are sitting in front of Nikos and Torin. And I basically took one bottle for myself.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Oh god. Yeah, so slowly getting a little more accustomed to it and your mouth still being kind of spiced already. You're able to do the shot, same with them during the little cheers. And able to kind of cough for a half moment and fully down it.
Smooth.
You say smooth, but the way you are coughing makes it seem like it's not actually smooth.
I was trying to put on a good face.
I mean, they probably sell wine here. I can get you wine.
No.
Okay. If you're in it, you're in it.
Wine is for
There's no need to act tough. You're among friends.
formal events and getting drunk alone.
Oh, guys, guess what? I still have one flask of that German ship wine.
You can keep that. That is not my style.
We should save one of these bottles for our next expedition.
Or when we come back from our next expedition.
Or if we come back from our next expedition.
I don't think we have to worry about that.
Well, the good thing is, like, this one went far better than the first one.
And if the pattern continues, this next one will go horrible.
Wait, we've only had 2 experiences. One has been terrible. And
Or
one has
it
been
could go
great.
even better. Why are you trying to jinx us?
Statistically speaking, we don't have enough data yet to determine whether or not our next mission is going to be a spectacular success or a grand failure.
Don't tell me about data. I do mathematics.
Well, then you would know. We've only done 2. There's no rules set yet.
Listen, I know you're correct, and I agree with you, but that doesn't mean I have to like it.
Okay. Is it normal for my nose to feel warm?
Yes, it's warm. It's
Very.
normal for your whole body to feel warm.
Getting there.
Whatever you do, make sure you go to the bathroom to urinate.
Why would I not?
let us see what you think in about 3 more drinks.
It gives you a perplexed sort of look, but nods with confusion.
Well, I mean,
Just- I want you to instill that in your mind now, that when you need to go to the bathroom, you will actually go in the bathroom.
well,
Please.
Peter, I'm just saying, if the occasion calls for it, I wouldn't mind peeing on a statue in England.
It's not the statue I am worried about. It's inside the bar that I am worried about.
Oh, yes. Definitely don't do it inside. That's just a bad juju. By the way, at this point, I'm probably like 3 drinks in.
Nice. I would like the 4 of you to roll me perception.
At disadvantage.
Nah, you guys aren't drunk enough
damn
yet.
it.
Ooh. Also, your perceptions are
So you guys
phenomenally
believe me
low.
when
All of our perceptions are ass.
Not mine.
Torrens is good.
He's sitting there. He's got that idle smile on his face. He's doing the little head bob.
you guys believe me when I say it's split in half, right? No one I've talked to believes me.
What's split in half?
The Titanic, when it went down,
Yeah, it's split
Why
in
do you
half.
think it's split in half? The inquest. The inquest said it stayed intact as it sank. They had like 4 witnesses or something.
How would a ship like that split in half?
I was there.
But how would it split in half? I mean, the way it was designed, the bulkhead, the riveting, it doesn't. It would, for a ship like that to split in half. I mean, it would take monumental force.
Unless the crazy guy I met at the bar in St. Petersburg was right, and it was actually the Germans that sank it.
Hey. Listen. I don't think we would actually sink a passenger ship.
Seems unlikely.
You sank the Lusitania.
Oh, he's got you there.
I didn't see any U-boats when I was looking underwater for people.
How many life rafts actually survived? Why do I feel like you're looking this up right now?
I'm double checking, but I'm actually not sure myself.
I might be.
No,
I might be,
all of
'cause
them.
I
All of
can't
them.
remember.
None of them
Yeah.
failed to launch.
I think
okay.
like
Almost all of them
Yeah.
were like half full though,
Yeah,
because
they
people
didn't.
didn't get in them.
They didn't load them to capacity.
Yeah.
Like they should. Nobody listened to the guy.
all
that
of them survived. They just weren't all full.
What's the ship that came and saved you guys? The Carpathia or something like that?
No, that is the mountain range
The Carpathia.
in Poland. Is it?
It was the Carpathia.
Wasn't the Titanic not the only ship that was sailing? Like it was actually like multiple ships that left at the same time?
Isn't that how ships work?
I
They're
don't know.
always
There's only
leaving and
ships
going.
leaving,
I'm literally a land
especially
guy.
from Britain.
Have you not done much sailing in your life?
No. I prefer to keep my feet on the ground as much as I can.
No, I spent some time doing missionary work in Alaska, traveling between the small islands up there along the coast. It was quite an interesting time.
I heard it's cold there.
It is cold in the winter. It is very warm in the summer, however. Not as warm as in somewhere like, say, Sicily when we visited there, but much warmer than you would expect, given how cold it gets in winter.
That would make some sense.
What is very interesting, though, is sometimes you sail up and down these, I think they're called fjords in English. And every now and again you come across one after there has been an earthquake, and you will see all the trees for hundreds of feet above the waterline have just vanished. It's like somehow these ginormous waves are produced by the earthquakes.
That's awesome. And terrifying at the same time.
It is truly awe-inspiring to imagine the power.
Well, if that can happen, then what's to say that water can't cause the Titanic to split in half?
Water. But
I mean, I'm just saying, he is the only person who says it is split in half when everyone else say it not. Including there was that one officer who was on ship is sink. He say it not split in half.
How did he even sink? I mean, with the way it was designed and the bulkheads and you'd have to tear open like half the fucking ship to make it sink.
Also, didn't
Well, I
they,
mean, you also remember when Sister Britannic, when he sank, the doors failed to close.
Didn't
Perhaps-
Go ahead.
Perhaps that have something to do with it. Perhaps not all of Titanic's doors close.
Can I have another drink of that?
As you guys are having this discussion and talking about this, Torn, you're the only one who notices. Probably because they're about the height of you guys when you're sitting down, so you're not really too noticing of them. A small group that was sitting towards the corner are now sitting down, kind of giggling to each other, and walking over. One's leaning up against a chair, kind of pointed towards the fireplace next to you, while the other two are kind of nudging each other. One's getting out a small little squeeze box, kind of like a mini accordion, while the other one's sitting down and kind of pushing his tail outwards and starting to idly play on the piano. The three of them just seem to be a little giggly. I'll put it in-game images. Three kind of Western American style field leathers and combat leathers, but very loosely on, is three red kobolds.
It looks more like an axolotl, not a kobold on the second one.
This one's a sea kobold, yeah.
Sea kobolds.
Hey. Oh, I don't see him. That's right. Oh no! We're being invaded by hobbits.
Oh god. Torn, you notice the one with the somewhat larger hat, almost pinkish in color compared to the two red ones, kind of looks over towards you just a little bit and kind of gives you a little bit of an eye up and down. A little bit of a smile, and then kind of looks back over to the other two, who seem to be more like siblings, kind of palling around with each other as they're starting to play.
Thorin, you want another drink?
Yeah, I think I do.
What you looking at there, buddy?
The attractive lady kobold over there with the big hat.
Where?
He's gonna lift a hand and point.
Oh god.
Would you like to go
Not
pointing
subtle
blood?
at all.
Which one's the lady? I'm sorry, I have very hard trouble with like some species determining, sex.
I'll be honest, you are one of like 3 kobolds I have ever met.
Yeah, and
I mean,
two of them were male.
First off, horn shape is important. Secondly, you have to pay attention to the shape of the hips and the haunches.
That makes sense, but I heard it's rude to just stare at kobold's haunches.
Oh yeah, yes it is.
So what about this lady kobold?
But you think she's cute?
I mean, she's the first member of my species I've seen in about 5 years. So, aside from the other one.
Yeah, jerk face, McJerky face.
Yeah, I am.
Hey, remember, we are not actually supposed to talk about that, especially in a random bar.
Yeah, sorry. Alright, no work talk. New rule, no work talk.
No work.
Alright.
As they're all kind of looking over, you see her lean against the chair a little more and raises up one of her hands, and there's a series of metal and leather bracelets kind of stacked over each other on her wrist. And she gives them a little bit of a jiggle by moving her hand up and down. And you'll see magic kind of crawl over the top of the keys and the instrument, and also lift up an additional instrument or two. and she kind of idly starts twirling her hands side to side as the music actually starts becoming more full and proper. And she's kind of bobbing her head a little bit as the other two shrug each other off a bit, get up, and then what seems to be the older of the two sibling kobolds will offer a hand to her, and she'll take it, and the two of them will start kind of dancing in place in front of the little fireplace there, while the other one's just kind of sitting and clapping and laughing a bit to himself.
Well, you can tell they're related. I mean, I don't know if you can tell, but I mean, they're related.
They are red.
I mean, they're both red.
Lots of kobolds are red. But not many are understood.
Nikos, Wilhelm, and Peter, roll me insight.
See, I made a joke. They're red, but not understood. Is okay. Can I have another shot of that?
Ah, it's funny.
Don't humor laugh it.
It took me a minute. I have to... Language barrier, especially once I'm getting the alcohol.
And Wilhelm, give me an insight, please.
Sorry,
All good.
my daughter just came in from outside.
Huh.
I didn't even know how she got outside.
That's odd.
Yeah.
Somehow, the straight-laced man of the cloth is the only one that barely notices. Nikos, well, she seems happy. She's having a good time. She seems to be dancing, kind of spinning in place with the other kobold. Father, though, you kind of notice a little bit more the rotation and pacing, and the way that her tail is moving. It's more of a kind of rhythmic float when her back is towards Torn. And then they kind of slow down a bit so that she's able to kind of look forward towards Torn when she's on the backside of the rotation. But it could also just be the rotation of alcohol and depth perception.
How do kobolds flirt, anyway?
Well, I've read about it.
You don't actually know?
I mean, you do have to remember that I was raised in a very formal, human environment.
I have a question. So, there's the your last name. It's
Levencroft.
Levencroft. Okay, so you have Levencroft Senior, which is your grandfather, and then you have Levencroft Junior, which is your father. Are you Levencroft the third?
Levencroft Senior is, I mean, technically, my adoptive father. That's a strange word, more of a mentor. Junior is, I suppose if you were to classify it in the standard family tree, would be more of a half brother's uncle.
Oh, so the Levencrofts, they're not kobold.
No, they're humans.
How did you get adopted by them?
Here we go again. I was a museum exhibit. At one point, not in this form, of course, as apparently and unfortunately unplanned fertilized egg that had been acquired in the early days of the cryptid zoology wing back before they were more accepting of the what's the word for it? Before they realized there was much more interesting things in the world than particularly common kobold. And well, I mean, once an egg hatches, I mean, what do you do with it? You know?
Roll me an intelligence save, Torn.
Intelligence save?
17.
You managed to keep focused on this story, but anybody who's looking to Torn as he's talking, his tail is kind of poking past the edge of the table just a bit, and his eyes are kind of darting between Wilhelm and over to her. As you kind of look over in the corner of your eyesight, it is now the other two red are kind of dancing and joking around, a little more goofy dancing together, and she's standing there playing on the flute, which is no longer hovering in midair, and is kind of doing a little bit of a shimmy and sort of a rhythmic pattern to her tail side to side, like kind of almost like whipping motion side to side.
Can I roll an insight on this?
You can.
Sorry, I'm
Thorin,
very
Thorin,
distracted. Yes.
Damn.
stand up.
Having seen cats and dogs and other animals with tails, especially kobolds where tails seem to be a main part of their like feature and use, there's a purpose to this flailing and movement. You can't tell exactly what, but there is.
I'm gonna pour a shot of vodka, pass the glass over to Torin again, and say, take a shot, then go shoot your shot, and kind of vaguely gesture at her.
Am I being courted, aren't I?
I actually didn't hear what you said.
Things that I'm being courted.
Okay.
I think you're being flirted with.
You can do
more
it,
than
buddy.
court-
Yes, that is what I said. I mean, that's the same thing, right?
I guess. I've been out of the game for a while, man.
Truthfully, same.
Because you're a priest.
No, Orthodox priests are allowed to marry.
Oh,
I just, it's been a while, let's say. I haven't, tried to pursue anyone, as it were.
I don't know what game you're playing, but as a shot. Okay, one second. Pound it back.
Con save.
please do good. Please do good. Okay, that's not bad.
It doesn't inhibit your walking, but your tail is going to be more subconscious and your words are going to be a little more sloshed.
Oh, great.
Go do it,
Excuse me,
Thorin.
There's something that I have to attend to.
Go whip your tail around.
But no,
Whip your tail
You
back
can
and
do
forth, whip your tail back.
that's incredibly awkward. Okay, whatever.
Okay, guys. We need to do a drink in his honor.
Remember the fallen.
hang on. No. Let's see. Zausmesh, to success.
What you said, only in a different language.
The three of you do a shot to the fallen. Torin, how do you approach her? She's got her right side to you. She's got both hands up because she's playing one of the flute in her hands. But the other instruments are kind of floating around her playing at the moment.
Well, he certainly doesn't want to interrupt that. I assume he'll stop.
The
at
success.
respectful, like 5.5 feet, and like sort of lift a hand and then lower a hand and sort of open his mouth a little and then close his mouth a little and then tilt his head a little to one side, be like, ah.
You see her shoulder turn just a little bit more from you, kind of facing a little bit further away from you. Just a slight movement.
He's gonna look back at the table.
Confidence, Kobold! Confidence!
She's not saying anything.
Yeah, start by saying something to her.
Dex save, Torn.
Dex save. Oh, sweet.
Battle tailed.
You lock your feet in subconsciously and your dew claw even digs into the ground, so you don't fall over, you don't lurch, your tail goes a bit stiff, but you scoot across the bottom of your claws and your feet, straight forward about 2 feet. The rest of you can see Torn is just tugged indignantly 2 feet closer to her by her tail hooking him by the belt loop and just yanking him forward closer to her.
Seeing his feet dig in, I'm gonna turn to Wilhelm and say, "We're going to need to leave a bigger tip."
I'm cool with that. We just got paid.
Her tail kind of leaves the belt loop and does kind of a left twirl, and then is now stops and comes facing straight towards you, still playing her flute, and pauses for a moment, lets the flute float upwards to the side, and both of her hands kind of go outwards. One's a little bit limp, as if for you to take them.
nice
Dance the
hat.
dance of your people. By that I mean Bostonians.
What? Shut up.
Don't they do that square dancing thing in Boston?
He's just
I
gonna,
think they actually just get drunk and fight.
he's just gonna take her hands.
You gotta take her hands, and she just kind of
I think
leans
that's
into
more
it.
posture, maybe.
One hand goes to your shoulder, the other hand is kind of an L shape that you're able to lock your hand with hers. And
Oh,
she'll
wow.
just start taking you into a sort of very merry sort of waltz. She's, without question, without offer, she is leading.
Wait, to be fair, Kobold would know a waltz.
This isn't quite a normal human waltz.
Can you turn the tables on her though?
Oh no.
It's a very spin-oriented and very, kind of stamping of the dew claws sort of waltz. Almost like one made for kobolds.
He's jacking your
Kind
rose.
of a sea shanty of sorts.
And he's like following along like a half beat behind.
Just a half beat behind. She's being really nice about it though. I will need you to make me a dexterity check.
Ah,
Check, not save.
yes.
Take them just send in
Oh.
the giant missile.
After one or two claws to the top of her bare kind of clawed feet, she winces the second time and kind of gives a little half roll of her eyes, and her tail will slink around and kind of coil with yours and pull tight to the both of your sides so she could better help guide you.
I'm sorry. The Russian's been having me drink vodka. It's new to me.
She gives sort of a side-eye glance over towards the table, and then just gives a nice little pleasant smile and will continue dancing with you.
Hang
Slowly
on,
but
hang on.
surely they
As-
start
as-
making
as-
their way over there.
As she glances over to me, I'm gonna raise my glass into a fuck. Let me see if I can pronounce this. Za Lyubov, which is to love for those of you who care.
I don't know what he just said.
Give me one moment here.
This is the best type of show I think I could have watched. What shit? Shows don't exist. This is the best type
Oh,
of
shows
entertainment.
exist. It's like
Oh, I guess they do,
play
yeah.
this time though.
Radio shows.
And actual.
All I hear is Radio Gaga.
We're a little bit
Uh,
early on that one.
She kind of looks over his shoulder as they're in the middle of a spin, and she'll look back to you. Edviselibov! And gives kind of like a little bit of a head toss back and continues twirling. To you is, it's all love.
What did he say? Wait, what did you say?
She speaks
Ah.
Russian. I don't know if I like her anymore. I can only have one Russian in my life.
In the next twirling rotation, she rotates around again.
I'd like to take a closer look at the other two.
They're Russian mafia.
As they're in
I'm
the
less
rotation
concerned about the
around-
Russian mafia than I am about communists.
Roll me investigation if you're trying to look to them. Wilhelm, as they're in the second rotation around, you see her kind of look over her shoulder again. Liebe für alle. And continues the rotation, which is love for all.
What the shit?
She's
Either
a cowboy hippie.
Either she is... either she is magical and can understand multiple languages, or she's just very learned.
In a language only Nikos would understand, unless anybody else happens to speak Greek, you hear her
No.
call out, something along those lines.
Can't even come close to pronouncing it.
I'm not even gonna try to
Me too,
pronounce
huh?
that. Nope.
All right then.
Why do you keep talking to my friends in languages I don't understand?
I don't blame you.
Torn, what languages do you speak?
Draconic, Deep Speak, and I believe English.
I hope
She's
you
gonna lean in a little bit closer as she's in the middle of the spin, and to what would sound like gravels and growling to anybody else, comes off as a very sort of effeminate and soft. I'm a polyglot in Draconic.
Shit, I forgot what polyglot means.
Multiple languages, very easy to learn. Hears it once and knows the entire language practically.
Oh. He's gonna say back, oh, that makes sense, but in Draconic.
Peter, your investigation as you're looking, the other two, well, they're all wearing sort of field leathers and almost, you dare say, like Western American wrangling gear, if not coupled with like cave diving sort of equipment, minus any of the equipment. What specifically are you looking for on them?
I'm looking to get a more detailed impression than Red Kobold.
Two Western American bordering cowboy red kobolds that look like they might be related, and a very kind of sea-favoring pinkish red kobold that you kind of get the notion has almost like an older sister vibe. As far as relation or origin, you can't really tell.
Man, of course they're communists. They're literally red.
Well, I'll just send in a million tanks so you can.
Devlin.
Boys, we gonna ride the red wave tonight.
Oh no. Yeah, you
I mean,
can't
if they are
really get
American,
any
they could just be
notion.
Republicans.
I'm
Can't
so
really get any
sorry.
notion as to where they're from.
I'm so sorry.
I'm
for
looking
that.
at- Do I
Oh,
hear
that
them
was
kind of?
good.
Do I hear them kind of speaking to each other, or are they too far away?
They're not really talking to each other. However,
I meant Torin and his lady friend.
you can't quite make out what they're saying to each other, and if you could, it just sounds like kind of deeper draconic growls.
Oh, that's what I was gonna
That's
do.
how kobolds flirt.
I was gonna look at Nikos and be like, are they just growling at each other?
Maybe they might be speaking some language, like dragon. Maybe.
Wait, dragons
I
have
don't
a
know.
language?
I mean, maybe.
In draconic, she'll kind of murmur to you a little bit, Torn, while leaning in while you guys are in the middle of now a somewhat slower spin. Would you like a seat? Tor?
Hi, sorry.
Oh, good.
Wait, sorry, what'd you say? I had my headset off for a second.
Oh shit, oh good. She leans in and Draconic asks if you would like a seat.
He looks around. There aren't any seats here. Yes. Yes, I would.
Gives a little bit of a head nod and continues dancing. You see her kind of jiggle her wrist a little bit as the instruments kind of floated by to the side. And she kind of leads you and has you sit down on the chair in front of the fire. And then kind of sits down next to you, like hip to hip. And is just kind of laughing and breathing a bit heavily to herself. Just, ah.
Is there any Are there any other races in here besides human and these kobolds?
Roll me perception.
He has that persistent look over his shoulder at his buddies at the table vibe. Like, am I doing it right? Am I doing it right?
Well, you're fixated on the goblins and what seems to be some seaworthy crewmen at the far table. Peter, you notice them. It's 4 guys, long johns, seaworthy gear, maybe merchant marines, some sort of military seaworthy crew for sure. Possibly mercenaries. And then you notice them that nobody else has really noticed yet. There's a pair of gnolls sitting down in the corner looking like they're wearing kind of tracking gear, almost like highwaymen's gear. And they have what seems to be very kind of crude field gear that you'd see for like hunters, be it a skinning knife, a kind of fillet knife. One's got more of like a buck knife on both of his sides. They just seem kind of like trackers or fur hunters of sorts. 2 gnolls sitting there just kind of scarfing down very foamy beer, laughing to each other.
can go court one of them.
I think I'm good.
Fuck.
Yeah, I'll pass on that.
As she sits down next to you and kind of leans her head a little bit, she's very loose and just kind of giggling a bit. And she'll kind of look to you, leaning forward. She's looking over her left shoulder. So what brings you here?
A successful mission and a celebration.
The other kobold, with kind of the smarmier grin, looks like the younger of the possible siblings, kind of puts an arm on your other shoulder. Should I leave you two alone? She gives a bit of a scowl to him, and he gives a shrug back. Fine, leave you alone. Come here, you! And he gives a bit of a chest punch to the other one, who curses back at him, and they start just going to a little bit of a ground rolling, like casual, just semi-drunken wrestling spar.
It's fucking.
So I take it they're all done playing for now.
The music, the instruments, even though she's not focusing on them, are still idly floating and giving a kind of live music sort of performance in the corner still.
I want to yell over, hey, you two! Come here!
Which two you talking to?
The two that are wrestling on the ground right now.
Give me persuasion.
This is gonna go terribly.
Performance works too.
Oh shit.
It's all good.
Yeah, they're both +1, so.
You call that out, and they continue arm-barring each other for a moment, and then pause, and both of them, almost like ground squirrels, raise their heads up and look over to you. Huh?
Yeah! I have drinks. You're done playing. Come here.
Both of them look over in unison at the pink kobold, who's still kind of looking over her shoulder, and you just see her kind of like happy light demeanor drop for a second, and she droops to a bit of a frown, rolls her eyes. Yes, you cretins, go get some drinks. In a rapid flurry of an elbow to the chin, a hand on top of the head driving his face into the stone, tripping the other one up, grabbing the other one by the tail, before the both of them kind of land chest first against the edge of the table between Nikos and Wilhelm. Free drinks?
Oh, what have you done?
I mean, it's not free, you performed, so I figure it's, you know...
I leave that to one of my sisters. I don't perform like that.
Well, okay, still, regardless.
The other one presses the older one's face against the table, almost making him like bite the edge of the table. And he kind of lays his head against the back of his. I might perform like that, but I don't know about the Dutch.
The Dutch? Oh, just sit down and drink.
The other one almost bites a chunk off the table. He's German, he's a kraut, he's not Dutch. No offense.
I mean, I am German. I'm not really a kraut. That's specifically the people who are in power now, but... I guess sauerkraut, so yeah, I get it.
You don't seem that sour. And the two of them will
He's
kind of
certainly
bump...
sweet right now.
They'll kind of bump behind you, and the two of them will end up sharing a seat, sitting side by side at the other corner.
I mean, you could have brought over a secondary chair, but okay, here. I pour them both a thing of scotch.
They'll both take the glasses, and you notice for a half moment both of their pinkies go out, because they both got the three-finger kobold-style claws. Both of their pinkies raise out, and they'll clink their glasses together and shoot back the glass.
You gonna hit him on the head with a bottle, Will?
Pinky out, very
No.
classy.
No, they put their pinky out.
They set
this
the
point,
glasses down.
I'm not focusing on that, so...
One just kind of huffs a really heavy breath. The other one gives a little bit of a snort. Ugh. Oh, that was good. That wasn't for shooting, was it? Yeah.
No. No, it's for sipping. but-
Apologies. We'll sip the next one. And they both scoot their glass over at the same time.
I pour them-
Anything's for shooting if you're brave enough.
Make sure mine is filled enough. Look over at Nikos. More?
Nikos?
more?
Oh no!
Yeah, sure, why not?
Or some for Nikos?
Did I disconnect?
No, you're
Right
there.
here.
There you are.
Alright.
As you're pouring them another drink and they're getting kind of cozy, she kind of leans back again, crossing one very high boot over the other, kind of halfway, and puts her shoulder up against yours, Torn.
Yo, the kobold has stripper boots?
They're more like jack boots, but
Those
sure.
boots ain't made for walking, man.
That's
Those boots, they were made for me!
Do those boots affect your manipulation at all? I mean, they come up quite high. I mean, they'd affect your ankles into such a great stature, like quite a lot.
They help me take larger falls. And kind of raises up her upper leg and wiggles the little kobold claws and feet. Torn, give me a perception roll.
Boots.
You're
Those are very
sloshed
big
enough.
boots.
They're boots, but they're really cool boots that kind of stop at the top of the feet and work more like a top of the foot, so almost like leather armor cover.
Oh my god, they're like fucking super spats.
Basically, yeah, they're super spats that still allow her to have her claws and kobold feet at the ready. Luckily, you needed an 8. You know there's a difference between draconic kobolds and what a lot of people are debating the name of civilized or third-year kobolds. Draconic kobolds are really easy to pick out because their feet look a little bit more like raptors. While she is a third kobold, from what you can tell, with the softer features, the smaller snout, less aggressive teeth, those
twink
are
kobold.
hands down like predator raptor claws for her hind legs, like pure aggression out of those. They have not kind of downgraded like the more modernized kobold has.
Oh wow, what assertive feet you have.
Tilts her head a
I
little
never want to
bit.
hear those words ever again in my life.
Tilts her head a little bit, and you see a little more of her
That's the
face
title of
go
this episode,
pink.
by the way.
Assertive feet. She can't help but tilt her head a little bit, and you see her composure break just a tad from that. Oh gee, thanks. I never had my feet complimented before.
I've never had feet in my face, so I mean, it's, you know,
Uh,
new time for everyone.
huh. She is now just smiling at you with this sort of enamored, like, oh, who is this being? As we pan back over to the other two that are now sipping down nicely the drinks and kind of leaning against each other. They're constantly in a fight for who has more ass on the chair.
Again, you can actually just get another chair. You don't have to share.
I was here first. I was here first. I got the bigger ass. Yeah, you do.
You know what? You know what? Here, I stand up, slide my chair over to one of them, walk over to the other table, grab the chair, and put it between Nikos and Peter and sit down.
The one on the right looks to you as you're grabbing another chair. I normally don't accept handouts or free things. It's against my, thanks. And he'll scooch over and sit down in it. So now both of them got a proper full seat.
Didn't you accept free drinks from me?
Except for free drinks.
Okay. I figured there was a, exception to the rule.
I mean, you should always take free stuff. It's free.
The other one leans forward a little bit and is actively starting to roll up his left sleeve of his kind of dress shirt and starts to roll up the right one. So, do any of you gamble?
No,
Let me
I avoid
guess.
gambling.
You can't gamble. You're a soldier and you don't know how to gamble with other than lives, and you've gambled so much you're actually in some sort of debt that you're trying to pay off.
I'm a priest.
I said that.
I don't know about these two.
Alright, no card games then. We'll just play cards. And he kind of pulls out from his wrist, he flicks his wrist, and a stack of about 20 somewhat larger, very ornate cards pop up. And he lays them out on the top center of the table, almost leaning forward on his hind claws, and then sits back. Each of you take 3. Don't be shy. They're just cards.
It's fine.
I take 3.
Ed, you'll take 3 off the top. Either you two want to go?
Yep.
No, don't steal my seat. Lie down. Lie down.
Wilhelm is off in La La Land.
Oh, sorry.
all
My
good.
daughter's being crazy.
Yeah, laid out a stack of very ornate cards in the middle of the table and is offering you to take 3 if you want to.
If I want to, I'm gonna take 1.
No, it only works if you take 3.
Okay, I take 2 more.
There you go. And father?
No, I think I am good.
Alright, I get it. Higher power is gonna tell you your fate, and don't want to cross that with his, whatever. He'll draw the others in,
More like I always lose.
and he'll take them, and he'll hold one in his spare hand as the others just kind of disappear into his wrist. And he's like, okay, whatever. And he'll take that card, turn it sideways, and set it down, and he'll go, okay, Mr. Blue, lay out your 3 cards for me.
I think he's talking about you, Nico.
Alright.
I forgot.
Yeah, I figured.
I think we need to recolor Nikos' token to be the blue token since he's the blue man.
And I'm taking it you'll lay out the 3 cards in front of you.
Me?
Dabba dee dabba die.
Is that a yes or a no?
He stands up on his chair, kind of leans forward, puts his knee on the edge of the table to fully reach
I
across.
said I did.
Yeah. He'll put his knee on the edge of the table and fully lean across. And
I'd
he'll...
like to make a check to see if he's pulling anything on this.
Ed, roll me insight or arcana. Seems to be nothing more than petty party magic.
Damn.
I meant whether or not he was cheating, but okay.
How can you cheat at a tarot reading?
Oh, I thought he was doing fucking. Never mind. All right, I've been completely off about what was going on in this whole time. I must have missed a specific
He's
point.
reading this going, what kind of
Alright, yeah.
commie magic is this? It's not. It's gypsy. Oh.
No, I thought you guys were playing like Texas Hold'em or something.
No.
Either way, I'm not getting involved.
He
so.
reaches over, grabs one card, flips it over. Ah, you're a soldier, and you have a very short line of battles under your belt. And flips the next one. You're very rich, very stacked. Yeah, maybe you're holding out on your friends. Looks to either sides. Grabs the third one. And you love to
I'm gonna
buy
say,
free
think
drinks
it's
for
iconic.
kobolds.
That last one was cheating.
I see.
Technically, that last one isn't true. He didn't buy any of the drink.
Roll me perception, Nikos.
Perception, alright. There we go.
What you first thought was a card depicting a hourglass in a desert. You look at it again, and it's quite literally a almost AI generated Nikos holding a shield up high and pouring wine out like an old Greek painting into the mouth of a kobold. The cards don't lie. And he scoops them all up and leans back.
That like requires a con save or something.
The other one's kind of salivating a little bit. It looks like his thought process is paused for a moment. And then he raises his glass up and takes another sip. He's kind of rolling his eyes, and he'll lean over to you, Wilhelm, and nudge you twice in the shoulder, the one that you offered the chair to. He's like, don't listen to a thing he says. Oh, you grab cards too. Sucker.
So you want me to lay mine out?
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Alright. Where are you going, Nikos?
He's buying drinks.
As he walks off we'll get to
I
that.
mean, at the very least, you gotta respect the game, right?
We'll get to
Dude,
that in
slick.
just a moment as he stands up in his chair again and plants one hand in the middle of the table, kind of between you and Peter, Wilhelm, and he's just kind of looking to you, almost kind of like planking on his left side across the table. All right, lay him out.
Realize I'm over here now.
Oh, you're over there
lay
now.
mine out.
Okay.
I lay him out.
He'll reach down, grab one, flips it over, and you see his face kind of recoil just a little bit. Oh. Well, my condolences. You've seen a lot of loss. Huh. Man, I thought you Germans were usually jovial and funny. He'll flip the middle one. And his shoulders kind of shrink a little bit more. Normally these are supposed to be fun. Your profession is killing, isn't it?
Well, right now this is actually kind of fun for me.
Well, you've barely hit the tip of the iceberg of your proverbial death chain, we'll say that. And he grabs the third card, flips it over. Oh, look at that! Because of the weight and sorrow and guilt of previous wars and the amount of death you'll take, I'd like to reward those living with beer. And I want a perception check, Wilhelm.
Perception. Oh, I was almost on 11.
You blink a
Like,
couple
you're, like,
times, and you thought it was a picture of what looked like a half-buried flagpole that was slightly a kilt in the mud. And you blink at it, and you have to rub your eyes. It was never a flagpole. Maybe you were just really drunk. You look at it. You ever hear about those Bavarian mountain beer bath resorts?
Yeah.
You are sitting in a Bavarian beer bath with a couple other kobolds just having a grand old time.
I respect the game.
Yeah, I understand if you'd like to try to defy fate. And he'll scoop up the 3 cards, stuff them in his hand, and then flexes his hand real quick and they disappear.
I mean, I got the money.
Hey, bartender.
Nikos is at the bar leaning in as Wilhelm, you'll approach him a few moments after. How do you approach the bartender, Nikos?
Probably just walk up.
Alright.
Not do anything too fancy.
Just kind of looks to you.
I've been nursing the drink, so I'm probably not super drunk. What's the cheapest drink you got?
Cheapest? Well, it'd probably be the well. Let's see here. Here we go. He pulls out, picture the most off-brand, like Walmart-grade Lagavulin. It's like Lagavulin, but
Give me
with
2.
a V or something. 2 bottles? You seem to be kidding to buying bottles, or you just staying 2 glass?
I'll do bottles.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll be 50 cents.
Jesus Christ.
Alright.
They'll pass you 2 bottles. They don't have great craftsmanship. They look like local made.
Oh, that's fine. Here you go, gents.
They'll both
2
kind of
of the
look to
finest,
you with
as
lighting
fate
up
decrees.
eyes. And, thank you. And they'll both take a bottle, cling them together. pop
I
the
have
corks off and start
biggest
taking a
shitting
sip.
grin on my face.
They seem perfectly fine as they start to drink these from the bottles. And they both give kind of a, like semi-belch. I think you bought very, very cheap whiskey, but it drinks.
Oh, what gave that away?
Oh, it tastes like ass.
You tasted ass?
Tasted a lot of things. What do you do as you approach the bar, Wilhelm?
Barkeep,
Yeah.
I need to buy some beers for some kobolds.
Those two that have been working out of every, drink here?
Yeah, pretty much.
I got you. No. You'll see him prep 2 beers. Way too much of a head, way too much foam. Poor piss angle. Hands them to you, scoots them. One of them's just pissing over foam.
What are you?
These are on the house. With the sales
Oh, they
these
look-
two make me, they're free.
Well,
PC.
actually, they look like they're on the bar.
Don't let it end up on the floor. We've had to clean enough already. The grout's starting to turn brown.
Yeah. Alright, thank you.
He gives a nice little nod, goes back to talking to the other barkeep kind of idly.
And I walk back.
Walk out back with the beers, and you'll be able to set it
So the
down.
barkeep told me that you love these drinks, so here.
Ah, lots of head. The somewhat smarmy shit-eating grin one with the horns more towards the front of his head seems to enjoy eating the foam, almost like it's a cotton candy, and is just kind of like kobold chomping into it, like just like almost like he's eating suds. He's just eating the foam.
I visibly recoil at this. Though Germans like lots of head,
Yeah.
that is preposterous.
I
Yeah,
find
whatever
his
makes me
reaction
happy.
to that absolutely hilarious.
It's like a dog eating bubbles.
No, no.
As they got this display going on in front of you, she's kind of leaning back a little bit, looking at the fire. Kind of leans against you a little bit more. So you said you're here celebrating or something, right?
Yeah, another day alive.
Yeah. You, with all those mucky mucks inside that campus?
He gives a look that says no, but yes, but no, but yes.
Don't worry. I'm not allowed to answer either.
Okay.
So, that plane had a lot of ice on it. And I don't think you went to Greenland.
Oh, I'm going to Iceland actually, because that's shit. You know geography probably.
Kind of purses her lips a little bit with kind of a shit-eating like, yes, I know geography.
That was a good attempt.
Listen, we're on the same side. You can tell me what you know. I'll tell you what I know.
So, would Torin be sober enough to roll insight here to like
Yeah, roll me insight.
9?
It would be okay if you weren't readily distracted by a very well-timed tail curling around your midsection.
Alright, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Schravenland. Actually,
You were looking for the missing ship?
yeah.
So did you find it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. We were looking for a ship too, actually. Stays between us.
What ship?
Some prototype turret for, they call it a battleship? Apparently it fell off a cargo ship in the ocean and they wanted to find out where it went. We didn't actually find it, but we gave them a rough idea.
Condolences. we found our ship. I probably shouldn't have. It's for the best.
It was supposed to be a expedition or something for science, right?
I'm supposed to be.
He does the drunk look around like in secret thing. Like a
But.
You look around, people are gonna start getting suspicious. Act like you want to be beside me.
Okay, I'm new to this. Okay, look. It wasn't just a ship. They were transporting something called the Schnellergeist. This gothic, terrible creature. The worst thing
A
you've
claw
ever
goes
met.
up to your mouth for a moment. I don't actually want to break the ice by talking about breaking ice. That was just a conversation starter.
Oh, wait, what? Okay, then. I guess I won't talk about gothic horrors or me.
Kinda kills the
gothic
mood.
demon with a machine gun. But let's continue.
Try not to draw too much attention here. At least just act like you're gonna be with me tonight. Anyways.
Wait, I'm not?
Well, do you wanna be?
I mean,
I'm not exactly gonna sleep with either of them.
yeah.
Alright. Just kind of shakes her head a little bit, leans in. So that blue fella with you, that Nikos, was he really on the Titanic?
He's saying stuff. It sounds crazy, but I think he was. I mean,
That would imply he was in England for a while, right? I thought he grew up in Greece.
I've never asked. I don't know.
You mean to tell me you haven't talked to the other party members?
Oh no, I haven't. Not really.
Supposedly he studied at Cambridge. I thought you would have been proud to tell y'all that.
He hasn't mentioned that at all.
What else has he mentioned to you then?
We haven't really talked. I just made fun of him once because I lasted him in the boxing ring.
What, you saying he's not a good fighter? He's literally a hoplite.
No, he is. I'm just better at getting punched.
Ah. Wait, are you saying he can't take a hit?
No, I can take a hit. I can take a lot of hits. I can take all the hits.
Don't worry, I'm soft. Can he take a hit though?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Huh.
I watched him face down a whole machine gun crew in an alleyway. He just went right on through, dude. He saved my life.
Oh, I can only imagine where that was.
Oh, I was in Italy.
You were in Italy?
Stop dropping things, Peter.
I'm trying to be subtle. Fuck! No, I actually dropped that genuinely this time.
I failed the insight check, okay? I failed the insight check. What do you want from me?
She's being more and more suspicious. Try again.
I know she is. Can I roll
It's
insight again?
escalating.
You can roll again, yeah.
Like, that particular one should have set something off in your mind.
Yeah.
She is
after
prying
you-
a little bit, but she does seem to be genuinely kind of surprised at the information, but she is prying a little bit.
Wait, what did she ask last?
You were in Italy?
Yeah.
Wait, don't tell me. Sicily?
Maybe.
You didn't burn down the church, did you?
I did not light a nut on fire. No.
She kind of wrinkles her head back a little bit with a bit of a head tilt.
Fuck.
Huh.
I said I didn't.
Don't worry, I don't like the SOE either. Bunch of blowhards and stiff arms. What we do for a whole lot cheaper.
What do you do?
Yeah, jobs that the crown needs done.
So, you're paid per job.
Not all jobs. Some we do willingly.
saying the good, great in the books, and stay on the good side.
For the most part, try to keep our noses clean.
Well, I mean, that's good. I've done a poor job of doing that lately, but...
So I've heard.
Wait, have you heard?
Well, you were in Sicily at the little church debacle, and that pissed off our employer a little bit. And
What else have you heard?
well, that you were indeed in Antarctica and thwarted the science expedition.
Those are just all things I've told you.
And thank you so much for sharing.
Well, what else have you heard that I haven't told you?
You see, that's the thing. I'm not actually allowed to tell you the other thing.
Oh, come on.
Tell you what, spend the night and I'll tell you.
You have a deal.
Torin's losing his kidneys.
She gives a little bit of a finger to the top of your nose and kind of flicks it downwards. Let me finish off this round of music here, and then we got some rooms up top. Let you meet the rest of the boys.
Let us embark on mutually assured destruction.
I'll pretend that doesn't worry me that much. And she'll kind of take you by the hand and start leading you. The rest of you kind of look over. Well, one is eating the beer foam, and the other one is sipping out of the bottle holding the other beer. They both kind of look over out of the corner of their eye and cough for a moment. Pause, look to each other, look to you three, and just start belting out laughing, beer foam popping out of their mouths. As the three of you are all to look over, and you see her kind of leading Torn by the forearm, with her tail kind of wrapping around his belt loop, leading him towards the staircase in the back.
As they're making their way up there, I'm gonna grab a couple of the glasses for the scotch or whiskey, whatever it was.
Okay.
Pour out a couple glasses, and I'm gonna take them over to them. On their way up, I'm gonna hand them both a glass, and I'm gonna rather a little bit more on the loud side say "Napashuk." Hand them the drinks. And then I'm gonna try and stealthily cast Cure Poison on Torin.
Oh. Roll me a sleight of hand.
This is gonna go so wrong so fast.
Oh, please work, please work, please work. Oh.
As you go to cast it, your hand gives off a little bit of that glow as you're going and passing them the drinks. And Torn, you especially feel it. Her tail goes a bit stiff for a half moment. You cast the spell, but you're not really able to hide it. The spell dissipates halfway through the casting, and you feel it just putter out. She has a little bit of a sidelong grin on her face. Not giving him any enhancers tonight. He won't need them. And continues to lead him now with both drinks in hand towards the staircase and upwards. And as they go up the staircase and start rounding it, leading Torn by the front of the belt loop, the other two are kind of cackling to each other. So have you known your little friend long?
A little bit.
He'll be quite
Long
different
enough
when
to
you
know
see him
that
the next
she's-
morning.
Long enough to know that she's in more danger than he is.
Yeah? How so? They start to look a little bit worried. He's not ravenous or something, is he?
Not in that way. It's,
Is he
people
sick?
don't tend to live long around him.
Is he cursed?
Yeah. I'm starting to wonder.
They start to get up from their seats a little bit, push their cups forward, and the two of them are going to start fast walking, looking between you guys and the staircase as they start making their way towards it.
Peter.
They're going to fast-paced walk their way up. They get to the staircase, round it up and to the right out of view. Screen flash over to the door getting closed by her hind leg.
As they close the door around, on the way up, I'm gonna say I do not like these guys. There's something off with him. Ever since she responded to me.
It's
Something
a bit
is
weird
off.
that she spoke Greek, German, and Russian.
And she's
You're fine. Where'd I put that music?
he's a little suspicious, I think. Perhaps I think it is time we sober up. What do you say, Wilhelm?
Yeah.
No water needed, just magic.
Alright.
But perhaps we shouldn't look at. I'm gonna proceed to. Spill some vodka on my shirt so that I smell of alcohol pretty intensely at this point.
Alright.
And then I assume can I cast protection from poison, not cure poison. Either way, it neutralizes poison if I know it's there.
Yes.
So, can I cast that on myself, or do I have to cast that on someone else?
You can cast it on yourself.
Yeah,
Alright.
just says touch a creature. You can even do it to yourself if it's just touch a creature.
Yeah.
Slap myself. Alright, I'm casting that on myself.
You feel a lot of the alcohol kind of withdraw, and a very heavy fresh air breath kind of fills you. And you can feel the clamminess and the sweat on you now, and you're like, that's the state I was in? Ugh.
I got one more. You want me to use it on you? I'm gonna say turning to Wilhelm.
No, I got myself. I cast out myself.
Nikos?
Yeah, I'll take that.
I'm gonna spin my last one on Nikos.
You don't really see the sweat build up or leave Nikos. He just looks a little more moist for a second, and then goes back to his same calm, cool, collective, cool guy smirk that he's
moist.
always got.
I don't know if we'll need this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Pull out my tools, and I quickly make my my cannon. A tiny version of it. And I have it kind of like sit on my belt. So it's kind of like hidden by my shirt. I like untuck my shirt and let it like hang. And it's just hidden underneath there.
Okay. As you guys are kind of prepping and getting ready here, the two kobolds having gone up the staircase and around.
Before you go on, I'm gonna say we should keep drinking, and I'm gonna take one of the glasses and tip it back, because we should have protection from any actual effects from it for an hour.
Yep.
That's such a good way to cheat a drinking contest.
That is bullshit.
As you guys start continuing drinking, Torn, you're being led by the pink kobold towards the door. She opens the door, brings you inside, closes it behind you, and just gives you a nice unceremonious shrug towards the larger bed. Just kind of pushes you up against it and starts walking towards you. She doesn't toss her hat off. It levitates off and spins rapidly and lands on the hat hanger in the corner as she's starting to undo the really big kind of Buccaneers belt that she has going over her vest. And then the door kicks open, and the two red kobolds are looking kind of hurried. Wait.
Excuse me, what the fuck?
He's sick. Don't touch him. Don't.
I'm not sick.
Our friend told us about you. No, don't. Pink,
What
no.
did they say?
Pink, you need us to do this. One is getting and blocking in front of Pink, putting his hands over her hands to stop her, while the other bigger one goes and is gonna scoop you by the midsection, Torn, and start trying to walk with you towards the door.
He's gonna start kicking.
Roll me opposing strength checks.
I am not sick. I say the majority of my life in the upper class, I am perfectly fine.
Damn, you managed to wiggle your way out of it, and you drop down to the side, and he's looking at you. He puts both arms out almost like a basketball game. He's like, no. Your father told us about you. We're not having you do that to her.
That's what she... You mean the priest?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said you're ravenous. He says you're not good. He says you're gonna destroy her.
I said none of those things.
Those don't sound like things that Beato would say.
He insinuated you're not good for her. And she's looking at the other one behind him as the two of them are now pressed back to back. And she's looking over his shoulder a bit at you, Torn, and is just giving a big shrug.
Can you paraphrase what he said? Specifically.
Shit. Looks over his shoulder to the other one. What did he say? He said something about him being sick. I wasn't listening.
I'm not sick.
She's now tapping her foot and got her arms crossed, looking at him as they're kind of looking to each other. You know, we'll let you two do your thing. We should... We can go to the other room.
Wait, no, what did he say?
He said something that made it sound like you were not good to, sleep with.
What? He doesn't know anything about my sex life.
We're looking out for our captain.
The captain? I thought you shoot it. What?
She kind of rolls her eyes and pushes the two of them side to side. Yes, I'm the captain.
Of what?
Well, our gang. My gang, specifically. Roll me perception, Torn.
12.
That's enough. Let me go here real quick and find the pictures.
Deb, I already told you, it's time to run here. I don't care if you want it to be done, it's time for bed.
There is 5 other kobolds that you notice sitting in corners of the room. One's kind of up, sort of in a rafter of sorts. And I'll put it in in-game images. All of them wearing somewhat Western kind of bounty hunting gear or various field leathers. Some of them with rifles over their shoulders. One of them is actively twirling a revolver in their claw.
I didn't know you had a captive audience in here. Wow, that's a nice revolver.
Thank you.
Yep, you too.
Pink will kind of step in and look at you a little closer. So, here's the idea. You come with us, or your friends have a rough time because they're obviously only got half their combat equipment downstairs.
That doesn't sound like an offer. That sounds like a threat.
If that's how you want to take it.
I'm going to take it. And I don't respond well to threats.
Please.
No. You can explain this to me better.
Alright. She'll take a She raises her hand up, and a little dart comes floating up rapidly and is hovering above her hand as she has her palm up, and it's kind of pointed towards you, just idly floating there. It's a little bitty, about 3-inch dart. We need to know where the blue one's been and what he's been up to. Our boss wants him.
Blue one is my friend.
Exactly why we figured it'd be easier to get you and trade you for him.
That's not going to happen.
That's a shame.
He's gonna pull out his gun.
As you go to reach for it, make me a dex save.
17.
You needed an 18, unfortunately.
Oh.
As you get your hand on the gun and you just get it about halfway out of the coat pocket, the needle flies that 6 inches forward and pokes you in the end of the nose. And very quickly, you feel your entire body get very warm and clammy, and you black out.
Oh, that's it? There's no fighting in the middle?
There's no fighting in this one.
Alright, after a couple minutes pass, I think, I'm gonna saunter over to the bar and, ask if there's a back door out of here from upstairs.
The bartender kind of looks up. There's a couple rooms up top for rent. I mean, if you want to leap off the balcony, or if you maybe jump off the roof onto the neighboring roof, that's about all I can really think of. The only back door is there and next to me here. And he motions to the one that's behind the bar and then points to the front door.
Easy to get up to the roof?
Just take the staircase. Goes all the way up to rooftop access.
Alright. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, before I go, how long have those, kobolds been staying here?
Oh, that little gang of theirs? Oh. Yeah, maybe 2 weeks now.
Is that before we left for,
That's a little bit before you guys left for Antarctica.
Okay.
Just barely a couple days. I would like the
Alright.
3 of you down below to give me a perception roll, please. Wilhelm, you don't hear it, and Nikos, you don't quite catch it. But Peter, you hear it. It's a kind of double thump, like knees landing, and then the rest of the body following behind it, landing on the floor up above you. Sort of that thump thump.
I'm gonna walk over to them. I'm gonna say, they're probably going to try and leave for the roof. I think we need to go up there now. I just heard something fall above me.
Okay.
All right.
Nikos,
wants
once
me
we get through
invisible?
once we get on the stairs, you should get your sword and shield.
Yep.
Nikos, hold up.
Yeah.
Cast invisibility on Nikos.
Ooh.
Oh, fuck.
Nikos, you're on point.
The invisible
Got it.
wall.
Then, second thing I do. Sorry, Peter. I gotta do. I don't think I have enough for you. Disguise self on myself. I now look like a red kobold.
Ah, okay.
Holy shit, they're busting out spells I've never seen.
I grab the bottle of vodka. I loosen my sword in my scabbard. Not draw it, but loosen it. And I'm gonna try and make my tipsy way to the stairs behind Nikos.
All right. Invisible Nikos moving up like a hoplite, tipsy father following behind, and Red Kobold just kind of strutting behind him. You guys make it to the staircase, start making your way up the left, and then make another right, and you start making your way up it as you get to the first landing, and it goes to the south and to the... or actually, as you approach up the stairs, it goes straight down one hallway, and it cuts to the right down another hallway. Nikos, first one up, give me a perception roll.
Got it.
average.
Damn.
As you get up, you don't have to roll super high, but it's just enough that you're kind of looking straight and then right, and then straight and right again. And you can see the second door on the left side of the right going hallway is kind of cracked open a little bit.
Open door.
Do we
You think
hear
that's
any
them?
talking or anything?
No talking, no sound, at least that you can think you hear.
I'm gonna go take a look. I'll
Can
go
I look
over
for
and
the? Can I look for the stairs on the way up? Because I can see through Nikos now.
Yeah, you can, the next staircase is at the straight ahead hallway. It goes up and it's another spiral step.
All right, I'm gonna whisper to where I presume Nikos to be, and I'm gonna say I'm gonna go watch the stairs.
I'll go take a look at the open door. I'll creep over.
Alright. You
Shout
go-
if you see anything. First thing.
Yep.
As the two of you go down the straightaway, starting to approach that next staircase, Nikos, you get
Should
to the
I roll
door.
my stealth with advantage because I'm invisible?
You can roll stealth with advantage.
I think invisibility.
Let's
gives you
go.
10,
I thought invisible.
It doesn't conceal your creaks or sounds that you make. At
Yeah,
least
but I
not to
think,
my knowledge.
But you're still invisible.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think the. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out because I thought it would give you a +10 to your stealth checks.
Oh, damn.
Fuck.
Eh, whether it did or didn't, it still gave him an advantage. We'll just roll with that for now. As you approach the doorway, how do you kind of look inside, or how do you start pieing it out?
Well, with my invisibility, it's like slightly open, so I'll probably try and peek my like head like through.
You kind of lean your head and peek in a little bit and start looking around the edge of the door. You see Torin upside down and tied to the tall bedpost.
No shit. Is anyone else in the room?
Give me investigation.
Ooh, investigation, huh?
Wait, they tied him to a bedpost upside down?
Oh, I still had advantage on shit.
All good. From what you can tell, there's no one else in the room.
Alright. I'm on. Probably well, I don't think anyone's in the room. Found him.
I'm gonna walk up, seeing as I'm more looking like one of them. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna pick Torin up.
You can't quite pick him up. He's sort of a college frat tied to the tall bedpost upside down.
Oh,
Good
okay.
lord.
Alright, then I'm gonna go in and look at him and be like, oh, where'd they go?
He is out cold. He is sleeping very heavy.
I wasn't talking to him in particular. I was just talking and looking around. And basically, because I look like the red kobolds right now, I'm basically gonna be like, where did they go?
I don't think Nikos has any idea.
Nope, I don't see him. No.
Father Troikov, do you continue up to the next level?
No, I was just planning on watching the stairs.
Good. You're able to keep watching the stairs. You're not gonna see anything. Nothing moves. Nothing runs past.
Do I see anything? Do I hear anything?
Nothing in excuse me. Nothing in particular. You do hear Kobold Wilhelm and Nikos exchanging a few words, and also heard Nikos kind of call down the hallway, found them.
I'm going to look at Nikos, or I'm not gonna look at Nikos because I have no clue where he is. So I'm gonna say to the arrow and be like, I'll be right back. I'm gonna
All right.
run downstairs to the bar, look at the bartender and be like, do you have a small knife I could use?
You don't have one? And he kind of motions to your claws.
They're blunted. I got into an unfortunate accident with a wall.
Sure. You'll reach over, grabs a sort of serrated butter knife and hands that to you.
Ah, perfect. Thank you. I run my way back upstairs.
Don't run. Okay.
Don't run with knives. I'm going to the room again with this serrated butter knife and just start cutting the bonds.
Roll me strength.
It's gonna be terrible, but that's not bad.
Hey, that's
Not bad.
more than not bad.
You're actually able to get through it pretty quickly with this oddly sharp, smooth butter knife. Just.
No.
You're
I'm
cutting
gonna
through it just where his shoulder is, and
see
as
him-
Oh,
I was gonna say, seeing him run back in, I'm gonna make my way over to the door, and I'm gonna say something inside there as soon as he cuts him down.
he's cutting where the shoulder is, and most of the weight is hanging on the shoulders. He finally gets through the last bit of twine, and it snaps, and it all comes kind of twirling and unfurling as Torn will drop down and land on top of his head, and then just kind of unceremoniously flop onto his chest and stomach.
No, Marin, stop it.
Cast protection from poison on him. Either he got really shit-faced really fast, or something happened to him.
As you
Turn
cast
him
that
upside
on
down.
him,
The alcohol rushed to his head.
there is a sudden jolt, and very quickly a sort of blackish green sweat beads start to form on your neck, Torn, as you're able to blink a couple times, breathe out, and your airways are fully reopening, your brain is fully reactivating, as some of this poison kind of drips onto the floor underneath you.
He scrambles to his feet and immediately whips his gun out, pointing it around.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
What
whoa,
gun?
whoa.
Where'd they go? Where'd they go?
I was hoping you would know.
Torn, it's okay, it's me.
Points up at the ceiling. Left, right, down, around.
You are pointing a finger gun or claw gun at the moment.
What? 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 He does a pat down on himself.
Your pistol's not on you, your Astra's gone.
Someone's gonna die tonight.
I hope they look like me. By the way,
What happened, Thorin? Nikos, watch the door.
Yep.
I'm gonna try and slip past him and probably bump into him on the way in.
They took me up here. The two you were talking to bursted in and said I was sick or something. That you told them that I was sick, that I was infected, and then she tried.
They were acting really suspicious, so I told them that you were more dangerous than you looked.
That's funny. And then she tried.
Somehow they took that as you being sick. That was the very first thing that they came up with. I even tried to correct them, and they just ran off.
Nikos, they wanted you. They're after you.
Why me?
I don't know. I don't
What did
understand.
I do to piss off a bunch of kobolds?
I refused, and I tried to pull my gun, and
I'm gonna look around for the light switch while he's doing this. They're talking about this.
I wouldn't do it.
You'll flick the switch, you'll notice the dim lamp lights are already on, but the ceiling light will turn on. It's a very plain, basic bed in the center, sort of dresser on the right, doorway, and then two little end tables with lamps on them.
I wasn't fast enough.
it's okay.
We need to let SOE know about this.
Torn points his finger gun at the red kobold standing in front of him.
What are you doing here?
It's okay. I'm the one who got you down.
Someone explain this.
Oh, I'm welcome.
How are you, Wilhelm?
Magic.
It's called a spell, dumbass.
You can do that?
Yeah.
Well, there's news to me, but we figured it would be useful.
Same way I'm invisible right now.
That's super interesting.
He'll walk up to Wilhelm and like grab his like snout and like grab his tail and like pull on it and be like, he's doing the full fucking like reality check.
Is there a phone in the room?
There is not.
Do the dog thing where he grabs the underside of his jaw and pulls the lips down to look at the incisors, like.
It's a pretty good disguise.
Oh, you go to
Nice.
grab my nose, and you essentially grab my face.
I'm just.
I suggest we head back.
This is
We
very-
need to. I think we need to hold this room for the moment. We should not head back yet. I'm going to go downstairs. I'm going to take a phone from the barkeep. I'm going to call up SOE and I'm going to let them know that we have counterintelligence. We have intelligence operatives in here, and they need to send people to search it.
They took my gun. They took my gun. That's a gun that Leroy got for me.
We need.
Don't you mean OSS also?
Yeah, OSS, not SOE. Sorry. I forget who we work for in real life. I'm going to call OSS and I'm going to let them know what's going on. And if they don't pick up, then I'm going to call police. The very least. Maybe tell them a little white lie about German spies. If I'm not back in 10 minutes, or actually, if I'm not back in 5 minutes, come get me.
Got it.
I might be at the point where I have to get off because
I was gonna say we can
It's
breeze
getting
through
a bit
this
late.
part because I can promise there won't be any more encounters at this point. You guys will be on guard. You'll maintain the room. You'll be able to go downstairs and borrow the party line and make a call to the OSS. And after a while, some English riflemen and guards will come making their way in. And they'll ask people to start leaving. They'll start asking for some papers. The bartenders will start working with them. And after a while, they'll usher for you guys to head back to the campus for now, and to call it a day. And that they'll be locking down this area, investigating it, and looking into it, as more local police and a couple more officers start showing up after a while to start investigating and looking into it, checking each of the rooms, asking questions and lightly interrogating some people, and getting some paperwork and stuff done over the next day or two. So they'll be able to handle the investigation from there. However, it seems every trace and bit of them that was here, other than the people that actually saw the 3 of them, which was the 2 red and the pink, nobody ever saw the others. Nobody had any information of the others. Nobody really knows exactly who they are. And there hasn't been any other sight or trace of them so far in any other parts of the city.
What names did they use on their room for rent tab? Because they would have had to give something.
She gave the name Kobold. To
Wow.
which the bartender
Creative.
gives a little bit of a adamant shrug and feels kind of bad because he's had the occasional goblin or other demi-human and whatnot come through who a lot of them don't really have names or self-given names or have just kind of resigned themselves to going by their race when it comes to paperwork, and he didn't want to pry or be rude, so he just kind of let him sign his kobold. He didn't think anything bad or nefarious of it, which he feels kind of bad about now. And obviously the word gets to you guys that the bartender is offering a genuine apology for that happening within his pub, and you guys are free to visit again anytime after the investigations are done. A few drinks on the house, of course. But you guys are able to spend the rest of the evening reconvening with the other 2 and catching them up. Probably catching them up the next morning. And that's where we will resume next session, is hopefully all hands on deck. You guys waking up the next morning to reconvene and discuss what happened here.
Hey, Torin. Torin,
And we will call that session.
What?
I'm really sorry you didn't get laid.
I'm gonna fucking bite you.